welcome to VCT Pacific, the weekly recap where we recap stuff. And we are on week 3. We recap stuff topics on VCT Pacific.
Anything that comes to our mind.
Just stuff. And we have stuff, we have extra stuff, we have an extra guest today. We got Evan here, Warbirds, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us in our shenanigans today, because we are going to have a bit of shenanigans. Now, I heard you watched our power rankings, our tier rankings last week with Achilleos and Quack.
Yeah.
And you had some opinions. Like, were there any things that you didn't agree with?
Y'all are some cowards, man. Nobody in D tier? Come on.
Okay, I wasn't on the show, so this is all on him. Okay, that I can understand. Yes, I don't feel like there's truly like a necessarily like a completely hopeless team that I wanted to put in D tier. I thought you were going to give me flack for not putting you guys higher, and I'm like, I did. I put you at the top. I put you all the way up there.
Yet he's not happy.
But okay, for the other reasons, sure, if we do it again, I'll be ruder and more critical.
Nice.
Just for your sake.
Nice. We gotta get some trash talk here.
All right.
What would be the major change you would have?
Just like spread it out more. Like there are definitely some teams that, like, in my opinion, are D tier. Obviously, like you can move up and down between the tiers, and like different days you play differently, different weeks you play like to varying skill levels. But I don't know. There's some teams that even now I'm like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how they turn out.
All right. Well.
Who else belongs on S tier with you?
Gen G, they beat us.
Props to Gen G, they did. That was a close game. Actually, let's get into that. Let's talk about the standings so far, as of week 3.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's DRX and Gen G, 2 of our Korean representatives, right up there at 3-0. So pretty strong start. Paper X
feel good.
Looking pretty decent, but then Secret, a little bit of a tumble for you guys.
Unlucky.
But it's mostly due to that map win-loss. You guys have played a lot of maps compared to a lot of the other teams. So that's why you guys are down there, below T1 at the moment. But
you got a better round difference.
Yeah, we got the +9.
Yeah, exactly. So I think you guys are still sitting pretty. I was mentioning this on the desk earlier. Like, I feel like you guys are guaranteed, effectively, in my brains, like playoffs. There's like surely no way. But I think that you guys are going to be able to get yourselves back up into the top 3.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Who do you think's going to make the playoffs? Who are going to be our 6 teams? Give us the 6
I mean,
teams.
DRX, Gen G, I think, given us.
DRX?
Yeah, DRX. Yeah.
PRX.
Oh, PRX. Yeah, I think Paper X will as well. I mean, especially
Zeta
bringing something, and I think their last match they looked like a lot more cohesive. As for the last one, it's like a pretty big plus up. I think GE, like they're 0-3 right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. Like for them, it's like in my mind, I think they can be good, and I think they can take that spot. But obviously, it's like an uphill climb. Zeta, obviously, I think they can as well. They looked pretty good versus GE. But yeah, I think it's a pretty big toss-up.
The last spot's a toss-up.
Yeah.
All right, now we have our week 3 MVPs. All of these guys showed up. Some of them who weren't performing so well initially by week 3, like Depp, for example, just rose from the ashes.
You disagreed with some of our power rankings. Do you disagree with any of our MVP picks from this week?
Do you think we picked the right MVP for Gen G?
Yeah, I think King. I mean, King had that really big round on Haven, if you remember.
Yep.
The 1v3 4K
the 4K
on
clutch,
the B post plant. So like he had like some really big rounds because like our game plan was just shut down Meteor. Like before Brazil we like always scrimmed Gen G. Like we scrimmed them every single day. So like we knew what each other were doing going into this match, and like how we like to play and how they like to play. So yeah.
No wonder the reads on both sides were absolutely solid. Now there's one thing that's coming up next, a particular activity your team is really familiar and dominant with. It's called Melee Madness.
Yes.
Let's pull up these videos because we've had a lot of madness coming up. I think we're tied 2-2 with Team Secret and Paper X on
That's why we
Melee
lost.
Madness.
We didn't get a knife kill.
No Tondo. Yeah, no Tondo gaming today.
I mean, this was like
this
would
is
be like the OG one that kind of kicked off the season.
The best is it's like in the air, like it's a flying knife. Like this one is so good. Like he hits him on the way down.
That last little hit on the body. That's a bit toxic. We'll have to talk to him about that.
But that was, I think, the most glorious knife kill.
For anybody who hasn't seen our like plays of the week from that week, the editing that was done on that is some of the smoothest transitions I've seen, and they completely like pan out, and they just have this whole like animation where they pull the samurai sword, and then it perfectly plays into him
Wow.
actually
So
good.
like dropping down and slicing. Really, really good, and definitely worth checking out. But yeah, I mean that set the bar pretty damn high.
Yeah.
For knife kills, it was stylish. It was kind of like the Lakia jump off of Heaven there on Ascent, but just with the solo knife kill instead.
I think executionally and just aesthetically, it was the best one. But you guys had one more knife kill that was also super impressive, considering it was a thrifty
This
round.
is all your fault.
It was an
You know
eco,
that,
right? It was an
right?
eco, too.
This is all
If
your
I
fault.
remember, Vosh had a frenzy too, right?
Do you guys
Yeah.
train for
Yeah.
this? Why are
No,
do you practice this?
absolutely not.
I mean,
you? What they do in their scrims, they just do this.
the fans have been saying like that Jesse must just go in the DMs and try to get as many knife kills as possible. It definitely looks like it. And I just love the aesthetic differences between them because the first one looks super sick because because it's that katana, and then this one he's just. He is flailing and he's using a mace, so it's
Yeah,
just perfect. He's just desperately trying to cleave somebody down.
The freeze frame is pretty good on that one.
The little slow zoom in.
Yeah.
Just moments before disaster.
Yeah.
Now we have two other melee madness, menaces to society, paper Rex. Let's see how you rank these knife kills.
Well, they're up there better than your own.
Paper Rex are starting to turn things up to 11.
This one was just unfortunate.
This one is just, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, now this is all just like Forsaken just playing with his food.
Yeah.
Look at his little face.
Hey.
It's just great. He's so happy with himself after doing
He
that.
was. I think he was. They were just a little upset they
What
didn't
is
get one on
your
you guys.
like? What goes through your team's like comms when they're like getting a knife or like after the knife? Do they like? Can you say it on air? Like, is it?
Yeah, I mean, like to bring up because the Team Liquid one, when
yeah,
Vosh got
yeah,
a knife,
yeah.
it was very similar to that, where it's like you just try to like keep his attention.
Yeah.
So like just calming like, oh, like bait for me, like just try to jiggle, bait out a shot, like keep his attention there instead of like trying to check flank.
Do you get nervous in those moments when you see them going for it?
So I have this thing where like whenever it's a tense situation, I'll like breathe through my teeth. So I'll go like. Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah.
So sometimes the comms are ruined because like, you know, during our like mic'd up video, like you'll just hear like, or like me, because like I also talk a lot to myself too during the match. So it's like sometimes you have to throw away some of that stuff. But yeah, for the most part, it's just like calming to each other to help, you know, to draw that attention.
It feels like I think at this point, like if you see them going for it, there's enough trust. You know that they're probably going to be good. They're not going to get punished on this one. But I mean, you're talking about baiting for them. I already know what the last clip is.
Exactly.
And this
I mean-
one is entirely set up because of baiting.
Exactly. Let's pull up that very last knife kill from Saturday, 2 days ago.
Yeah, this one is Devi, I do believe.
Starts the round.
As unfortunate little Zeta all on his lonesome.
They're just like spraying through the smoke. I think Benkai gives his life for this knife.
no.
if I'm
he
not
does.
mistaken.
He does.
Yeah.
No.
It's
You gotta
worth
love
it.
it. I mean, look at this.
You can imagine the comms on. It's like, ooh, I got it.
Just wait.
Jing,
Jing died.
Yeah,
Jing gave his
Jing's only
life.
died.
Oh, okay, it was Jing. Okay.
It's worth though. It's
They're
like,
totally worth.
It's like the mental damage that
Yep.
you do to them.
Yes.
They did it twice.
That's what they were talking about. I remember we had asked. I think it was something that we had in the interview, and they
Yeah,
asked,
one
kind
of
of
the
asked
players.
about it, and it's just like, oh, you know, it messes with their mental and whatnot. So it's if you can pull it off and you don't take too much of a punishment, it's worth it every single time. So.
Do you think your team would be able to take a knife kill as well as they give?
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
Would it
the
wreck
team.
their mental?
I don't think it would, cause like
Take a penny, leave a penny.
I don't think it would. Like we have a pretty mature team. Like we have some like the older players in the league, and then we have some younger ones. So like I think it might be case by case, like player by player. But I think for the most part, like we're pretty good at like moving on, like mental resetting. So
Oh, it's good. It's good. I see you guys do bike rides around town,
Yeah.
and just decompressing around Korea that way.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you noticed, but us in VCT Pacific, we love games, and I got another game for you guys, and it's a new one.
Oh God.
Hooray!
And today, the Myeongdong Hills are alive with the sounds of Valorant.
What?
Myeongdong Hills.
Are there
There's not
hills
that
in
many hills
Myeongdong?
in Myeongdong.
I just wanted to
Not
say
until you
hill.
get to Namsan. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. There's a little slope, like the little slopes of. Anyway.
She said Unpyeong, which is like right next to where we are. There's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
three
yeah.
different mountain
I didn't
ranges.
know that
Samandong? We're in Samandong.
I have no
Gangnam-dong.
idea what you just said.
Yeah.
I am also
Okay.
new to Korea. So anyway, they're hills and they're sounds of Valorant. And what's gonna happen? We're gonna play a voice line from one of the agents in Korean. And
Oh, this is doomed.
should we do a raising hand? If you know it, you raise your hand.
Sure.
Sure.
All right, we're in the classroom now.
Don't be surprised when no one raises their hand.
I don't know.
I might just raise my hand just to beat
Just-
like the other guys, just to say something. I don't need just,
just
to guess.
say
Always take a
something.
stab
But
in
you
the
guys
dark.
can speak a little bit of Korean, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't play on the Korean like voice pack or anything. I play on the English packs.
Okay.
I can barely read.
English or Korean?
Yeah.
I'm learning.
Let's play the first voice line. Are you guys ready to listen? I don't know where the sound is even gonna play from.
We might need our speakers turned up.
놀고 싶다면 어디 놀아주지.
I feel like all the dudes are gonna
Hell.
sound like Yoru.
I was gonna say it. Sounds
Can we play it again?
All right,
One more,
I'm
one
gonna
more,
go.
one more.
One more, but
Do you want to guess first, Clinton?
you both.
I'm gonna go
놀고
Phoenix.
싶다면 어디 놀아주지.
Are you going with Phoenix?
Phoenix. I'm going Phoenix.
That's not correct.
It's not Phoenix.
Let's do it one more time. One more time.
Oh
we'll
my
do it 3
God.
times.
놀고 싶다면 어디 놀아주지.
I feel like it's either.
It says if you want to do something, but I didn't catch the second part.
Well, you know it's not Jet.
Yes.
really.
I feel like it's either Yoru or Sova, but I don't.
Let's take a guess.
Yoru?
Okay. Is that you got Phoenix, Yoru? Do you have a?
I'll go Sova. I trust you.
All right.
All right.
I'm wrong.
Well, you should never trust
Ah, it's doomed.
Professor Achilleos. Let's pull up the answer.
Who is this? It's not Breach, right?
You want to play? Let's play.
It's Chamber.
Oh.
Chamber doesn't
Chamber.
exist anymore.
It's
Oh.
Chamber.
That's why
See,
you guys
I
don't
was
know.
close. I was the closest with the country because Phoenix is England.
I guess.
Oh, we're going off of geographic location and distance now.
Yes,
Honestly,
that's what
I
I'm
don't know how
going
the
for. I'm
French-
stealing the win on this
Sova's
one.
not that much further off.
That's true.
Honestly, the French would probably be a little offended you just said that.
Yeah,
I think
probably.
like the English and the French might have a problem with that.
Oh man, I stopped playing the game with Korean voice lines before Chamber was implemented, so I've never heard his voice lines in Korean.
Ah,
Well,
correct.
let's see if we can get the next one.
We
now.
all lost. What do you mean?
Nobody won this.
Like, I don't know.
See, if, as long as
We're
he
all-
loses, then I win.
Yeah,
We're
That's
all
all that
honestly,
matters.
collective failures
we
in this.
just, as long as Seth is wrong. Okay, let's pull up the second voice clip from another agent.
어이, 나 열받았거든.
Oh,
Warbirds.
That's Neon, no?
yeah, it's.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm.
Let's see if this is
Yeah,
correct.
Ah, I'm pissed.
Yeah, exactly.
See, I'll actually give you what the line means.
Yeah.
I don't know if that what she says in Korean.
Did
Exactly.
she say, "Hey, I'm pissed"?
yeah.
Yeah.
Or
well,
she
you know
says
what I
she
mean?
says like a swear word or something, right?
Yeah, she says she's pissed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she says something and then like I'm pissed.
She's just like, ugh, I'm pissed.
Oh, I thought she says actual word.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't pay
Ask
attention
my
enough.
player.
I
Jen
just
has
know,
bad words,
I
for
just know that she says that. I'm gonna stop swearing now. But I know that she
You
says
almost
that.
swore once
we're-
already today.
Yeah, we're gonna bleep it out.
But yeah, I know that she says that, and then that's when she's on the enemy team. That's not her.
Yeah,
that's
when
not
she
her
pops off.
friendly team.
Right.
Yeah. So,
All right,
there you go.
let's-
I give more context than anybody.
You
I
might
think
get
they're
extra
right,
credit. If
some
you're
of them.
right, you'll get extra credits for that. Let's pull up the answer.
어이, I'm pissed.
It's
Hi,
like, oi,
I'm
like,
pissed.
You know.
Yeah.
So,
All right,
there
you get a
go.
point and you get half a point
Half
because
a
there's
point.
extra credit.
All right, boom. I'm ahead of Clinton. Get wrecked.
Yeah, you're at 0 points, Mr. Paper Thin.
Yeah.
Let's pull up the third agent. What's the sound?
그래.
Are you kidding me?
Did she say gre? Like as in like all right or like really like
That's it?
one more time.
Let's do it one more time.
그래.
Yeah, that's it.
It's just
That's
gre.
all we've got.
Yeah, it just means all right.
Oh, this
basically.
is you're trolling
Well, you know what it
us.
means. Okay.
I know what it means.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
Any guesses?
I want to say Killjoy. I don't know why.
Killjoy?
Because it sounds like turret.
I don't think
No.
like
그래.
do any of the
Eh.
do any of the characters have like a really short just like all right or yes like when they
Don't they all do? They
Well,
all
yeah.
do.
Is it Jet?
he's going
Is that
Jet.
a final answer?
I think it might be Jet.
Since someone knows, you guys can all take a guess.
I would think it's Killjoy as well, but
So
I don't know.
2
I'm not
Killjoys
sure.
and a jet.
Jet, I can just, I don't know. I'm just thinking about her having some like really short voice lines because there's one where she just goes, cool, and stuff like that. So maybe
She does.
that's there. I don't know.
Let's pull up the answer because you're all wrong.
Is it like
If
Sky?
it's Sky, I'm gonna be mad because I actually wanted to go Sky.
What is it?
Let's show it.
It is.
What's the word in it? What did she say?
I was gonna say Sky and then
My second.
But what
What's the
did
real
she say?
line?
What's the play the audio?
play the English one.
Radio.
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 All right.
See, I
It's
was
all
basically
right in
yeah.
Radio. Okay.
All right.
I don't play Sky, so.
Well, Clinton loses.
Okay. Next, it's okay. We got two more,
Oh,
so
we
you
have
got
more.
two more.
There's more?
Two
Oh,
more.
I can
Three.
redeem myself.
Yes,
Oh.
to redeem
All right,
yourself.
You
we
can
got
look
this.
worse.
I got.
Okay.
Wow.
Let's pull up the next one.
That won't be hard.
저리 비켜.
That's
Okay.
Jet. That's
Jets.
Jet.
Jets all
I got
thing.
it first. Those Jet.
Jets all thing. We were tied. We were tied.
Well, okay. Let's. He did say it first. Let's pull up the answer.
Get out of my way.
Yeah.
Yep. That one's easy.
Yeah.
I'll take a half
Native.
point on that.
Native.
All right, fine.
We're
We're
tied
tied.
up.
We're tied at one.
We're all
right.
tied
all
one.
tied.
I'll allow it.
All right.
So it all
No,
comes out of the.
You're a half point. Are you
Yeah.
a full point?
I said I'll take a half point.
Oh,
for-
you're taking one of his half points.
No,
Okay.
wait, so
Are
Clinton
you
gets
willingly
right
behind
give
me.
us
I'm
half?
willing to give the
I'll take a half.
I'll give him
Oh,
the
So
you're
now
so
we're all
nice.
tied one. So this
I'll tie
last
it
boy
one.
sign
I think we
decides
gotta-
it all.
This is the
We
decider.
gotta check the rule book on this one.
There is
I
no
don't know
rule
if
book.
there's extra credit
There is
We're
allowed.
no
making this up as we go. This
I
is
know
a Calvin
they're
ball.
making up their own rules so that they can win. Okay, this is the last and final one.
It's like overtime. It makes it more exciting.
This one will determine the winner. Let's play that voice line.
한심하군. 감히 우리를 막으려 들다니.
We all know. We
all
all know
know.
who this is.
So
We all know
easy,
who
though.
this is.
Seth
Omen.
did raise his
Yeah,
hand
it's Omen,
first.
right? Yeah.
It's Omen.
Yeah.
I am the champion.
I feel like, sure. Did you guys agree? We're gonna do just like, this is a democracy.
I mean, I don't want him to win, so no, but it's up to
Okay.
Warbird.
Doesn't matter to me. Okay.
Okay. Anyway, he's, I guess, kind of the winner, but like by a slim margin. That was fun. I've never actually heard the lines in Korean before, so that was pretty cool.
Very different.
All right. We have a couple questions for you, since you are our special guest for today. Let's talk.
Yeah.
Clinton, you had a question.
Yeah, I think like the thing I want to know is like a lot of us going from like last year to this year with Team Secret. Like last year was pretty disappointing. You come into the team this year. Like, what to you is the biggest change? Because I think a lot of people would say that this team is greatly improved beyond just the two new players.
Yeah.
Like, what is the biggest change that you see with this team?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously the two new players are like, in my opinion, like big upgrades. And I mean, Envy has definitely like, he has really popped off and he's really improved over the past like few months even, at least like since I have started working with them. And then, yeah, I mean, at least when I joined, it was just about like adding the fundamentals and the structure. I think that's, in all honesty, I think like the fundamentals is what like APAC is like lacking. You have teams that like might lean more into like, oh, like these crazy, like Paper X likes to lean more into like the chaos. And like that's a different skill set of like controlling chaos and like thriving in chaos. But I also think like, just in general, like the fundamentals in my opinion in NA and EU are like higher. So that's just something that we've been working on, is like just setting, like getting our fundamentals up. Like we don't need crazy strats, we don't need crazy comps, just like play good fundamental Valorant.
When you joined, I'm curious because obviously like you got a couple players on there that are older than you.
Yeah.
You're joining this roster as an American coming into a Filipino lineup. How long did it take for you to really get acclimated with all of the guys before you felt super comfortable making like overarching changes or saying like, oh, you've been approaching this the wrong way, or that kind of thing? Was there like a big adjustment period?
Honestly, not really. I mean, like I had my like week-long trial, and like literally the first day I just felt like it clicked really well. I felt really comfortable in the team. I could give my feedback and they would kind of absorb it and like talk about it and like make their own adjustments as well as my own. So I think a lot of it is just having the faith in each other. Like I don't speak, my Tagalog is not good.
Sure.
So
The maturity of the roster.
yeah, but like exactly, like I have the trust that they can like have their own discussion and like have us come to the same conclusion is like the biggest thing.
And then when was, if I'm not mistaken, did you guys meet in Brazil? Was that the first time?
That was the first time I met them in person.
How was that like finally going from like, oh, we've been talking on disc and maybe a couple like video calls or something like that during your trial period? Like how was it, being like, you guys in Warbird, it's like
I was really nervous. I'm a pretty like shy person in general, so like getting out of your shell is something that I'm like working on. But like, yeah, I mean, it like once I kind of made that first step, I think it was like pretty easy and like getting comfortable with everyone. But yeah, I mean,
if anyone can help you with that, it's those boys.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
We've seen the adobo dance. Like,
Exactly.
Now, with something in the mix for Paper Rex, because Paper Rex Team Secret was a big game that we were looking forward to last week, do you think that'll make much of a difference facing them off?
Yeah, I mean, I think something is like a really like insane player. He had like plus, what was it? He had like plus 120 kills like in his, because he played in the Japanese league.
Yeah.
Like,
well, he had like plus 62 in one match, and then before that he had like plus 49.
Yeah, exactly. Like his fragging power is like really high up. They're still gonna have like the same issues of like, okay, like if the fragging is off, then like where do you go from there? But I think in general, like it's a step up. But yeah, I think we'll have to see. Like I think for them, like I would be very surprised if they miss playoffs. I think everyone can say the same thing for them, but yeah, like I think in general it's a good improvement, and like just his fragging power is just crazy. Like that's what he brings to the table, and that's for a team that they rely on the frags. So.
And next week we're gonna have another 3 days, a lot of big games coming up next week. Let's talk about that, and which ones are you guys excited for?
I mean, as we get the graphic up here, the next week's matches.
There's Paper X and DRX.
Exactly. I was going to say, we're already talking about Paper X. That is by far going to be, I think, the most exciting matchup. And it's right at the top of the week. First match on Saturday.
I don't know about that second match.
Yeah, I mean, T1 versus Gen G, I think will also be a good one. Because like
That'll be really good.
T1, it feels like they're kind of like coin flip. It feels like sometimes they look really good and sometimes they struggle.
Yeah,
and like Gen G is just always like consistent. So like if T1 like is playing well that day, I think that'll be a close match. And obviously like a lot of this is just like region versus region.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'm excited for Zeta versus DFM, but I'm worried for Zeta. Like if they kind of stumble in that match at all, then I have like huge concerns that they're going to make it to playoffs.
It has really big implications, that one, because if DFM does come out and they get their first win and they take down
That might
Zeta,
knock Zeta out.
they could inadvertently stop Zeta from being able to make it in the playoffs.
Yeah.
absolutely.
Or, I mean, at the very least, they could assist in putting them in a worse position for the playoffs, give them that lower seed. I'm actually also really interested in seeing Global versus Talon. This might shock some people, given how I was reacting
someone gets a
earlier
win.
yesterday. But
Someone gets their first win.
Somebody gets their first win, much like we had with RRQ versus DFM before. But also because I do believe that Talon, despite how painful it was to go through that split map, were just hiding strategies. And I'm curious to see what they do look like going up against Global, because they realize that Global is not a team that they can mess around with. As you were saying before, they feel like a team that can do a lot better. We know that they can. We've seen them push teams that are, like DRX to the limit. So I'm curious to see what Talon does bring to the table in that matchup, and if at the end it'll all be worth it. But I mean, obviously, one of the ones when we're not talking about kind of dancing around is your guys' matchup.
I mean,
I just said that one would be very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, well, RRQ's just
Who are
I'm trying to tiptoe my way around because we are friends with them, but like.
Do you have any words for your opponents next week?
You can stare
Now
straight into the camera.
Make eye contact.
Oh man, like I think it'll be a quick duo. Like I think they have potential, but yeah, I mean, we scrimmed them also like going into Brazil, and like I don't know, it just felt like we always had their number. Like whether or not like that's in us like us being good, or like where we kind of like compare to them, but we've always kind of just had their number. But like obviously like they've always been not like Paper X like weird comps, but like they've had some interesting comps. They had the Rain on Lotus. That was actually something we talked about during our media day. Is like, please tell me you guys are playing that.
What's been super fascinating is that these matchups have been decided weeks ago, actually, and the way it's been playing out week by week, it's almost. But say for the RRQ Team Secret matchup, all the teams are quite evenly matched for next week. And I guess I want to re-highlight T1 and Gen G again. So while DRX and Paper X is a big one, the T1 Gen G face-off, the Korean battle, I think that'll be super interesting.
I mean, one of the things that King talked about in his winners interview there on the English broadcast was we just took down T1 in the LCK to be the spring
Yes.
champions.
Yeah.
Yes,
So-
that's right.
There's
So,
no
you
way
know.
we could beat Gen G when they just did that.
Right, yeah,
It's not fair.
That's true. They have that buff.
It's
Yeah,
not
they saw that
fair.
trophy come into the Gen G
Exactly.
office and it just like
The Riot
lit them
Games,
up.
the Riot Games buff is real because the two
I
matches
like
that
that.
T1 picked up, it was also on days that their LCK team got victories and got themselves
It's
into
not fair,
first
man.
place in the playoffs.
Oh my
so-
God.
Well, now it's over. Now that buff is done.
It's
so-
not
True.
fair.
This is the last chance for it.
That's true. It's sort of like a sibling buff when like the older sibling comes
Unless-
in with like the big trophy.
Unless our playoffs happen around the same time as MSI.
MSI.
Oh.
Because T1 and Gen G are both going to MSI.
I think it does. Thank you so much, Warbirds, for joining our weekly recap. You're our very first guest.
Nice.
Thanks
And
for
you
joining
set
us.
the bar pretty high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Please come back every week if
Okay.
we can have
I'll
you.
come back as long as my buddy Alma Putty can come on.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
So that's the
You got it.
condition.
We can
All right.
zoom out on the camera. We'll
friend.
work another chair up
All right.
here. It'll be good.
Share, cozy up. It'll be fine. So thanks so much. For those of you guys who are tuning in, if you have any comments, remember to hashtag VCT Pacific with any of your comments. We might feature it here on the weekly recap. I'm Victoria, and with me, we've got Paper Thin, Achilleos, and Warbirds, the coach of Team Secret. I'll see you guys again next week.
Good afternoon, Valorant fans all around the world. We are going live with Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. I will be hosting this today. My name is William Cho, and I'm joined none other by Achilleos and Valdez. How you doing, Seth?
I'm doing great. I just got a car a couple days ago, drove to work for the
Oh,
first
yeah.
time. It's been a big uptick.
How was that?
I feel like an adult.
Well, I'm glad. Finally, the coming of age of Achilleos here for VCT. Valdez, how are you?
I'm good. I've had a car for over a year now, so
Wow.
welcome to the crew. No, it's great to be back. I didn't get to be here last week,
Yeah.
of course,
Yeah.
but back here at VCT Pacific should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, of course. Those of you who are keeping up with the schedule, you know we have quite an exciting day for matches today, but we'll hold off
yeah.
on that. Huh?
I said, oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, we
I was
do.
agreeing with
Oh,
you.
yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going to be like, wait,
Showing
who's
camaraderie
playing?
and, you know.
I thought you were going to start quizzing me on who's playing today. I'm like, well, I actually don't know. I was just throwing lines out there. But anyway, we'll get to that in a second, of course. We want to kind of recap how things have been going so far in VCT Pacific, so let's take a look at the standings so far.
I think at the top, nothing that's going to shock too much here. I think maybe the run back from Paper X putting themselves in third right now probably going to be one of the more surprising things, just given the form that they had looked at both at the beginning of Pacific as well as in the previous two international events, obviously having a bad time at lock-in as well as champions. But with their new pickup of something, we're able to find another win under their belt and look quite strong.
For me, I was looking at Gen G, actually. The fact they were able to take down Team Secret in a 2-0. Team Secret was looking really strong, and then Gen G come in and it was a couple of close maps, but obviously looking very strong in both of them were Gen G, and sitting at 3-0 right next to DRX. Of course, they did drop one map compared to them, but already a really great start for that roster as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that squad really living up to the hype and potential that a lot of people saw. Of course, we should also mention, on the other side of those standings, we actually still have 3 teams without a match win yet here in Pacific. So hopefully they'll be able to pick up their first wins this weekend.
Yeah, well, one of those is going to change. Because
Yes.
on Monday, we do have Global going up against Talon, so somebody's going to be walking away with a win there. And it's a big question of does Global continue to show us, prime form, where they are competitive, they are pushing these teams and just have barely not gotten that win? Or does Talon vastly improve over what we saw? Because, the series that we saw last week wasn't great, but again, I'm hoping that it was just Strat hiding the whole way through.
that's the best we can do, right? Because otherwise we're going to have to wipe that from our memory. So hopefully that'll change.
Don't know what we're talking about anymore.
That'll change here in week 4. Now we're already kind of halfway through here with the round robin, or entering that halfway point. So let's take a look at how the maps have looked so far here in VCT Pacific. Taking a look here, I don't think it's going to be anything too surprising. I mean, we've always assumed that Split will have a high ban rate, especially in Pacific, more compared to the other regions, but Icebox also being avoided quite a bit as well.
Yeah, not seeing a lot of Icebox. Feels like we don't have a lot of fans of the Icebox map, but I personally do like it, so would like to see a little bit more. Other than that, you know...
See it while you still can.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
take it out of rotation.
Yeah. Other than that, I mean, it kind of makes sense, you know. Haven not really banned out. A lot of people like that map. You see a lot more Ascent is coming in here. So, yeah, I mean, it's pretty standard stuff for me.
Yeah, I think that just given kind of globally, like over at Lock-In, what we were seeing with the prevalence of Icebox, it is interesting to see that falling down below Split, which has been played a handful of times at this point. But widely, I think this is a bit of an anticipated pool, maybe Lotus being slightly higher up there than I might have expected. But there have been pretty much every team, it feels like, other than DRX, has been willing to float that. It has remained their permaban. And I don't think that that's something that we're going to see from them until maybe even the playoffs. If not then I mean, I don't even know if we see it this year.
Right.
As long as they have one ban under their belt, they might just continue to take that one away.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look, of course, if anyone can try to bait that out of DRX, or eventually if they're ready for it when we maybe enter potential best of 5s. Of course, now looking at the way maps have been picked so far, of course, all the matches are best of 3 so far in the round robin, so we will have a couple more chances for some of these maps to get through, and even if they get through the first ban, maybe they get floated and then they'll eventually get banned on the second round. But Haven continuing as that popular pick alongside Pearl. I mean, ever since Lock-In, a lot of teams seem to be comfortable going with Pearl.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Pearl coming in here. I think it's a pretty decent map, but I was very surprised to see it this highly prioritized. Obviously, 7 picks. It's still relatively early on, but yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of teams pick it up. DRX playing a lot on this map, and yeah, it's pretty interesting to see that one coming through. I thought maybe, Split wouldn't be seeing a lot more picks, even with the changes. I thought, as Achilles was saying, maybe we'd see it just kind of avoided, even if it wasn't banned, just like not picked, but couple of picks already on that map, so maybe we do get to see more of Split as well.
I would love to see more Split, quite frankly, especially as the league continues on, right? Because I think teams all around the world are trying to learn how they can make these new changes work for them, especially on the attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be ready for everything. Obviously, map pool is going to be changed up a little bit as we move further on. We don't know exactly when like the bind stuff is going to be integrated into VCT competitive play, but unless there's large, unless the large overarching changes to that map really feel off to teams and they feel like they do need a lot more time to develop on that map and it doesn't feel nearly as comfortable, maybe that just ends up shifting place with something like Lotus, and then like for DRX, maybe then Bind becomes their permanent ban. I'm curious to see how things are going to continue to evolve as we move deeper and deeper. The biggest one for me is that Ascent hovering around 33%. I would expect that would be a lot higher, just given the I don't know, the excellent play you typically see from Jets, I guess is what I'm getting at on that map. And given that we are in a fairly Jet-centric meta, and we have such fantastic Jets out here, I'm kind of surprised that Ascent hasn't been in the pool more.
Yeah, I got to imagine that this partly has to do with the matchups we have had as well, right? Maybe teams trying to float it and then deciding, okay, that team is good at Ascent, so let's try to avoid that. Or maybe it gets floated until the very end. Now, speaking of Jets and the Agents, we're looking at the top 5 Agent picks. Killjoy, no surprise. Jet, also no surprise. Ever since Chamber has been lost and forgotten, the Jets have returned in full power, especially here in Pacific.
Yeah, Jet has been huge, but the Killjoy, that's the biggest thing for me, is that, there was an attempt. We tried the nerfer a little bit. We made the ult a little bit more expensive. We gave the turret a little bit less HP. Clearly, mere scratches on the surface here of Killjoy. It's going to do a hell of a lot more to put her in the dirt. So she's still incredibly popular, expecting to see her in pretty much every map that gets played today.
Other than that, Breach and Sky, a couple of best flashers in the game. Omen as well, great on the smoke. I mean, there's, it kind of just makes sense for the current meta nowadays. Jet, just incredibly mobile. Like, you got to pick her up if you are going to play a duelist. Definitely the most popular. As you can see, no other duelist on this list.
Yeah, and one other thing, now that you've mentioned, of course, some of the best flashes in the game, but that also means that we're actually missing some of the info initiators in the top 5 picks, right? So clearly the flashes, if you have to pick and choose, being favored more commonly than the likes of Sova or Fade.
Yeah, I mean, it's also going to be incredibly map dependent. I mean,
Yes.
we've only seen Split twice, but Sova is still pretty much remaining a non-pick on that map. Haven, you've seen teams kind of mix and match whether or not it's going to be, you know, the Sova in the mix there, the Breach in the mix. So it does skew the numbers a little bit, but I mean, that comp right there that you just saw, as far as the top picks, you could just run that.
Actually,
and
yeah.
it would work out pretty well for you.
That's
so
not a bad comp,
you could just go with a double flash, but I do agree. I think the info gain, definitely something that is good. We've seen Fade in the mix as well, depending on the map. So when Ascent does come up, that's oftentimes when the Fade and Sova numbers are going to be boosted up, because people do like that double initiator.
Yeah, pretty, just kind of makes sense, right? Would love to see more of some of the other picks, like the Fade, like the Raze. I feel like Raze very strong, still very popular, but I guess not a lot of double duelists. So we're just seeing all of this focus in the meta on Jet. So it's like, well, not, you know, on some maps you are going to see Raze, but
Jing
not
is
nearly
doing
as
his
much.
damnedest to bring those
That
numbers
is
up.
true.
Some players and some maps will try their hardest, but
That and Phoenix, he's been pushing those numbers up as
Yeah,
well.
he's really trying to kind of make everyone move away from the Jet and focus on these other duelists, entries, but not working out just yet.
We've had everything other than Chamber so far. Everything has been played.
That is
After the
true.
Talon series,
You're just trying to get Chamber buff.
We've had everything played.
You're just trying to get Chamber
Please.
buff.
what does
Ryan.
it mean?
break my boy out of prison. I need to play Chamber again.
All right, well, that's a look at VCT Pacific so far. Now, you know, so far we've been kind of testing each other here on the desk as well for VCT Pacific. So before we get ready for today's matches, which we have plenty to talk about, we're going to play another little game for
right.
you gentlemen here. Now,
I like games.
You like games?
Yeah.
Is that why you play video games and work in
that's
esports?
actually why I'm here, yeah. I don't know about you guys.
Well,
but,
Seth, you actually, because you played a variation of this over on the weekly recap. I know you guys were playing, you know, Guess the Agent by playing the Korean voice lines. Now,
Right.
today, there's a little variation. We're going to have kind of these agent voice lines, but they're going to be read by AI. So accents and all that out the
Okay.
window. It is in English,
Yeah.
but it's going to sound obviously very different.
I hope we're not using like the TikTok one. I can't stand that voice.
Oh, is that different? I don't
It
know
is.
which one that is. Okay.
It is.
Well,
Yeah.
hopefully it's not
Hopefully
that one.
not that one.
There's going to be 5 questions you'll both answer, and we'll just see who gets more points, and then you will be crowned the ultimate desk analyst of VCT Pacific.
Oh boy.
All right. Yeah, this is a huge title.
so
We're not giving it out to
you're not
anybody.
playing the game with us?
Nope. I am
Okay.
just
So
moderating.
it's me against Seth.
Yes. It's you. It's you against the
Seems
ghost.
like a fair matchup, yeah.
All right.
Let's do it. Yeah.
All right. Let's go with question number 1. Let's play that line.
Yo Brim, don't go tweaking your back out there. Leave the fancy stuff to the young'uns.
What? Wait. Oh.
Wait.
I
Do we need to-
recognize it.
Do we need to have it played one more time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's
Yeah,
play
yeah.
it one more time.
Yo Brim, don't go tweaking your back out there. Leave the fancy stuff to the young'uns.
Oh, now I know the full line. I know the full
Oh.
line.
The first time I heard it, I thought he said
I have
twerking your
definitely-
back out.
That's what I thought too. All
I was
right.
like,
Basically,
I mean,
yeah.
let's go
So
with
do we
Brem.
just make a guess?
Just make a guess. I mean, okay.
I'm still on the fence about this.
I'll give you a very big hint. It's clearly not Brim because it's targeted
Well,
at Brim.
Oh,
Thanks.
thank you so
Thank you,
much,
William.
All right. So who's it gonna be?
It's got to be one of the. I haven't. I don't know if I've heard that voice line in games.
So the accent is not
No, it has nothing to do with
actually
the
Australian.
No, well, it's
because
nothing.
that's what it was. I don't
Yeah.
think it's Sky, but
Yeah, it seems like it was like forced AI accent that's close to that, but these are all varied. It's just random. The accents are random.
okay.
All right, just make a guess. There's 5 questions, guys. You'll be okay.
Leave that to the youngins. I do
I'm
want
gonna
to
say Breach.
Breach. Okay, Breach. Calling Brim. Breach
No,
calling
no,
Brim out.
No,
for being-
I want to change my.
I'll
we're
just
going
go
with
Sky.
Breach.
I think it's wrong, but
All
I'll
right,
go Sky.
Sky and Breach. Let's see what the answer is.
Yo, Brim, don't go tweaking your back out
yeah,
there.
I,
Dude,
I thought maybe it was
Oh.
Phoenix, but I.
Phoenix was my first guess, but because he said leave it to the youngins, I thought it was not a younger character.
Yeah, I thought it was an old guy. That's why I said Breach.
You guys thought it was him telling.
But it was the opposite.
It was the
Yeah, I thought
opposite.
I thought it was somebody of a similar age category as Brim
Gotcha.
Exactly.
saying that line. Okay.
Well, it was Phoenix, and now thinking about it, the yo kind of gives it away as well, right? Phoenix.
That's why I
saying
also
yo a
thought
lot.
maybe Sky. So.
Yeah, it could work. All right, well, 0 points so far. Let's go with question number 2.
Crap.
Let's play that line.
HMPH, they're still after our Radionite. Ah, they get a gold star for persistence.
It's supposed to be humph, by the way.
Oh, that's what it
But that's what you get when you use
thank
text to speech. It's supposed to be humph. They're still after our Radionite.
Okay.
Yeah.
They get a gold star for persistence.
Is that Viper?
Seems likely. Seems likely. Any guesses?
I don't think it's Viper.
I personally,
But maybe
I am
that
leaning
one's Brim.
more towards like a Sentinel type,
Yeah.
right?
Watch, they're all Phoenix.
I wanted to say Phoenix. I'm like, but they're not going to do two Phoenix
Every
in a row,
single
right?
one.
Like, it's like,
Only
it's not
surely
going to be
not.
all A.
Surely not.
I think it's Viper or Brim. I said Viper first. I'll go with
Viper.
that.
All right.
Can we hear it again?
All right. We'll play it one more time.
HMPH, they're still after our Radionite. Ah, they get a gold star for persistence.
Is it They get a gold.
I think so. I think so. There's probably people in chat that all know the answer.
They're losing their
Yeah,
minds.
they've like
Yeah.
memorized the entire voice pack.
Stupid analysts.
All right.
I think it's a female character.
Okay. 5.
I'm going to say
4.
3.
I don't know.
1. Your answer is
Jet.
Jet. Okay. Well, she is a female character.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know.
We have Viper and Jet. Who's that agent?
They're still after our Radionite?
It's not
We're
a
so
female.
Get a
bad.
gold star for persistence.
We are so bad.
Okay, I mean,
I don't play Harbor.
yeah, I don't play
Well,
Harbor
this
either.
is teaching you guys to vary your
Oh,
agent pool.
no.
A little bit
Yeah,
more.
I think we were,
Don't
we
look
were
at
way
me.
off on that
Chat,
one.
don't look at me.
All right, surely you get at least 1 of 5. Let's move on to question 3. Let's move through
Surely.
these a little bit quicker, see if we can get at least 1.
Yeah.
Agent number 3, let's play that line.
5 on 5, pa 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 pa. Juego clear them all.
What? Can we get that repeated like 5 times?
I think I know actually. Wait,
Production.
can we play that again?
Excuse me?
5 on 5, pa 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 pa. Juego clear them all.
I have no idea
we
what they
will
say at the
them all?
end.
It sounds like I'm listening to Telemundo.
No, but I think
Like
I know the
text-to-speech.
answer, which is why I'm not going to repeat it.
What?
Because now I want to
What do
prove
you
that I'm the
mean?
best analyst
How am I
on
supposed
the
to?
desk.
How am I supposed
I
to?
think he says something like 5 on
He?
5. Bop, 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 bop. We something them all. Kill them all? I don't know. All right, guesses?
I mean, Phoenix is a lot of like and
so
stuff
that's
like that.
what I
like,
was. That's what I was thinking.
you know,
That's what I was thinking.
but do we do Phoenix twice?
Maybe.
5 on 5, something, something, something.
All right.
Oh, I don't know.
10
This
seconds
one's-
on the clock.
This one's impossible.
10, 9, 8.
Breach.
7.
I
Breach.
don't know. I'll just name
Yeah, just
something
throw,
we
just
haven't
throw an
done
agent
yet.
out there.
Brimstone.
Brimstone, Breach. I'll go with Phoenix. I'm gonna bet that production has Phoenix twice. All right, who's that agent?
5 on 5.
Oh my god.
We go clear them all.
Ah!
You know,
so
it's
hard.
It's so much easier when we actually hear their actual voices.
Yeah. I didn't think
All right.
that would be the
We have
deciding factor.
Is there one
Okay.
more?
That it would
No,
be AI.
there's
It's
2 more.
2 more.
All right.
Oh, God.
All right, question 4. We've still got a chance.
Surely
all
we'll
of us on
get
the
one
desk.
right.
All right, play that line.
Surely.
Spend your money now. There's no bank in hell.
Spend your money now. There's no what?
It's Sky. I think.
What was?
Hey,
I
let's
can't-
play- let's
I
play it
couldn't
again.
understand the
No,
last
no,
word.
no, no.
Let's play it
no,
one more
it's-
time. One more time.
Spend your money now. There's no bank in hell.
There's no bank.
That's not what that
That's
said.
not what he said.
No?
It said spend your money now. There's no something.
There's no something after this.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, there's someone who says
this-
that.
Yeah, there
I think
is-
it's
there's-
Raze,
there is someone who says that.
actually.
I think literally every character has this line.
Well,
Yeah.
they have a similar line, I think.
yeah,
but
they all have a
But we need
spend
to know
up.
what the
I think it's
end of it is.
I
But
do think you might be right.
when you and I play, I hear this all the time.
So then,
and I think
then
it's
it's got to be Raze.
So I think it's Raze.
All right, Valdez goes
That's
with
my
Raze.
guess.
Maybe. I'll go with it because I can't understand that last word, so I'll
All
just
right.
follow your lead.
Oh, okay. Well, who's that agent?
Spend your money now. There's no bank in hell.
See, he does say there's no bank
That
in
did
hell.
not. I did
There's no
not
bank
hear
at
the
all.
word bank once.
And yeah, everybody's got this voice line. So like, okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
It,
Well,
it like bled together. It's like there's no brand in there.
I think they have slight variations, but anyway. All right. Last question.
That needs to be more distinct.
Last question.
All
Last
right.
question. All right. Let's play that.
I've given
line.
up hope.
Let's go. World's not saving itself.
The world's not saving itself.
World's not saving
Oh.
itself. Oh no.
No?
Brimstone.
Brimstone. Okay. Oh, good guess. the leader of the Valorant.
The world's not saving itself.
I feel like I can just hear that. I mean, I can hear that in Brim's voice, but that might just be me making it up.
Yeah.
What about you, Valdez?
I'll
put my guess out there too, just so at least someone can, so we have a chance. All right, let's play it one more time, and then Valdez has to guess.
Let's go. World's not saving itself.
I mean, I don't think it helps us anymore listening to it.
It actually made me more confused.
Yeah. All right,
World's
your guess
not
is?
saving itself. I'm gonna say Reyna.
Okay,
actually.
Reyna, Brimstone. I'm gonna go with Sova. All right.
I can see Sova.
Let's see who that agent is.
Let's go. World's not saving itself.
Let's go. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen,
Hey, at least I picked a female.
I just like to put out there that I often play with the Korean voice pack, so, so I get excused from that one.
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, clearly we don't listen to the voice packs enough, so we'll work on that.
Some studying to do.
Yeah, while we're studying all the voice lines, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll prepare everyone for match number 1 of tonight. It's going to be a banger.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
So if I'm gone, baby, so when I'm gone, baby, if I did you wrong, baby, you gotta elevate. I might be long or I might come right home, even if I'm alone, baby. You gotta elevate. We made up. I told you to get away. You know I've been fed up. I said it before. It feels like we've been fading, 'cause of your stupid games. And I don't wanna wait more, but girl, you should know, baby, I love you so. Baby, I love you so. Baby, I love you so. I'm sorry that I never took you out. Oh, I'm sorry for the ways that I made you go. I love you so. You had my heart, but now it's something that we'll never know. 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 Don't care
Welcome back, VCT fans. We are live with Week 4 here at VCT Pacific 2023. My name is William, joined by Achilles and Valdez, and we're finally getting ready for today's matches. And of course, the first match, kind of the big match everyone's been waiting for here at Pacific, it's going to be none other than DRX versus PRX.
It's an El Clasico. It's two teams that, well, I mean, you would say seemingly always clash, but they actually haven't played that much when it comes down to the international stage. But a matchup that is always hyped up. These players know each other inside and out as far as how they like to play. Regular scrim partners ahead of international competition, so very familiar. And it's always just fun to watch them clash. And I mean, a fun fact is that basically a year ago to the day, it was April 16th technically for us in Korea when they played at Masters Reykjavik.
Technically.
So,
yeah, okay.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
It's been a good long while, but I'm always happy to see these teams, especially with some of the more recent form that we're seeing out of PaperX, their last matchup, something coming in, just looking really strong.
Yeah, and of course, now both of these teams, they've had some roster changes coming into this year as well, especially PaperX kind of last minute coming into Pacific. But let's take a look at who's starting off for DRX as we break down the power that DRX has had so far, especially with the addition of Foxy9.
And that's really where you got to look. Once again, Foxy9 will be coming in, and, you know, DRX was already strong, but with the addition of this new young player coming into the roster and his ability to just snipe multiple people down and essentially own a bunch of rounds by himself. I remember even casting them against Global Esports a couple of weeks ago, and he was essentially the guy that avoided overtime for the team on the first map of Haven and just barely got them across that line. So definitely going to be one of the guys I'm going to be looking out for on this roster.
Yeah, I mean, the most impressive thing for me is not only just Foxy9's just raw mechanical ability. We already kind of knew that about him. But it was just how quickly he was able to acclimate into this roster. Obviously, it is something that has been developed, but given that we didn't get to see him on stage at Lock-In in a VCT event, he got in, and yeah, there's, I think, a little bit of shakiness in the initial couple rounds in their first set. But widely, he looked right at home on stage in front of the crowd cheering for him. And that was impressive to see, because you always have that quandary of how is this young player going to perform once they get up there, once the crowd is either rooting for them, rooting against them. And it didn't really take long for him to just be like, oh, yep, I'm right at home. I mean, he finished off his first map with an ace. You know, what more can you say?
Yeah, of course. I mean, not just Foxy9, but the rest of the team as well, right? Kind of accommodating his style and now focusing around Foxy9's play. That's not something we've seen a lot from DRX in the past, but it's giving a lot of DRX fans hope. Now, on the other side, PaperX, they're coming in with a roster change of their own, and we did finally get to see something play. Will we see him again? It looks like he's going to be kicking off map number 1.
That he has thumbs up. He's ready to go. And he also had some words to say. We'll get to that in a little bit. But, yeah, I mean, it's a big amount of pressure coming in. This is crucially going to be different, though, from the last appearance, because we did see Benkai subbed out. Devai was the one that was shot calling for them on that Pearl map that PaperX was playing versus T1, and they were able to win it quite handily with a 13-3 scoreline. This time, we get to see Jing subbed out, which feels wrong in a way, because Jing is as much of, you know, a part of the identity of PaperX as pretty much any other player. So I think no matter what, no matter who gets taken out for something to come in, it's going to feel foreign and weird. But this time it is just going to be him coming through.
It's a very stacked roster, right? So somebody's got to be subbed out. I'm going to be interested.
Something.
Well, something's being subbed in. Somebody's being subbed out.
Subbed
something is being subbed
for
in.
something.
Just want to add
coming
to the
in with
confusion.
Benkai. So yeah, I mean, you know, Jing, I was looking at the stats from their last matchup. I think he was towards the bottom half, so maybe they're just kind of giving him a chance to take a rest, you know, maybe come back in. Even though he is obviously one of the main guys of this roster that everybody knows and everybody loves, his raise and all of his fantastic flashy plays. They're just going to try a different roster, and today is the day, right? If you're going to change something up and try something kind of weird or off standard, it could be against DRX.
I mean, the thing that I liked about that last matchup from them was that Jing wasn't near the top, because in their previous sets, in ones that they had lost, ones that they had won, he was kind of the guy that was hard carrying them over the line, that was keeping them in those games and keeping them so, tight-knit. And then you'd had, obviously like the Dubai moment versus DFM to be able to close out Lotus and whatnot. But Jing was doing a lot of weight pulling. So it was actually nice to see that weight taken off of his shoulders in the last series versus T1. But I definitely don't think that this could be anywhere construed to be a performance issue or whatever for the substitution. Clearly, they've just been cooking something up in the meantime.
Yeah, of course, we're seeing Forsaken play that Sentinel role as well. He's talked in an interview about
Two
how
aces.
Yeah,
I mean,
he gave him 2 aces, and he's talked about how it helps him focus on his aim, so we'll see if that continues today. With Ben kind of the roster, what does that look like? We're not sure, but so far these teams both have played 3 matches, 1 per week. Now, Valdez, you were mentioning, of course, DRX's match against Global Esports before, but surprisingly, that turned out to actually be the hardest match they played so far.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. You know, it was 2-0, but both of the maps were incredibly close. Like, you can't just look at that 2-0 and say, oh, it's just DRX stomping once again. And even more interesting than that is that Global Esports don't have a win under their belt just yet in a series. So, you know, the fact that DRX were challenged in that fashion, maybe Global Esports were stepping up to the plate, or maybe DRX were having a rough day, but either way, it made for some really great Valorant.
Yeah, it was an incredible series, and I think still one of the best ones that we've had so far in Pacific. I think it's going to be up there for quite some time, and it's a tough one to beat, but this matchup between these two teams could definitely be the one that topples it as far as being the most exciting match that we have had. And it feels like if it's anything shy of that, it's a disappointment, because these teams have such high expectations. The fan bases are so large. They're storied. They're at so many international events that when we get into this clash, if this doesn't go the distance, if this does not go to 3 maps, or if it doesn't go to overtime at a 2-0, it's going to feel like we missed out on something great.
Sure, yeah, and even the stats kind of tell the story, right? Sure, PaperX, they did have a loss, so some of their stats a little bit lower, but if we look at the leaderboard so far, PaperX still keeping up in kind of number 2 of both attack and defense win rates, things like that. Even their post-plant wins, a ridiculously high number of 83%. They are still a strong team, even though they eventually got taken down by Team Secret in Week 2.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I mean, Team Secret, another incredibly strong team we have here in Pacific, so I don't really look at that and say, oh, PaperX not looking that strong. Actually, on the other hand, I think, you know, they played really fantastically in that match, and they made it another really close, fun series. Kind of interesting that they are number 9 in terms of pistol round win percentage. That's the one number where you're like, if you're a stats guy, you're like, whoa, what does it mean? You know, is DRX just going to always get the advantage? I wouldn't read into it too much, but definitely a weird one, you know, to have PaperX at such a high level, but also number 9 in one of these stats.
They themselves in DRX haven't been having the cleanest pistol rounds. We kind of saw that starting over at Lock-In, not winning, you know, not being as dominant in those as we have seen in the past. And it has been sliding down a little bit. I mean, obviously, the Pistol Kings right now of Pacific are still global at the end of it all. They're still way up there. But yeah, it is interesting also to see how this is going to end up working out, because I feel like PaperX could definitely bring back some of those numbers if DRX continues to perform similarly when it comes down to their pistols.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Now, of course, I know some of you are waiting in chat asking, when does the game start?
Caster start game.
Yeah, Caster start game. And it's getting close. Now, they do have to sort out something with the client, so we're going to have to take a little bit more time, but that's okay, because we actually have a little bit more we want to discuss as well between these two teams, so we'll keep you guys posted. It shouldn't be long. Now, DRX and PaperX, we've talked about the team overall. Both teams, you know, very high reputations internationally as well, but the focus has to come down to the 2 new players that are joining the stage, right? Foxy9 versus Something.
Yeah, and I mean, this, from the moment that we kind of saw Something in the way that he was opping, we're like, okay, this seems like it's going to be pretty damn exciting. And then we got to hear from him in a post-game interview, and he specifically called out Foxy9.
Yeah.
And that's when we were like, okay, we have a brewing rivalry just ahead of their matchup. This is going to be incredible. Now, I will say, obviously, the stats here, we've only seen Something once. They're going to be a bit inflated when you take a look at this, but his impact can't really be overstated, given how easily they were able to get that initial win versus T1. I mean, the scoreline was just magnificent overall for the side of PaperX, and it just felt like T1 were not at all prepared to deal with that amount of aggression. In particular, the thing that looked the best, I think, or one of the things that looked the best for the side of PaperX was Something's attack offing on that map.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that he was confident enough just to do it was, you know, very kind of mind-blowing, but then he was very successful with it. Of course, on the other side, I mean, Valdez, you mentioned it. Foxy9, actually the player who's been trying to keep DRX alive towards the later part of a lot of their maps.
Yeah, it was actually the defensive opping for Foxy9, so it was interesting you were talking about the attack opping on the side of Something, which, you know, defensive opping kind of makes sense. But, yeah, we saw a lot of highlights from both of these players, you know, Foxy being really clutch even when he's not on the operator. Here, a bunch of rounds or Something was able to clutch himself. And, yeah, it's just been really cool to see both these new players come in. And, yes, one of the plays. And, it's forming a rivalry. It has to be, because they're both these new players joining these new rosters and trying to make big names for themselves. oftentimes you see these new players come in, and let's listen in and hear what he had to say.
Your next opponent, and there might be a potential battle of jets between you and Foxy9. Have you had the chance to watch him perform the other day?
Of course, I want to play versus Foxy9 Jet, but I think it will be easy fight versus Foxy9.
Okay, any message over to DRX and Foxy9?
No, nothing.
Nothing to say. Just easy. And then
Foxy had something to say, though.
Yeah, he says, so cute, easy peasy. You'll be nervous. I mean, both of them are firing all cylinders. And I like to see this, right? I mean, especially on the side of DRX. Something has a response as well. I mean, they're already fighting before they've even entered the studio.
And they've already made up as well.
Yeah. But I love the fact that you have these confident players on these two teams who sometimes when you see a new player join the ranks of a team like DRX or Paper X, they're often a little nervous, right? They get a little scared. They're a little more reserved. And these players are like, no, I mean, it's still just Valorant. I'm still one of the best players in the region, if not the world. I'm going to show you that I'm better than you.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much hype surrounding something coming onto this roster. And I think the biggest thing that this is going to come down to is going to be that reaction time when you're on the Jet. That and that second-to-second decision-making that has to just be instinctual. We saw it there in the clips from both of those players. They have what it takes. They have incredible mechanical ability. When it comes down to being pressured on a site, they know exactly how to maneuver to get themselves out and also take a couple lives along the way. So I cannot wait to see these guys clash. I'm glad that they've been building it up because that's what we want. I mean, there's always going to be those people out there that say like, oh, hi, you trash talking before the match, and now like you can't back it up. You suck. It's like, well, it would be so much more boring if they weren't doing this. It's better to have this kind of heated discussion, debate between the two teams. Otherwise, we're just going to be sitting back and being like, this player was very good. Like, let's have that, if outside of game trash talk. I mean, keep it civil, but,
If we didn't have the trash talk, the most entertaining part of the show would be us, and that's saying a lot, right? It's not going to be the most entertaining.
Well.
You want the players to actually build up their own storylines as well. So it's great to see. Also, I just want to add, I mean, the fact that on the side of DRX, we have this youngster who's a little more joking, right? He's willing to be out there. We've seen DRX putting up a lot of funny videos with him as well. And then on the side of Paper X, they're already so hyper and they're already so humorous that having someone a little bit more stoic, like something, doing the trash talking,
he's going to sober the rest of them up a little bit.
It's a nice balance as well between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, he came into the interview. I'm not sure that he came in with some words, but when he was put on the spot, he's like, I'm very confident, and I just kind of trashed on T1, so I'm going to say something, right? So I keep doing this. I keep doing this. His name is something, okay, guys? Like, it's difficult.
It's going to be, this is our lives now. This is forever.
Difficult. Yeah. I have an interesting question, actually. I'm not the host, but who do you guys think was the bigger upgrade for the rosters? Because obviously, we haven't seen as much of something just yet, but it does feel like already his impact is palpable. We could feel it based on that first map, but we've seen more of Foxy9, so what do you guys think?
I think just given how much we have seen, I have to say Foxy9.
Sure.
Because I also don't think that T1 is a team that was super well equipped to deal with that level of aggression. And obviously, they need to be. If they want to be at the top of the standings here in Pacific, you need to be able to deal with aggression. But it seemed like they weren't really prepared for that, and they were consistently caught off guard. I will say, something's opping. Obviously, incredible to be able to outdo Saya player, who is a very storied player across multiple esports, and is known for his, opping, let's say, in some of the other games as well. Widowmaker. To be able to do that, that's damn impressive. So I think that it could be, but it depends on what the continued evolution is and whether or not something is going to become a mainstay in this roster. What maps do we see him on? What is the frequency of play for him? Whereas for DRX, it seems like, okay, Foxy is just the flat-out replacement.
Main duelist
like
now,
he's playing Raze, he's playing everything now.
Yeah, that's my big question as well, right? It's just, how does something get into this roster? Do they continue to rotate on a six-man basis? I mean, today we're seeing a new iteration as well, right? With Jing being subbed out. Where does that work? I mean, I'm glad you brought that question up. Off of pure firepower, I actually think something might be the stronger upgrade just because he seems so out there in terms of what he's done so far in his career. But I think we got to wait to see how that pans out. Do you have any thoughts on who's
I feel like, DRX, obviously the biggest favorite here in Pacific. They come in, there is a little bit more of that buffer for Foxy9. They tell him, like, okay, well, even if you mess up, we're still really good. So he has a lot of comfort to come in, whereas I feel like maybe something came in against a big Korean organization. There was a little bit more pressure on him, first game out there, and he had this crazy performance. And I feel like now, especially with a little bit more on the line, there's more of this tension building, the trash talk on Twitter. You can say what you want through the typing, but is Foxy9 one of these younger players in the roster? Is he going to be able to come into probably one of their biggest matchups, maybe their hardest matchup yet, and actually perform at the same level is my question.
Hey, William, you want to look at the predictions?
Well, take a look at our predictions, which obviously these have been up on social media as well. I think all of us that are in the studio today have predicted DRX. Shout out to Quack and Victoria, still holding strong for PaperX. Now, I don't think anyone's going to be too surprised if PaperX wins, though, right? These are two teams that have, both shown such great results internationally, and technically PaperX a better result, historically speaking.
I mean, yes, they do have that higher peak.
Yes.
But the thing is, whenever they have clashed, DRX has always had the upper hand. They have been able to get those wins. It was, what, a 2-0 into a 2-1 the next time they faced off against each other, which I believe was at the Reykjavik upper bracket final or whatever.
So.
Or no, upper quarterfinal a year ago. So I kind of have to favor that. DRX are obviously still incredibly familiar with them. Something does throw a little bit of a gear in the works there for them. But just given the form, given that PaperX is still undergoing some experimentation as far as what their rotation is going to look like, I have to go with DRX.
All right, Valdez, what about you? Any particular reasoning behind DRX and PaperX, or is it simply DRX just seems to have a more consistent reputation?
It is a bit of that, yeah. I think that coming into this one, I think it's going to be really close. Like, PRX, absolutely, they have the ability to challenge these guys. I think this is really going to be DRX's first big test coming into Pacific, so I would expect maybe some shakiness from Foxy9 especially. If he's, like, solid and stoic and he doesn't have an issue, then I'm going to be even more impressed. I'm going to be like, holy crap, this guy is... it's incredible what he can do under this amount of pressure, but I think it should be like a 2-1 would be my prediction if I had. We don't do like map predictions and stuff, but I think it's going to be close, and I wouldn't be surprised if PRX even took it, but I kind of had to go with the consistency of DRX.
More, I think everybody out here, regardless of your fandom, who you're cheering for, should be cheering for a three-map series.
Oh, yeah,
you
absolutely.
should be hoping that goes the distance, because this, again, has everything that it takes to potentially be one of the greatest series globally in VCT, so hopefully it delivers on all those fronts.
Oh, absolutely. And especially like you mentioned, we didn't get to see these two teams clash too much internationally, so finally getting to see them here in the round-robin stage of VCT Pacific. It's very exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost ready to head over to the stage. The players are waiting backstage to enter. And of course, we've seen the starting lineup so far. It's going to be Foxy9 and something kicking off as well, so let's head right over to the stage for VCT Pacific 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to see DRX face off against PaperX as we see Foxy9 having a little fun on his walk-in against Benkai, the IGL, the main IGL for PaperX.
That he is. We'll see how he is going in here today with something in the roster, because this is going to be the first time that we get to see them both playing alongside each other. Now, previously, this probably would have been the matchup, but with Foxy9 in the mix. Buzz going to be coming out here, flexing over. We've seen him playing quite a bit of initiator whatnot as of late.
Yeah,
now that he is
swapping over.
Not being put onto that jet. So I'm expecting to see some KO depending on what the maps look like.
Yeah, and Stacks and Devi just happy to be here, but I actually like that matchup, right? Stacks and Devi, in some ways, the two players that really have those clutch moments for these teams when they're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, a couple of guys that have been around for a long time. I think, you know, when it comes down to some of those really tough rounds, you've got to rely on some of those players. Speaking of which, Mako as well on the side of DRX absolutely has been reliable in a bunch of their most recent matchups. It's Forsaken going to do a little fist bump. RB's a little bit confused, but we'll see how that matchup goes as well.
Yeah, you'd imagine with the number of times that RB's been on an international and big stage on LAN for Valorant, he's kind of used to players now wanting to do some sort of ceremony on their walk-in, but he's always caught a little bit off guard. Now, of course, you mentioned Mako and Mindfreak as well, kind of the two, you know, nickname IGN controllers, right, across the world that people praise. And then, of course, two coaches that have been on so many different stages against so many different teams. Lots riding on their shoulders as well as Termi and Alex now go to talk to each of their teams.
Yeah, and I mean, I imagine a lot of this is just, you gotta be, you know, okay, guys, you know what? We know the squad. We know what something's capable of. Foxy, go kill him. Just, make sure
DRX finally going with the go kill strat.
Make sure you're holding those angles and you get a good reaction time.
Yeah, I mean, Paper Rex, we always joke about them, you know, being the, you know, Forsaken go kill, Jin go kill, and now potentially the Something go kill squad. But, I mean, even we saw an interview from T1 as well, right, after their loss. I mean, their coach Autumn saying, you know, people joke about how this is a chaotic team, but I don't think so. And if you really break down their games, it's not. You can see the logic behind it. It's just such a unique, speedy style that people are caught unaware.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how that style develops now with Jing out of the roster and who's going to be kind of taking the reins on some of that initiation, some of those entries. And let's take a look at some of the maps here as well. I don't think it's a big surprise that DRX are going to ban Lotus.
No, not at all.
Helios, you were just saying before how they're probably not going to play that map for the entirety of this season.
Yeah, it's going to be permanent ban, but this is another one that, you know, PaperX deciding to take away the Haven has been widely picked, as we were highlighting before, just across the entire region, and this is one of the ones that I wanted to see a little bit more of. It's going to be Ascent here, a mainstay for the side of DRX, allowing them to climb so much internationally. That map, and okay, the Pearl now going to be banned off, and we have Split for second map, so we're going to have DRX once again forced there.
Yeah, now DRX, of course, against Global, they had a little bit of trouble on Split against Talon. Whether it was because of Talon's agent comps or not, they had a bit of an easier time, but we will get to see how they face off against Paper X and Fracture being floated until the very last second, so that will be map 3, should we get there.
Yeah, and I don't think it's any surprise that teams are bringing out the Split against DRX. Just mentioning what you were talking about, William, how they have shown a little bit of weakness on that map, and also the fact that it's been out of the pool, of course, for a while until the changes did come in. So if you're going to try to take down one of the favorite teams, one of the big teams in the region, you may want to throw them some curveballs, and I think that Split can act as that a lot nowadays.
All right.
Let's take a look at some of these agents.
All right, so the Jet battle surely happening. Something and Foxy9 both picking it up, and Benkai going to be playing the Sova. So it looks like Forsaken, they really want to stick him on that Sentinel, have him be that reliable anchor and lurker who can get the clutches when he needs, and Benkai going to take on the role of calling for the team with the info he can get as Sova.
Yeah, I mean, this was the big question when we saw that something was going to be starting here, that Benkai was still going to be in the roster, is what does Benkai play? Because Forsaken looks so at home immediately with that KJ. Benkai's been playing a hell of a lot as late, so I'm curious to see how this looks now with Sova in his hands.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for map number 1. Let's throw it over to the stage to get into Ascent with Tasteless and Paper Thin.
Excellent work at the desk, boys. We are going into DRX versus PRX. I think this is going to be the most exciting and epic match we've had so far in the tournament.
Oh, you're absolutely correct. This one should be a ton of fun. You know, the matchup that everybody's wanted throughout this region. A lot of people pegging these as the two best teams in our region coming into this entire season. Really excited for this. I mean, you've got the fast, explosive style of Paper Rex versus the kind of methodical, disciplined style of DRX.
DRX, in our predictions, most of us picked them to be the team that would probably take this, but I gotta point out, if PRX takes it, maybe it's a bit of an upset, but we shouldn't be that surprised. I think these teams are very evenly matched, very different play styles coming into this. I couldn't be more excited to do this. Let's get into this best of 3.
I am so excited, dude, and another thing to point out for Paper X here, they've never beaten DRX. So this is like a match for them that's so important to get this win here, to set the tone, to, basically guarantee themselves a spot in the playoffs. There's a ton on the line.
Absolutely. DRX said before they don't just want to go undefeated, they want to crush every opponent that they go up against. And certainly PRX should be their toughest match coming up here to do that. PRX, of course, known for their very aggressive style that they haven't backed off from. In fact, they've leaned into it. Where DRX, as you were saying earlier, Paper Thin, a little bit more methodical. This should be a fun one. To start this off, we do have DRX pushing over here into A. It's going to have to be a retake from PRX if they're going to be able to recover.
Yeah, a clean execute here, just taking out the solo defender of Devi. Little bit of damage done via utility. And now the plant does come down. Smokes are going to delay things a bit here for Paper X. Door broken down. Site here pretty well defended by DRX. They're able to cover this nicely. Paranoia is going to come into there. They're flooding the site.
Beautiful blind coming in there. We immediately see Bankai take Foxy out. It's a bit of a trade so far. Now a 1 versus 3.
The crossfires here are so good, but Benkai in the drop down gets one before he's not expecting stacks on the blind side.
Yeah, double stack over there in Hell. Thought he had cleared it out, was going to try to turn around the box, but with Zen blindsided by that shot to the head. And so, as always, game one ripples in through the entire first half. DRX in the lead, and this should give them an easier round two.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It looked like Paper Rex's retake was a little bit disjointed there. They sent the Paranoia, something dashed in. I thought they were really going to kick it off, but everybody else got stalled up in heaven. Not sure exactly what happened there. But still a very nice attempt from Paper Rex despite losing Devi early. But DRX, again, they set up these crossfires. They're so disciplined. We see it time and time again that they're really difficult to beat. A 2-stack here for Foxy.
And Foxy in a very forward position, and Foxy obliterates. Beautifully done. Is he going to get the ace? The only player left is Something. Obviously, if there's one player you'd want to be afraid of in a 1 versus 5, it would be Something, but I think the writing is on the wall. This looks like it's going to be an easy round two here for DRX.
Yeah, you're precisely right. And with the Sheriff in his hands, he can certainly still do some damage. Now, we do have Buzz for DRX, spotting him out from the side, going to get the cleanup and the flawless for DRX, but yeah, I mean, I don't mind what Paper X does here, right? They're just like, look, we're going to stack A main. Hopefully we can find a kill. We're going to flash and peek out, and hopefully it works.
And I think when you're PRX in this position, obviously you're at a disadvantage. I don't blame them at all for trying to do a bum rush out into A long. Maybe you can get some kills. At least you can get some trades. However, it's not just about that round 2 win. It's the fact that really there was, as the title said, flawless play. Not a gun was dropped there by DRX as momentum builds. That so important round 3 here. The one where PRX might be able to recover with better weaponry. Let's watch and see how they handle it.
And Odin already for Forsaken on the B site, so keep your eyes on some of that wall spam and other things. With Benkai now on the Sova, maybe setting him up for some of that. Bladestorm going to be popped here for Foxy. The only ult available so far is he got 4 kills in that previous round to really set himself up nicely. And yeah, I mean, again, DRX is going to take their time. They still have a couple Bulldogs we've seen in the past that they can really do a lot of damage with those guns. Plus with Foxy with the Bladestorm, you never know, they might get the bonus.
Foxy on the move. He comes up and whiffs all shots, but it doesn't matter. He recovers immediately now going into Hell as it looks like DRX is starting to clean up.
That was fast and efficient there. Foxy kind of able to sneak in the back lines through the window, catching PRX really off guard, and then the other members of DRX right there to clean things up. This is already looking a little bit shaky and worrisome for Paper Rex. Still Something, of course, and Benkai alive, but I think they're just going to have to save at this point. There's not much left that they can do.
Yeah, and again, we have not had any DRX player drop off. They're going to be going into round 4 with some deep pockets unless we have a real plot twist coming into this here.
No doubt. I mean, this is kind of the DRX you expect in a way where it's methodical, it's smart, and a big change that we've seen from DRX Tasteless is Foxy 9. Ooh, Benkai at least going to take out Foxy. That's okay, though. Like, you have guns to spare here as DRX because you came into this round on the light buy, so you can go hunting a little bit. But what I want to say is DRX, like, now with Foxy 9, they let him off the leash. He can go out and kill, and it's totally fine. They're totally comfortable with that.
It's so cool to see how well Foxy 9 is playing. When you think of all the different players that DRX could pick from, we didn't see that much of Foxy 9 earlier on, so there were a lot of question marks around this player, but we're seeing exactly why they've selected him. And really impressive back there when he procced the Bladestorm, came in and he missed every shot. I actually thought we were going to see Paper Rex win that round, but with perfect gunplay, he just won regardless.
He's so fast to recover from a mistake like that. that's just the sign of a great player in the making, it seems. You can see why DRX really favored him. An early push out, and it's just completely demolished by DRX.
Yeah, and PaperX, you know, they're sticking with that brand. They're aggressive, they're in your face, but that could be a double-edged sword, and we're already seeing that happen here. You know, completely lost control of A. That being said, they didn't push into A. They decided to seesaw back over here. It looks like they're going to try to take some picks and maybe let PaperX overextend. That overextension, however, has not happened since that attack over on A.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, in DRX's mind, based on what you saw in the previous eco round where they all four-stacked that A main gate, you know, you don't want to over-aggress into that and drop some guns unnecessarily. So I think a smart rotation here. And PRX, though, somewhat ready for it, particularly with Forsaken's Killjoy utility here. You know, he's got to pop the nanos to buy a little bit of time. Foxy able to dash up and over. And maybe finding Forsaken behind the box. Nope, Forsaken's going to get him.
He gets the drop. He goes back into the boathouse. He has been spotted there by that Sova arrow. A pop flash comes out. Forsaken at 1 HP. He gets the drop on RB, but Buzz finishes him off.
Now a 3v2 now. There's still hope here for PaperX. 2 Phantoms in hand and a Bulldog for Buzz. So if they can get Buzz down, it's basically even Steven here.
Well, they got Mako with the lurk here. This should cue Mako to come in. He's actually going to come in here through the center, in fact. Doesn't even matter. Never mind. Who cares? Woo! Stax is like, what if I just go out and kill him instead?
I was nuts. Stax was just like, oh, I know you're out there somewhere. Oop, flick, you're dead. I mean, that was a crazy good flick. That was, I mean, Stax is, you know, widely known for those clutches. That wasn't a clutch. That was just him being good, but man, oh man.
But see, you don't expect them to push out.
No, not at all.
It's kind of counterintuitive moment there. And this is what I think makes DRX so good, is they're able to oscillate from very conservative round play to then just pulling the trigger and coming out and going for him. It's funny, too, because we had Mako with the lurk. I thought that was going to be the play, and instead he rotated up in through mid. And before we could even say anything about that, Stax comes out with the kill. Now, we have a timeout called here for PaperX, and I don't think anybody should be surprised by that.
No doubt. It is the right time for one. You got to stop this bleeding, like, now. Things are going very sideways, very fast for you. DRX has a phenomenal read on you on a map that's traditionally a little bit more defender-sided. They've already put up 4 rounds in a row. You got to hemorrhage this. You got to put a stop to this. Tie a tourniquet on this. Find some way to slow DRX down with, you know, what I assume is going to be some kind of strategy, maybe a little bit more disciplined here. It seems like PaperX is getting aggressive towards A main in particular, and it hasn't been working out. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see them kind of dial it back a little bit here potentially.
Yeah, let's find out. We don't.
I could be wrong with what I'm seeing on the map.
yeah.
Okay.
Maybe not.
It is PRX, so I mean, you know, they are the W Key Gaming.
A lot of times they have pushed out into A. It has backfired every time so far. Foxy9 once again going to come. Don't tell me something's going to try this. Okay, good escape from something. Foxy9 not deterred. And I think something might even try for another shot. This is wild. Foxy9 shot to the face, comes in. Oh my God.
Oh!
I can't believe that actually went the way it did. Beautiful defense right now for PaperX.
I was shocked too, man. I thought they had him. I mean, they had the spot from the Sova utility, so I thought Devi was dead to rights, but somehow through the smoke finds that kill. Nice piece of work for him. So a 1-for-1 for PaperX, and it's going to back DRX off a little bit. Starting to check for lurks, and wisely so, because we can see that Forsaken has been snuck underneath the stairs, and they're trying to buy a little bit of time and space with that Sova utility to get him forward towards top mid.
Yeah, Forsaken coming here with a really good lurk. He's right behind. They do have Buzz checking in the back. He may, while he's using his utility, this would be a really good moment. Oh boy. Oh my God, Buzz's reaction so good. Gets the kill, and now they've opened up A. They're going to come in here with the plant. This is going to be an extremely difficult retake.
30 seconds left.
I mean, Mindfreak's going to have to hit a crazy good shot. Gets a little bit of damage. Okay, really good shooting here from Mindfreak. Buzz was ready for him. He's able to barely outduel his opponent. Now a 3v2, so still possible with a Guardian and a Phantom, but Mindfreak very low on health.
Yeah, Mako now lurking just towards Wine. Going to try to ease up into A. The door has not been blown open just yet. Well, now it is. RB is ready. We have a very low HP Mindfreak just around the corner, and he connects that shot into the belly. And now it's just a 1-versus-1. This could be the moment that PRX could turn this around.
Yeah, good recognition here by RB. With that with that recon dart, he knew that he heard the drop down. He just killed his teammate. All right, we know he's behind the box. He's just going to wall spam it. Really nicely handled there by DRX.
It's so important to have the right instincts in these 1v1 moments, because that's really where it does come down to trying to outmaneuver them, outsmart them. But a perfect wall bang to close that out. I got to give some praise here for Paper X. I know they haven't won a round yet, but really good defense initially there by Devi. When the Jet came in, it looked like there was no way he should have won that, but he actually managed to pull that shot off with the Sheriff.
Yeah, that might be like the least aggressive Paper X can be. Like where something's like the only one going out and everybody else is waiting, but then they still come for the flanks, right? We saw with Forsaken and Mindfreak on those angles. So finally, they're able to put an operator into something's hands. We saw what he could do with it on that Pearl last week that you and Will were casting. So let's see if he can heat up with it and get some rounds finally for Paper X.
All right, we've got the drone coming in here to check, and they do actually spot the Killjoy. Now, DRX was at A. They've come into B. It does look like they're going to commit to B unless this is a massive fake, and it's not. We got the Jet coming in immediately into Boathouse. Bankai is taken out.
Oh, there was a couple kills on the backside there. Forsaken with the Odin, able to lock things down here from Alley. They're going for the res. They get it. Forsaken spams it right back down. Good timing there, watching his kill feed.
All right, it looks like this is going to be the round here for Paper X. They finally got that first win. It's going to be a long road ahead. They really had to buy into this. We saw Odin's use there, a lot of utility. But sometimes this is how Valorant comebacks can happen, is, when you're both kind of broke in the first couple rounds, you don't have a lot of tools to work with. It can start to get one-sided, but maybe we're going to start to see Paper X now that they have some actual funds, and then therefore can have some more tactics and strategy at play here. Maybe they can start to recover.
Yeah, I think absolutely this should be a turning point for them if they're going to win this map. Now they've got some big ults in their hands too. They've got the lockdown for Forsaken. They've got the Hunter's Fury for Bankai. So they've got some real potential here, especially with Buzz's lockdown almost being online. You've got a good counter for that available. If DRX does try to sneak that through by grabbing an orb or something like that early, but right now Buzz doesn't seem to be keen to press for that B orb. He's just over on the left. Something they're not able to find the shot on Mako, just barely missing.
They're going to come now into mid. Now B is very light on the defense. It's actually just Bankai hanging back over here, but it seems like they might want to try to spring a move over into tree. We've got the Omen Cloud set up over here, and they're going to rush in.
Oh, Forsaken just holding it down.
Oh my God, he's just firing in between the silhouettes. Forsaken drops another, but Buzz fights back.
Oh, something is waiting around the corner, though. Buzz had to check up and over. Couldn't find anybody. Devi stepping through. So this is a great back and forth here for PRX.
Yeah, Mako gets one, but can't find another. And PRX puts their second win on the board. I was wondering before this match started, what's going to happen when something gets on the operator? Because not only does he seem to never miss, but he's also able to push as well.
Right, he's crazy aggressive with it, right? We saw that in their previous match against T1 where he was just leading the charge on their attacker side with operators sometimes. So absolutely a phenomenal talent. He missed the opening shot, but after that, again, it's the way that Paper X there is like taking turns, like one after another. It's like one steps out, gets a kill, the other one steps back in, kind of follow up from an off angle. So just really well coordinated here for Paper X. All of their ults available, almost the same thing for DRX other than Stax's ult, which had been popped a couple rounds ago. So this should be a really interesting fight. Both teams might end up committing a lot of resources to this round.
Here's something once again, right up around the corner. Going to try to get a pick, takes the turret out, and retreats. It's going to be a slow round from here on out. We didn't see DRX really commit to anywhere. And Paper X has actually pumped the brakes a little bit, not poking out, taking their time, and both sides basically making each other burn through a little bit of utility to try to find an opening.
Yeah, I like what you're saying because it's what I wanted to see from Paper X here because they were a little too aggressive in those early rounds. Now that they've dialed it back, they're letting DRX come to them and they're just mowing them down. I mean, the shorty here for something, Forsaken still with this Odin, even while flashed, he's still got the angle on Buzz, but here comes DRX.
All right, trying to connect that Hunter's Fury. Some shots fired, Mako takes him out, and it's just Bankai remaining. The spike about to be planted as we see him scrambling up here in heaven. Looking for a shot. Omen Cloud comes down. Oh, good shot there by Mako. Shut that out.
That's a cute little dart there.
I like that. Yeah, bouncing it right off the ground. Oh, yeah. Tricky jump down. But, you know, that's a kind of impossible situation, right? You know that someone might be down there underneath, but there's so many positions you can take, and you also know it's very likely somebody's hanging outside in the hall leading into A. Great round there for DRX. They are continuing to push forward. We're already halfway through the first half here, and DRX, again, win after win after win. PRX is able to take some games, but the ones they're winning seem to be the most costly ones as far as using their funds.
Yeah, no, precisely. And you can already see, like, money's kind of funky. So the good news is they still have the Blade Storm for something with that Frenzy in the back pocket, but he's going to push space right away. That dash, certainly DRX heard it.
Okay, this is a very funny moment. Comes in there with the jet dash, but then is flashed. Stack shoots him out. Buzz takes out another. As the numbers are already thinning out here for Paper X. It's going to be a stroll into B with a site plant. Paper X trying to control through mid, seeing if they can get any picks. But for the most part, mid's been empty. There's going to be an opportunity now, and he just doesn't get those shots to connect.
Yeah, Devi trades one out before he's taken down, but it's just too obvious. Like, that jet dash is so loud. You know, something there is no support. He's just trying to make a hero play. And certainly, we know he's got the mechanical skill to potentially pull something off like that. But against DRX, too tough. They're too smart. I mean, you know, Stax is just waiting for it. He's just like, oh, you're going to come at me? I know you have the Blade Storm because we can hear the ult sound. And here's a flash. Good luck. It's not anything super complicated from DRX. It's just a good reaction.
Yeah. You know, some of these are just coming down to better gunplay. It's a little bit less about even having bad positioning. Like, the idea was there. That should have been a good interception from mid, maybe creating an opportunity, but not enough. Once again, a little bit of a push out here into B. DRX not committing just yet. Nobody really in mid here for PRX, so there's a lot of ambiguity. They've taken a pretty retracted position. DRX pushes forward cautiously, but there's not that much they're going to have to intercept here. Devi is going to be the first line of defense. I don't believe, well, he saw the bullet shot through there, so he should know that there's somebody on the other side. The question is how many and who.
Yeah, you can see DRX being really methodical about all of this, still trying to make sure that, you know, if there's any utility sent their way, that they have a response for it. You can see RB checking tree to make sure that their flanks are clear, as it looks like this is going to be a B crunch here for the side of DRX. With that smoke coming down, the door broken down, certainly they are going for it.
Yeah, we see Foxy9 sliding in. We've got two in back at Boathouse right now. Foxy just waiting patiently. Does get the first kill, and the second! Unreal.
He's crazy, man. I mean, of course it is a weaker buy here for the side of Paper
Right.
X, but still clean. Still clean. Stack's taking a bit of damage, though.
There's no way they can retake this. I mean, something's got to judge. All you got to do is stay far away from any corner.
He doesn't have a dash either, so
right,
to make things worse, you know.
He's going to come in. Maybe there is an opening.
Yeah.
Got Buzz here, ready to go. Just something remaining. Obviously, this is probably going to be a loss, but if you can even just get a kill or two. Uh-oh, from behind. Buzz gets that kill. Quiet ending to round 10 there. It's now 8-2, and things are really starting to look dire here.
Yes.
Only 2 more rounds left here in the first half. Obviously, that last round, we kind of expect Paper X to lose. It was a budget round. They were on sheriffs and judges, but let's see how they do as we go into round 11, because they need, you know, if they can even just get this 4-8, maybe they can try to recover in the second half.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you got to feel like Paper X is more comfortable on the attacker side pretty much most of the time. So, certainly, if they can stabilize these last 2 rounds, I mean, the problem now is that DRX has been sitting on ults because they haven't needed to use them. They've been winning fights early on the entries. They've been, you know, busting down doors without much resistance. So this time they are going to commit the lockdown early. There is no more Hunter's Fury for Ben Kai. There is no utility to speak of here. Site is going to be free for DRX for now. Paper X starting to line up for the retake.
Yeah, it's all going to be about this retake now. We see Stax has planted, and so the question is going to be, how can they actually deal this? They've got the counter lockdown now.
Headshot there. Stax under a lot of pressure.
They're doing it. Paper X is starting to get this retake.
They've got this.
Yeah, there's just nothing that they can do. And a nice closer there from Devi takes Stax out. Didn't drop a gun. See Bankai here with like 5 HP or something left over. But a flawless victory and a big moment here in a much needed at least start to a turnaround here for PaperX.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think it's just them this time being more patient and like being more disciplined with checking their angles and things like that. Like you can see right away, they're jumping into the site. They got 3 people looking at Hell after the backside of Generator's clear. So this is just like better disciplined play here for PaperX. It's not as wild. It's not off kilter as sometimes we're used to seeing for them. And of course, the crowd in Singapore loves it.
Yeah, so hyped. So cool to see that crowd out there. Shout outs to you guys. It's okay, great. PaperX gets that first win. Well, third win, I should say, but it had been a little bit. We're almost into the second half. Let's see if they can have a strong closer. They are well equipped with util and weaponry. Right now, DRX isn't really committed anywhere. It seems like they are going to step away from A. They're going to send the drone out into mid and see if they can get any information. Mid is pretty much naked. This has been a theme here for PRX. They seem to take very retracted positions in mid. They don't want to peer all the way down into the center. They want to kind of hang out at an angle. And maybe let a DRX, which is one of the more cautious teams, maybe burn through the clock a little bit more before they have it engage.
I think you're right, and I think it's worked pretty well on some of these rounds here when DRX has tried to go for B. That has been a little bit tougher for them to get through. A flash spot here onto Foxy9 with the Blade Storm pop. He's gonna go up and over right on top of Benkai, but he whiffs completely.
Yeah, a bold move, but it backfires. And we're starting to see that B is getting harder and harder to clear, but Mako and RB fight back something, and Bankai now out of the picture. Got RB scrambling over here to plant the spike. Mako gets 1. Can he get 2?
Player standing.
So close, so close. RB, clutch 1v2 coming through, gets the first. Can he find the second? He's got it!
Unreal! A brilliant closer there by DRX as we now switch into the second half here. PRX is going to have an incredible second half, or we might be at map 2 before you know it.
Yeah, absolutely. This was definitely wanting at times here, especially off the rip for PaperX. Just really aggressive. It doesn't fool DRX at all. These are 2 teams that know each other very well in and out. They understand a lot of the mentality that comes through, and PaperX has talked about it publicly that they struggle against DRX. They don't like playing them because it seems to be one of the few teams that consistently has their number.
Yeah, it was honestly a really cool first half here from DRX. I like that we're highlighting something here. I think something did have some pretty remarkable plays here, but the problem is as good as he is on the operator, and he had some other incredible moments, even on the Odin back there, this is not a team you're going to beat with just good moments on the operator. DRX is too tight, especially in those first couple of rounds when there's really not a lot to work with other than getting good headshots with pistols or other inferior weaponry. So we got to see something better here for PaperX.
Yeah, DRX is just too disciplined. I think that's the key word here for them. Is their protocols are so good. The way they react to stuff is so good that it's hard to throw them off balance. We saw something try it a couple of times, particularly with that Blade Storm push. Didn't work. So yeah, I mean, I think DRX is no slouch against good operator players. I mean, they beat Ye with Cloud when he was on Cloud9 at at Lock-In. So I think DRX here is just showing why everybody fears them, right?
Yeah, like we said before the match started, DRX doesn't just want to win, they want to crush. And so they're doing that so far. Now, look, it always feels like when you see like a 9-3 or a 10-2, it feels like it's over, but it almost oftentimes is not the case. We have seen teams turn this around. It's going to come down to the first 3 or 4 rounds here to see, okay, can PaperX start to get the momentum? Can they start that snowballing effect where maybe DRX can only win the rounds that were the most expensive to earn?
Absolutely. And this is a very, very important pistol round here for PaperX. Certainly they want to find this round or it becomes way more difficult to get. You almost have to force buy in that next round on this attacker's side. So they're leaning 4-1. Looks like they're going to leave Forsaken on his own towards B main, maybe try to push a little bit of space into mid as they kind of shift around. Looking for potentially a crunch here, and it's just Buzz on A right now with his utility as the Killjoy. So there's opportunity here for PaperX if they can eliminate Buzz pretty effectively, but you can see Buzz is playing this very, very safe. He does not want to give his life up for free.
We've got something coming in here. I've always felt that Paper Rex is going to be more suited on the attacker side on a sense, since they already are a very aggressive team. But this was an A-side plant that they didn't really have to fight for. They basically were given it. DRX backed up and is now going to try to push back in. Looks like the flash is ready if the door pops open.
Yeah, it looks like
whip around.
Yeah, an instant reaction here if the door goes down. It looks like smoke is going to come through. Utility now dumping for DRX, and Paper X has handled it really well.
Yeah, so far so good. They're not out of the woods yet, though. And another great shot. I mean, they are just getting them so well over here up in heaven. Beautiful play. And so the only one that's left now is RB in a 1 versus 5. It's an unimaginable comeback. And so he's just going to have to die out. This is going to be the first win and the start of what will be, if they're going to pull through this, many more for Paper X. But round 1 is always the most important round in either half of a Valorant match. Like we said before, it ripples through the entire rest of the game. So this should be maybe an easy 5th round win after this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is, obviously it's flawless, so it's really good. But, they're able to get through there for free, and Buzz has to play defensively as the solo player. So, definitely DRX gambling a little bit there, that they thought maybe that B site would be where the pistol went. But, Paper X there, slow. In terms of their kind of initial movement, it's not like that was a off the rip, just, hit and go. They took their time with it. And it is a couple of rifles being invested here with Devi and something. Let's see if something can put this to good use.
All right, we've got something coming in now. And they're going to actually just back up. I think they're feeling uncomfortable, and that's some good instinct right there, because that was a heavy stack on B. If you're in a round that's really a strain, there are these kind of odds games you can play, like what if we all stack on A or B, or 4 of us do, and a moment like that could have been really good for DRX had Paper X not overextended. So Paper X, we define them often as an aggressive team, but they do have a lot of foresight in moments like that, where they say, well, no, we're not just going to go in blindly.
Yeah, we saw this against T1, where there's some push and pull on the map, and they're doing it here, but the thing is DRX has read this pretty decently. So basically, it's right back to what it was before. Foxy with a great shot around the corner. Forsaken and Devi, though, cleaning things up. And now the remainder of DRX is stuck towards spawn.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to imagine how you get a retake over here, as it's probably going to be that 5th round win. And so far, so good here for Paper X. Beautiful shot there from Forsaken with the wall bang. The only one remaining here is Mako. He's barely alive in this game. He's got 6 HP. Not much else he can get done.
Mako stole the rifle, and he's just peacing out.
He's going to hide. He's going to turtle over here and wait it out and whine. It does look like Paper X is on the hunt a little bit. They're going to see if they can't find him. And, who knows? Maybe it's possible that Mind Freak actually makes his way over to Wine. It's not the, It's a pretty common hiding spot to try to wait it out in a situation like this.
Yeah, no doubt. And if you're curious why, Mako's looking straight up, he's looking for a piece of utility to land there, and it is going to be Mind Freak spraying and getting him huge there, that they're able to take that gun away from Mako.
Yeah, not giving DRX an inch. And so now we go into the 3rd round in the 2nd half. One where DRX is going to have some decent guns, some decent buys. And remember, they only need 4 more wins to close this out. So even if it is a rough 2nd half here, they just need to squeak past the finish line and get that 13th round win.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you just need to win a couple of those buy rounds. If you find a Thrifty, then you start, oh my God.
Whoa,
RB just wall spammed something back to the waiting screen.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Even a more iconic duo. Sova, that wall, and an Odin.
That stupid animal.
Yeah. You had to draw the tail on him.
Exactly. Pin the tail on the donkey.
Great start. How far can they go, though? Can they actually take the round back? Dropping one player immediately is pretty convenient, and it makes B a pretty undesirable site to push into, at least from that angle. But we've got a heavy stack over on to mid. Excuse me, they're not going to go into mid. They're going to actually creep up in towards tree. Had they gone to mid, Foxy9 would be waiting, but instead it's going to be Stacks here with a really nice one-way setup. And he does get to confirm that they're present there.
Yeah, and so now he's going to try to find the right timing here on either the entry or just to delay a little bit. Nobody has pushed yet. You've got Foxy9 coming in. Oh my God, Forsaken. What a shot.
Yeah, great way to flush him out of that position. Forsaken gets that kill. They're going to probe over here into A. They do identify the position of one of them. Mako fights back as Forsaken is taken out. And Divide.
30 seconds left.
What a shot from Mako. I mean, Foxy and Mako are making a meal here of Paper Rex. It's just Benkai left, and it's Foxy who's good for it. What a shot there from Mako. That reaction.
Wild.
Woo!
That was wild. Beautiful defense there from DRX. Reasserting themselves. And again, you know, it's going to have to be a nearly flawless second half here for Paper Rex. So we're going to be in map 3. Beautiful wallbang to start things out, to thin out the numbers there at Paper Rex. But Mako and Foxy went into absolute beast mode back there, defending A.
Yeah, even though Foxy gets spotted, Mako's able to use that information against Paper X. They kind of tunnel onto Foxy a little bit. That opens up Mako for a bit of a flank angle. He's able to come in and do some serious damage. Of course, we all know, you know, Mako on controllers, on Ascent. He is time and time again had stellar performances. Guy is just Mr. Reliable. Always seems to be good for it.
Dr. Reliable.
Doctor.
Yeah.
You know, I was thinking here, it's the battle of the RXs, right? It's like the prescription battle.
Beautiful play. Stax takes Mind Freak out. Another flash just around the corner. Stax pokes in. Did that actually connect? Oh, and something's ready. He takes Stax out. Down here in hell, Mako is waiting. He gets one, but is blindsided there by the side. Buzz really doing it, though. Something versus Buzz. RB at full health. Buzz very low on HP.
Now Buzz, he's calling in, you know, for RB's reinforcements, so they're going to lead with the drone, try to get the spot.
He's done a really good job maneuvering around the drone. There is a blind spot here. Another one comes in. He actually, it actually doesn't connect.
Yeah, because of the stairs.
Yeah, it goes right over the little, the ramp that connects the stairs. That was a confusing moment for a second.
30 seconds
So,
left.
again, he's still inside the blind spot. RB backs away. Remember, the time is not on something's side here. He needs to plant. That is audible. The Killjoy should have heard that, so they're going to come back around. This time RB going the long way around. So many angles to cover, but something is so clutch in moments like this.
Yeah, this is a big moment for him. He's got the first. Can he finish Buzz off? Oh no, the gun wasn't out!
Oh, in
no.
the middle of the weapon switch!
Oh.
And the Diz 2. Shots fired on the body. Easy defuse. And a smooth exit here for DRX, getting that 11th win and putting it on the board, even backing away for a second.
That may be the nail in the coffin for sure.
Yeah.
I thought something was going to do it. I mean, after, you know, RB's the real big piece of that 'cause he's got so much health. He's coming from an unexpected angle.
Yeah.
But something's able to kind of have that internal clock rolling where he's like, nah, he could have left tree. I need to check main. And he finds the perfect time for it. You can see right there, that's clean.
It was a smart move, too. He tries to dive up towards tree because he thinks that that Killjoy still up in heaven is going to come down around towards generator. He can play from an outside position. But he didn't even have his gun in hand.
Right, exactly.
When they bumped into each other.
Yeah, it was just, you know, he guessed the first part of that, you know, the first part of it, he got 50% right. Second half, not quite there, but now it's a weak buy here for Paper Rex, a Stinger, some Sheriffs, something able to get the Blade Storm off the back of that Alt Orb. So some big tools here for Paper Rex. Certainly they can turn this round around. I mean, we've seen that something's quite good with the Blades.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be on the back of something, right? Maybe they can farm out some better weapons if they get a kill or two. But if something, you know, if his crosshairs don't connect to some heads, this is going to be the 12th round win here. And as good as Paper Rex is and as strong as they've looked, I don't imagine a world where they're going to then catch up 12-12 and bring us into OT.
Yeah, it would be a monumental task. One of the best comebacks we've ever seen in VCT history if they do it. I'd love to see it, but it is against especially DRX really tough. But yeah, the flash is there and something just shot right out, and RB's just holding it down. With the Oda, they ran right across it. Oh my God! Mind Freak took a headshot for that, but he's got a couple. He's got the Odin now.
And ready for the longest reload time ever. He does manage to fill it up. He's been pinged inside a boathouse, and the spike is actually out. It's not in his hand, so he can't plant. So they're basically just going to run the clock and force him to come out. He's got 30 HP. The crossfire that's set up over here makes this just so hard to have a moment you can ever come out. It's so difficult. All they have to do is stay back and wait. 10 seconds on the clock. I don't even know if that's enough time to run out and kill both of them.
Yeah, he wants to try to maybe ult for it, but he can't do it because it's so well covered, right? Like you just and now they're just going to start pressing into him with time, ticking down past the point where you can get the plant down anyway. They want to make sure that this Odin isn't carried over, and they're going to be good for it.
Beautifully done there by Foxy9. That's the 12th win, and I do believe, Paper Thin, we are in the twilight of our first map here.
Yeah. Get your vampires ready, kids. We're getting into the twilight.
That's right. It's such a good closer there by Foxy9. Foxy9 really outshining his teammates. And with DRX, it's like they're the Avengers or something, or the X-Men. Everybody's so good, but really, Foxy9 is looking so strong. So Paper X calls for a timeout. Is anybody surprised?
No.
No.
They have to. I mean, it's do or die now, and they've got to find something. So, should have enough for a bye, certainly. But beyond that, things have been tough for them. You can see, something as spectacular as he was in his debut, it has been lackluster so far against Foxy9. And that was kind of the big thing that the desk was setting up for today, was these two star duelists who have kind of had some banter back and forth. Nothing serious. It's just, they respect each other a ton.
They're having fun,
Yeah, they're having fun. They both want to show that they're the best duelist in the region, but so far, it is certainly Foxy9 is coming out ahead in that equation.
Yeah, and look, I think that, we saw Paper X look just incredible a week ago, but they're against a different opponent. And the thing is, DRX seems to be so good at shutting them down before they can really do what they wanted. I'm worried for them. I would love to go to overtime. I just don't think it can happen in this first map on Ascent.
Yeah, no, I think that's...
So, something with the operator here. Let's see if he can get a pick.
Love to see it, but it's a flash and dash for Foxy. Only able to get something. Forsaken good for 2, though, so even though DRX... well, I spoke too soon. RB snuck around the corner. That's the opt-down. I mean, this is,
the spike is stuck all the way over here near spawn.
I don't know, man. This is tough for Paper X.
Okay, so they go ahead and use the Omen ult to grab it. They're going to come in now. And they're going to plant just behind box. Divide there with the door closed. Killjoy just around the corner here.
Yeah, it looks like RB didn't want to use his Hunter's Fury for this. Maybe wanted to save it for a lockdown instead. This retake still... Devias his ult. Curious if he's going to try to pop this to kind of prevent any of this aggression. Buzz is just shutting him out anyway. RB good for another. It's over.
Beautifully done. That's going to be it. The spike will be defused. GG. DRX takes map number 1, but we're in a best of 3. We got to see if Paper X can play a better map the second time around. Otherwise, Paper Thin, this is going to be a 2-0, and DRX is going to continue that reign of dominance.
Yeah, they have to drop a match in Pacific. I mean, certainly we, like you said earlier, we all expect DRX to be the best, but maybe not this far ahead of, a Paper X team that looked rejuvenated last week against T1. That, in my mind, they talked about it. They embraced that W Key Gaming, right? They embraced that chaos, the aggressiveness. And what I saw in Paper X last week was playing off of especially T1's mistakes.
Right.
Here today, DRX doesn't give you that. They don't give you that opportunity. They don't make many mistakes.
Yeah, again, there were these moments of brilliance there from Paper X, but it seems like where they need to clean up a little bit is in the rounds where they just don't have a lot to work with. We didn't see rounds where they were with sheriffs or just using that that jet ultimate to try to swing it, right? Their victories were the most expensive. And that's going to be an issue because you have to be able to play scrappy. You have to be able to play cheap in moments if you're going to recover. And DRX is just too tight in those plays.
I'm not sure we had many ecos other than after DRX lost the pistol for them. I mean, they were basically in firm control economically throughout, and that makes things nigh impossible for the side of Paper X. So I heard some cheers for Paper X when they had some good rounds here in our studio, which was nice, of course, but predominantly DRX fans. All of our DRX days are sold out for the entire season.
I mean, it's the Korean team in Korea. They're looking pretty popular right now. Although I got to tell you, I'm really happy to see how many other fans have come for other teams that aren't Korean. It shows how cosmopolitan Seoul is.
I've been having a lot of people come up to me after the events and saying hi, and from all over the world.
Yeah.
Like literally all over the world.
It's so cool. So we saw the first map there on Ascent, DRX. They come out, they dominate. It wasn't as close as we had hoped for. It seems like Paper Rex is not really able to hang in a lot of these moments.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we're going to see if Paper Rex can do it. We're going to take a short commercial break. We'll be right back with Split and the Desk coming up next.
Nowadays. All right. Let's take a look at some of these agents.
All right, beautiful blind coming in there. We immediately see Makai take Foxy out.
And Makai in the drop down gets
Foxy in a very forward position, and it's beautifully done.
Buzz for DRX, spotting him out.
Whips all shots, but it doesn't.
Tasteless is Foxy 9.
Flash comes out, Forsaken at 1 HP. He gets the drop on Arc, coming here through the center. In fact, just around the corner, and coming in immediately into boat.
From Alley, they're going for the res. They get it.
Forsaken's over here, and they're going to rush in. Forsaken still with the Odin. Even that Hunter's Fury. Some shots fired. Muggy just doesn't get those shots patiently. Does get the first kill, and the second.
Watch 1v2 coming through. Gets the first. Can he find the second? He does. What it was before. Foxy.
So far, so good here for him. Mako fights back. Forsaken
last. And it's Foxy.
Beautiful. Something's ready.
Oh no, the gun wasn't out. Something just shot right out. RB's just holding it down. With the Odin, they ran.
Well, not quite the one-sided affair that I think anyone was hoping for, given the power level of these two teams, with DRX currently leading 1-0 against PaperX in this best-of-3. We're back at the desk. My name is William, joined by Achilles and Valdez, and boy, I mean, what more to say? DRX just kind of single-handedly on all fronts beating out PaperX.
Yeah, this was pretty brutal, to say the least. I mean, so much so that we even showed the Foxy versus something stats at the halftime, and it just unfortunately didn't get much better from there. DRX just consistently had a strong raid. And granted, this is one of their best maps historically. We've seen them pull off, legendary comebacks on this map. But unfortunately, this wasn't even close to them being put into that position. A 13-5 scoreline at the gate, a couple round wins here and there from PaperX, 2 of them being that second pistol round as well as their anti-eco. But unfortunately, this just wasn't really going to cut it for what we were expecting.
Yeah, we took a look at, of course, the key player matchup that we had highlighted before the matches had started. But, across the board, I just feel like a lot of the members on the side of DRX were just playing better against their counterparts on the side of PRX. Now, obviously, Forsaken had some really huge rounds, a lot of, 2Ks, 3Ks, stuff like that on the Odin. But wasn't really enough to get them across the line. And a lot of the times when PRX had really, breaking points where they had to win a round to really try to bring it back for them, it kind of just always went DRX's way, and sometimes pretty heavily so. So I feel like that's kind of that additional feeling where it's like, okay, not only was the scoreline not that close, but a lot of the rounds where DRX were winning, they were winning with like 2 members up, 3 members up, 4 members sometimes. So pretty one-sided and not really what I was expecting.
Yeah, and I mean, not to rub salt in the wound, but the fact that there was a jet diff there on Ascent, and the fact that DRX was starting on attacking side, which historically at the pro level, people have said is a bit harder, it just goes to show that DRX was able to power through that first half and then keep their lead for the second half. Now, you mentioned it, PaperX gets their pistol win in the second half, and looked like they might have a chance, but DRX kind of shuts that down pretty handily in round 15.
Yeah, they did, and we'll go ahead and roll into the tape. And things start off decent. Stacks, I mean, obviously something's already dead, but as they get ready to swing into tree, they find a nice kill. They cut Stacks down before he can cut across over towards Jen, and then it comes down to Mako, as it so often does. You've got Foxy9 positioned up in heaven. He's going to get tagged, drops down, but Mako's just here to save the day and keep them in this one. Finds 2 quick kills. Foxy swings out, finds Mind Freak as well, even though they're getting pinged. There's just nothing else really at this point that Benkai can do to try to drag it back. Finds one, but the rotation's coming in. Buzz is about to arrive. RB gets there, and they're able to clean it up. And this is kind of the straw that broke the camel's back at the end of it all.
It was pretty interesting to see, even when DRX were getting behind in matches, in some of the rounds rather, just some incredible clutch moments, right? And I feel like they really wanted to win this match. We even saw Buzz with a little bit of BM there after he took down something that one time. Just, you could feel it, right? These guys were just kind of, it's almost like they already took it personally, even though it was just like a little bit of friendly back and forth, of course. We already highlighted Forsaken. He had a pretty fantastic map, but unfortunately the rest of the team has to come in behind them.
Yeah, I mean, but let's look at that, right? I mean, Forsaken clearly adjusting just fine to the Killjoy role, where, Buzz has been playing Killjoy for a little bit longer now as that ex-duelist, and Forsaken saying, I can do just as well, if not better.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't coming into this expecting that Forsaken's Killjoy was going to be able to deliver, another 2 aces. Even 1 ace, I think, against DRX would be a bridge too far to hope for. But he still has incredible play when it comes down to this, and it just shows how malleable Forsaken is as a player when you just slot him onto something, because we have not really seen him play anything other than Duelist. He has been kind of the face of W Gaming, he and Jing leading that cause for PaperX for so very long. And seeing him still continue to do this well in a fairly devastating loss, 13-5, is still positive, for Forsaken under the microscope. For the team overall, obviously still heavy concerns as far as how they're going to adjust. Granted, this is DRX's map pick. In Ascent, they have their map pick coming up, but I don't know if it's enough to sway me yet.
Okay, now, of course, it is split, right, where anything can happen. DRX historically hates this map, and it is the map they were challenged the most on, right, against Global Esports, where it actually went into double overtime.
It did go into double overtime against Global Esports, and, that one was kind of a funky matchup, right? I was really surprised to see DRX actually push to the limit against Global Esports. I thought this would be the match where they would be pushed to the limit. So they took the 13-3 against Talon, right? So they have played this map a couple of times already, and both times it's a win, although the one against Global Esports, I think Global was really overperforming. DRX maybe a little bit shakiness. Foxy9 his first time in. I feel like they're going to be really ready for this one. And honestly, I think what we saw from PRX in this first map is not really enough to take them down, even if it is their map pick.
I mean, one of the crucial things that made the difference there was not only Aaron shot calling on that split map, because he had excellent ideas. He was reading DRX incredibly well, but it was also obviously Munyet, who then set a new LAN kill record in 39 kills. I don't see this happening or even coming close, given the unfortunately the form that we've been seeing from Mindfreak right now. If you're not going to have that control that can really hold down a site on their own and just take over, have these great lurk plays, then I'm just not sure what the game plan is going to look like here from the set of PaperX.
Okay, but I got to ask you probably your favorite question of the weekend, all right? We saw Talon bring out 3 duelists on Split. Does PaperX do the same? I mean, if we say Yoru's possibility, it's always got to be Forsaken in the mix, right?
If that made me cringe harder, my face would have just imploded on itself. Look, I said this when Talon ran it. If you're going to run triple duelist, it needs to be PaperX style. You need to have controlled chaos. And that's something that PaperX have even been struggling with as of late.
Sure.
Thinking back to them bringing out the Yoru, playing it on Lotus and whatnot, it has had its stumbles and its struggles in the recent times. But if you're going to do it, it has to be, you have to be able to turn the nameplates off and be like, oh, that's probably PaperX.
Right. Just
Talon didn't come close to clearing that test. If PaperX want to bring out triple duelist, color me intrigued once again.
Okay.
I'm open to it, but I'm also not going to put that much faith in it. Because DRX, they know how to temper aggression. They've played against some of the most aggressive teams in the world. And they know how to slow you down, and I think that if they want to try to bring this, and if they try to bring out triple duelist, unless they have something completely new to show us, DRX, it's going to maybe take a couple rounds of adjustment, and they're going to be like, okay, boom, got them downloaded, and they're just going to be able to counteract it from there.
Sure. And of course, we also got to mention the fact that Jing was sitting out that first map, but Split, we've seen a lot of teams run the double duelist, oftentimes to Jet and the Raze. Surely there's a consideration for Jing coming back in and maybe even having an explosive performance against DRX.
Well, I really hope he does, right? If he doesn't, I think after what we saw, the performance from multiple members on the side of PRX in map 1, you got to make some kind of sub, right? I think that DRX came out to play, whereas PRX were a little bit slow, and they got behind, and they were not able to really match the level of play. So rather than try to go for some kind of crazy strategy, triple duelist, this, whatever, maybe go double or just, get Jing back in and see what he can do.
I think the biggest question is not whether or not Jing is going to be coming back in, but it's more about who is he going to be replacing. Is this going to be a one-for-one with something like we saw before? Is it going to be, Benkai stepping, Devi going to be calling? Is Forsaken going to step out? There's a couple of different things that they could try to arrange going for that double duelist, but I think that ultimately Jing will be coming back in here, and if he doesn't, then I think that they're throwing. I think that you need, no, I'm not even trying to, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I think that they're throwing. I think you need to have that explosive entry power that Raze brings on this map in particular, and if they don't have Jing bringing out that Raze, I think that they are just letting it go.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it on the stats we looked at in the pre-show, right? Even though the changes have come through and attacks have gotten easier, it's still somewhat favoring the defensive side so far here in Pacific. So curious to see what the changes look like. And like you said, who does he step in for? Because the last time we saw PaperX play against Team Secret on Split, we didn't see Benkai playing the Cypher, which he often does so well. He was actually playing the Viper. So clearly still trying to juggle their own Asian comps on Split, but now they picked it with confidence against DRX.
They have. And again, I'm still worried about that, not only just from the perspective of who is playing in this lobby, what era of DRX it is. Because overall, you mentioned DRX, they don't like this map, but they're also so damn good at it.
Yes.
All time, their record is 44-5. They have a 90% win rate on Split. And all the way back in 2021, I keep bringing this up every time they play Split, this was their longest standing win streak, where they had won something like 25 times on Split without dropping it once. But there we go. The answer has come up for us. Jing is going to be stepping in, so Benkai is out, which means that this is going to be, in all likelihood, Devi leading the IGLing for this map.
Right. Yeah, Devi stepping into that IGL role, and most likely we have to assume that Forsaken probably still playing that Sentinel role with the Killjoy, while Jing and something play double duelist. But I mean, the triple's there, right? The board has been set up. Let's wait to see.
The moment of truth.
Okay, no, it's on Sky. Okay, so Forsaken taking the Sky over Devi, and Devi actually now playing that lurker role with the Viper, and then Mindfreak on that Astro well. So the comp itself stays the same.
Okay, so this makes perfect sense though, because obviously we're saying, okay, Forsaken looking very good when it comes down to playing the Killjoy, but you need some form of info gathering. You don't have an ult command, you don't have anything else you don't have, recon darts, etc. So the sky flashes will at least allow them to know whether or not somebody is there. It's really going to come down to Forsaken setting up for Jing and something to be able to then swing off of the back of those flashes and be able to find value.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, the picks are set. It's map number 2 between DRX and PaperX, as DRX currently leads 1-0 in this best of 3. Let's get ready for a split with Tasteless and Paper Thin.
Excellent work at the desk, boys. We're going to go now into map 2, and I am hoping that PaperX can bring a better performance here, because right now DRX is looking very untouchable.
No doubt. I mean, that was about as clean as it gets for DRX versus PaperX. And that was a very one-sided affair. Now with Jing in there, we know how good he is on Raze. We know he can cause so many problems. His flash packs are probably the best in the Pacific right now. I think a lot of things are leaning PaperX's way in terms of this is a map that DRX, even though like Achilleos was talking about, has a phenomenal win percentage. A lot of those games are very close. A lot of overtimes in there, a lot of barely wins for the side of DRX. So I think this one should be a much closer map. I think. That being said, it is a DRX starting on the defender side, and so for PaperX here, you feel like they got to have that explosive start. They got to come out the gate swinging.
Yeah, and they've got to win rounds where it's just going to come down to gunplay and reaction time. They were able to beat DRX in rounds that were expensive, where they were using their ultimates or using a lot of utility, but it just seems like so far DRX has superior gunplay. To start things off, I think we need to have DRX take a few round lead here and try to build up that momentum. We're going to see what happens as we now go into round 1.
Yeah, just finding a little bit there with that flash, but not much other information to be found. So now PaperX is going to put their toxic screen up, try to cut towards a heaven, and now pushes on, a dash through, something. No contact just yet. Buzz just pushes out, but Foxy9 and Stax get a couple. It's a 2 for 2.
Jing fights back, and Foxy takes Jing out, becoming more and more of a trade. And it looks like now it's just Devi remaining. About 20% HP left. Spike in hand, backing out. But Mako is just around the corner. Ooh, they traded. Mako now at 21 HP, both wounded.
Able to use that toxic screen to safely get through. Still RB there. Throws up a star, puts up a smoke. That's just to kind of keep Devi at bay, I think, to allow for some repositions here. Give some time for Mako to swing all the way through sewers. Let's see what Devi wants to do.
It looks like RB is going to be creeping back out. We could have an engagement right over here. Devi is going to peek around this corner, and he is taken out. The first win on the board goes to DRX.
I mean, Mako there, coming in at the right time from A stairs. Strikes when he is most needed. Good start here for Stax and Foxy9. They get a couple big kills on the entry to at least slow things up a bit, but then PaperX fires back. They get a couple themselves, but at the end of the day, I mean, dude, you look at Mako's player cam, and he looks like he's doing, like, data entry. He's just sitting there.
He's just moving through spreadsheets.
I mean, but, like, you talk to him, and it's funny because he said in interviews he's actually, like, really nervous, and he's got a lot of motion underneath, but he does just look so stoic.
He certainly doesn't wear it on his face, I'll say that much. We go now to round 2 as we have some creeping occurring just over here at B. We've got RB as the first line of defense. Astra bubbles ready. And Foxy9, it's going to be that duel we've seen so many times of Foxy9 versus something. Something whiffs and is now drained to about 30% HP. They can't get into B. They're going to back up. It's a long walk in through A, especially if nobody goes through mid, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So over here on the other side, Stax as well as Buzz will be on the receiving end.
Yeah, so the good news here for PaperX is that none of those flashes from Stax have found any info. So this is going to be undetected until there's contact made. Now the contact has been made, so DRX has to rotate quickly.
Stax gets that first shot there onto Devi. Not able to get it just yet, and the defense is so good with Buzz taking Jing out as well. Spike is going to be up over here in the upper area of A. We've still got Mako down here lurking, and he gets 2. Unreal!
Down mid.
DRX is...
Could not have been more perfect.
That was so good. It's so funny because in the past, DRX has made it clear that they are not a big fan of shotguns, and it's a big reason why they sometimes avoid this map is because it works. So now they're kind of like, well, I guess it works for everybody else. We better do it too.
I guess it's time to sit in vents with the judge after all.
Eventually, like,
look at this.
If you're if you're the hero long enough, eventually you become the villain, right?
yeah. Great closer, not giving Paper X an inch here. So far, the defense has been good. That critical third round is now upon us. The one where, there's going to be a little bit of better weaponry here in the hands of Paper X. Can they make it work, and if so, how? Right now, I see a pretty even spread with no clear committed territory.
Almost feels must win. Now, all right, Stacks gets a little bit deeper here so he can try to play off his own flash. Not going to happen. Forsaken able to shut that down. Good reaction here. Good little bait and switch from Paper X.
Yeah, a bit of an overextension there from DRX. And again, with a map this wide, it's going to leave some spots open here. We see some tension building here into mid. Something lurking just inside the smoke. Shots fired out. He can't connect, so he backs back out.
He knew something was up.
It seems like they may seesaw back over into B. Yeah, but we saw in the previous round how that went. They weren't able to get anywhere in there.
I like this, though, because they know that there's a fair amount of defenses that has been towards A. They're able to get the initial kill. They take quite a bit of damage, something down to just 5 health. But I like this. Again, they're keeping DRX honest by pushing them to certain sides of the map and then able to try to get through, lesser defenses on the other side.
Yeah, they're going to plant the spike right by the stairs. Mako going to come down here. Sheriff in hand. Something so low. But if he could just take down one more agent, like he did not there, Foxy takes him out. Oh, very good coverage over here from Paper X. Just Mako remaining. You can't imagine a world where this is going to work. This should be the first Paper X win on the board, and a very important one at that, because let's not forget how the game on Ascent went. It was really just DRX win after win after win, where even though Paper X pulled through later on and started to perform pretty well, it wasn't enough. The lead was too great. And so this is a great start here for Paper X if you're rooting for them.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Mako does find another kill. Not the end of the world for Paper X, but I'm not so sure you wanted to give that one over. They are able to keep Mako from dying to the spike there. So that is an extra ult orb for the side Paper X, which is nice. But yeah, I like what you're saying, right? Because last time at the beginning of the map, it was DRX winning round 3, right? They won the bonus. And here, Paper X able to recover and get themselves a round. Some damage done, but not significant in terms of their guns and that kind of thing. Mako gets the one, okay, fine. But they're able to prevent him from taking the gun or dying to the spike either way. I think Mako maybe didn't have quite enough time to get out, it looked like. But regardless, a nice little round there. Let's see what they can do. Jing, fast entry. But it's going to be slowed up here by some snake bites and other utility. Going to dodge KO knife. So no information given over other than just the sound cues from Jing's entry.
Yeah, they do have something all the way onto the B side yet. They've prepped up into A, but haven't managed to get that spike in there just yet. They're going to try to come out. They do end up spotting the KO deep over there onto the defender's side.
Well, now they should know that there's at least 3 here. They're going to use the Seekers to try to buy some space, see if they can clear a way into heaven, but it's not going to happen. They're going to back off, but something's rotating back over, so this looks like it may be a fake rotate here for the side of Paper X. See if they can catch DRX a little bit off guard. Stacks saw him, has to flash, got a good one, but...
Oh, yeah, he was a little bit too greedy with that flash there. There was not enough room for him to try to come out. Kind of an impulsive move there, and now the spike's going to get into A and get planted just by Pillar.
It's a great shot call here from, we assume, Devi. He's calling shots for the side of Paper X when Ben Kai's not here. To fake a rotate. They've been doing this a lot in the beginning of the map here, going to one side, kind of putting some pressure, and then rotating to the other side, whether it be start at B, start at A, rotate to the other side. This time around, they fake it. They're like, okay, let's make it look like we're doing that, and then we're going to sneak right underneath DRX's noses when they're not ready for it. Catch Stacks completely off guard. He tries to throw the flash, but like you said, he just couldn't really quite react in time. So a nice play here for Paper X as they're hunting for guns, but DRX pretty far away, already over in B garage.
Yeah, good save there. DRX not willing to overextend, and Paper X goes on the hunt. They never managed to find them. And we're tied up 2-2, and I got to say, already, this is a lot more exciting and a lot closer than our first map. It seems like Paper X in very good shape.
Yeah, and again, this is a map that certainly, DRX has showed weakness on. And so I respect that teams want to play them. We saw a Talon last week. They tried the triple duelist, didn't go so good. But here for Paper X, so far it looks great. Now you get a timeout, an early one, maybe the earliest that DRX has taken that I can remember so far this year.
DRX didn't even time out at all in the last map. I mean, they never really had hit any kind of roadblocks there. But I think this is a wise move here. We're going to talk to the players, and they got to figure out what exactly are they doing wrong. It does seem like there's been some shaky tactics used over here on the defender's side. Like when we saw Stacks back there, he saw the shoulder of one of the agents coming down, and he tried to do a pop flash, and he had nowhere to retreat to. Like, and it was just, I think, especially with somebody like Stacks, if he just took the shot and backed out, and then saved that flash for later on, maybe with the retake, that might be the move. But so far so good here for Paper X. They're able to push in and secure these locations, and they've won the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, and I fully agree with you. I think Stacks probably overthought that situation just a little bit there. His reaction to it wasn't, what he probably wanted. If he could go back in time and do it again, I think you're right that he would rather just go for the shots. I think that's certainly the better play. But right now, I think, for DRX, I think you need to be a little bit closer to the vest here with your utility early in the round. Hold on to it a little bit longer because you're seeing Paper X kind of fake taking space, fake entries that haven't amounted to a real push. Oh, Stacks though.
No.
Oh my God, with the frenzy.
Crazy. Stacks just comes out and gets that first kill. Great drop on him. And now we've got something on the move in here. Takes out 2. Foxy and Buzz are out of the picture.
Great up and over there from something. Doing some serious damage. Mako right in the middle of that snake bite. Has to back off. Not the buy. Good for it. And now you are on RB with the Bucky.
Yeah, but that's going to be it. A short round. But what do you expect? DRX with some alternative strats. I especially like Stacks just coming out with a frenzy and getting the kill.
Why not, right?
Yeah.
It worked. It isn't bad if it works. Of course, this is a great idea from Stacks, but something here gets the spot, sees one, and on the way down, gets the final one.
Literally in midair, falling and firing with a Vandal. Crazy.
How do you teach me how to control the Vandal like that?
I have no idea. And so this is the first time now that PRX has been in the lead in our best of 3. How far can they go? This next round, a pivotal one, as big buys are coming in here. Something, by the way, on the operator, and he's going to be at B. Right now, a lot more action, frankly, a lot more sound over here at A. But we see something going to come down here, and RB, oh no, he's got this crosshair on the right, but RB's actually going to be on the left. That almost hit.
That did almost hit. RB there, having a shot whiz by the ears. Now the push is on, it looks like, towards the A site, but DRX is playing very, very safe. Those Seekers, though, they're all going kind of the wrong way. Okay, finally they turn up into heaven, and now they're going to know that there's a lot of activity going on. So DRX just standing pat here, just trying to find the flank angles. But look at this. Mako through sewer, something through spawn.
Yeah, this is such a funny lurk. We have the player with the operator lurking here. Stacks trades out. Buzz gets the kill onto Mind Freak. Something is lurking, but I think that Mako's going to come up from behind. Oh, beautifully done. 2 birds, 1 stone there. Gets the kill. Just Jing left over. And let's remember, that was an extremely big buy round there for Paper X. You don't normally see that, though. The player or the operator alone on the other side of the map, and they're going to try to lurk back in like that. Mako, great play in the sewers. Ultimately, they thought nobody was behind him. It was not the case at all.
Well, we've seen this a couple times where Paper X is so confident in something's individual skill that they'll send him out on his own.
Yeah.
To say, look, you're good enough that we trust your individual senses and ability to get the job done, whatever the situation may be. And this time, we saw it in Ascent where he tried to push deep into DRX territory with the Blade Storm out. Didn't go his way. This time with the op, even though he doesn't get the kill, he buys some time. He gets a little bit of confusion going early. And still, though, Mako with the better counter move. I don't think at all what Paper X did in that round was necessarily bad. It was just what DRX did was better. And Mako lurking like that completely caught them off guard.
Looks like we might have our first push up into mid. We haven't had that much action over here yet. But we see the spike is now being couriered up here. There is a pretty good crossfire setup here for DRX. Oh, and hold on a second. Mako is going to loop around over here into Vale. And here we go. Beautiful spray into the smoke. Something already taken out. Showstopper ready, and it whips.
Unbelievable. The DRX was ready for it. I mean, they had plans there. The initial spray for Mako, sure, a little bit on the lucky side, but the follow-up there from Foxy9 with the snake bite underneath on the landing pad for where Jing wanted to be. So well dialed up there on the fly from DRX.
All right, Forsaken coming out. Mako all the way in the back. They are into mid. It's going to be a low stack over here down on A. It's Buzz and Stacks waiting. And actually, Mako's going to be able to wrap around. This is not going to be an easy A seizure here. Oh, Stacks is so good. Another flash. And look at the tactics being executed now.
Yeah,
I mean, PRX is getting killed. They don't even see what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. PRX just, they're trying to find the timings to come out, and every time DRX is reading it perfectly with their flashes. You know, they flash and push out. Sure, they lose one there, but it doesn't matter. They win the round. That's what's more important here. This reaction from Mako is just dumb. That's not even fair. I mean, that's just
wild. Yeah.
So good. And look at Foxy finds the perfect timing.
And look at this. Every time you see the lights over their eyes because they're flashed, I mean, it just means the setup could not be better. Every little bit that they're spending into the round is getting utilized, and it's getting them the kills. They're getting value.
Exactly.
And you know, here we are, the second timeout here. This time for PRX, they were starting to take the lead, and we see this from time to time. The further into a half you get, the better weapons you get, the more utility you get, and that's when a good team can create an opportunity against another team, and that's what DRX did back there.
Yeah, exactly. It was a great timeout from Termi. You know, you almost always see DRX come out of timeouts and win the next round.
Yeah.
Or their next buy round, at least. I should put it that way. They're so adept at reading their opponents and coming up with new stuff. Now I want to see, like, you know, DRX saw some creativity there as well, the reaction to Jing's ult. So that's good. A lot of the boxes you want to see ticked here for DRX are being ticked. You've got good responses to what PaperX is throwing at them. You've got good kind of mid-rounding decisions, and now you're not kind of falling for some of PaperX's map, you know, back and forth. They're trying to be tricky with their rotations. So far, the discipline is paying off. Now, PaperX is going to dodge that early knife, but now Stacks is going to recheck, and he's going to confirm. So good staggering of utility here for DRX to keep track of at least some of the positions of PRX. They're going to hide Foxy.
Yeah, we've actually got Foxy with a bit of a lurk over here.
They're not ready at all.
Oh, yeah. Actually missed that first shot. Doesn't matter. Pulls back around. Devi takes Stacks out. Oh! Beautifully done. Forsaken is gone. Getting that value out of the showstopper. They're not even able to really make any ground over here into A. They can't get through that first hallway.
That was such a good set play there.
Man. Oh, my God. Mako's reaction timing is just insane. And one by one, we're seeing PaperX drop off. It's not over yet. Devi and something still pushing up here into A heaven. Mako lurking just outside of vents. And around this corner is Foxy9, who just has the most beautiful spray down, closing that out and giving us the 5th round win. You know, there was this moment of this glimmer of hope for PaperX for a little bit. I'm worried it might be short-lived. It does seem like DRX is really starting to hunker down and figure out how exactly PaperX is thinking.
I mean, this trap play is so well thought out here by DRX, right? Like, Foxy takes initial contact, then Stacks is there to throw his utility and swing off of it. And even if Stacks dies, then Foxy has another out with the blast packs in his ult. I mean, that's just so well layered there from DRX. The early spotting with the utility, that whole round was them just toying with PaperX, just completely reading them.
Okay, so it's going to be, at least for now, a little bit of tension building up over here today. They're going to go with the same double stack, the lurk over here for Foxy9. And he will be able to hear them if they go through sewers too quickly.
Yeah, now I think PaperX is trying to see if they can catch, you know, DRX doing something a little bit too aggressive, maybe getting a little bit overconfident. They're not gonna,
my God.
they didn't see him.
Okay, so this is very bad intel right now. It doesn't really matter, though, because the spike is almost over to the B site. It's going to be, it's RB again over here.
They're anticipating it. That's Mako's Poison Cloud. Let's see. Smokes are up as well from RB, and he's just breaking through. He knows they're coming.
That was incredible. Mako's taken out by Devi. Jing gets the jump. RB takes him back out, gets the revenge. RB keeps it going.
Ooh, what a shot.
Something has something to say about that.
30
That means it's
seconds
going to
left.
be a 2 versus 2. The spike is not planted yet. Something gets another. Ooh, Buzz is so low. One, two, unreal. One of the most important rounds in map 2 was clutched by Buzz. He had almost no HP, and something just gotten that one click off. It'd be a different story. It would be 5-4. Instead, it's 6-3.
This is just such a great read here from RB and Mako. You know, the Poison Cloud comes up, RB, smokes go up. They're ready for that push. RB gets a free kill, but Jing has a great entry there with the Blast Pack that breaks the crosshairs of Mako and the initial defenses of DRX. So they're able to gain some space, get in there, allow something to put that operator to good use. But Buzz, just too much. The firepower, the depth for DRX is just too good.
All right, so RB's going to be, he was peeking into garage. He did get a confirm. They both did, actually, as Sky's Bird, spotted Buzz. Buzz going to pull back. Making a lot of noise over here, but this does appear to be a ruse. Spike's actually over here at A. They are pulling Mako back, but not too far out of center. Mako's not convinced either. Meanwhile, radio silence over here onto the A site. Scouting does confirm there's some agents over here.
Surely Foxy9's position can't work again, right? Like,
yeah.
Surely.
I keep looking at this and I'm like, you can't do this every time, right? But maybe it's that kind of counterintuitive idea, right? That, you know, they're assuming there's going to be more randomization in the positions. And well, all right, he does pop out, but he doesn't get the kill. Devi gets the better half of that.
That's a huge opener because now you force DRX to lose control of A Heaven, which is such an important part of the A site. Now they're going to try to just push through the back, and it's a double swing, and Mako can only get one before Jing with the Vandal finds it.
All right, they're going to try to come all the way around from the back. Stack Sticks might freak out.
Last player standing.
That's a wild interaction. Forsaken, you can barely see any health on the bar.
I was like, is he dead?
I was confused. I thought our like overlay bugged out or something. So RB's going to come in here. This is doable, and if he does do it, it would be another insane clutch moment, especially after DRX stole that round in the last one from Paper X.
Trying to double swing him, waiting for him to pop out. He can't find the kill on the Jing on the cross. Jing has to use that paint shells to buy a little bit of time.
They're going to try to make a gauntlet for RB to move through. RB decides to instead go up into Heaven.
No real reason to save, but if he didn't want to, I would respect it if he went for it. But there just isn't enough time. So
yeah, I think he just doesn't. It's too difficult. Just bring the gun into the next round, and I don't know that they're going to find him either. And so now it's going to be 6-5, a pleasantly close, back and forth here. 6-4. Excuse me.
Yeah. No, this is great. I mean, honestly, for Paper X, this is fine. You got 3 rounds in a row. You've got another round. If they get one more, they can make the 7-5. Hell, if they can make the 6-6, that's respectable on split. Which is playing a little bit more balanced since the map changes, the very kind of attacker-sided map changes they made.
Right.
In the most recent update to it. But yeah, I mean, I think overall, you know, you're seeing some really good stuff from Paper X where they're making good adjustments now. They're reading the positions of DRX. So DRX trying to sort of rock, paper, scissors them with some of those maneuvers. Now Buzz has an operator, has his ult. They're trying to bait out for him with a little bit of utility here, but Jing's utility is going to spot him. Oh my God.
Doesn't get the connection. Shot a little bit too late. The operator's going to be pulled all the way back towards spawn now. And they're making some noise over here at B. Nobody's committed yet. The spike is still waiting. And there's going to be a push into mid here. The Foxy's ready.
Oh, wow.
I can't believe that. See the barrel of the gun come out first. You'd think that Foxy would have gotten connections, but he does not.
Oh,
yeah,
what?
that was wild.
I'm surprised he even got 1 kill now. Oh my God, Stacks gets 3! Unbelievable, Stacks!
It's like suddenly nothing else mattered.
I thought this was Paper Rex's round.
Unreal. 7-4, 1 more round left in the first half. An expensive loss here for Paper X.
Stacks from the top rope, just dropping the elbow down on him, man.
Crazy.
Unbelievable. I was just, I thought this was going great. Yeah, like you said, Jin gets that swing, just can't react to it. Buzz is only good for 1, and then Stacks just able to kind of sneak up on the back of the stairs, and nobody's watching it for Paper X. That's kind of either a miscommunication or kind of a lack of protocols set up for that situation. Somebody needs to be watching that area, and they didn't.
All right, showstopper, but can he find a target? Oh my God, Jing does take RB out. Heals back up. It's going to be a plant on B. It looks like it might be a very quick final round to this. All right, Something and Foxy9. The duel is won this time by Foxy9 once more. He's going to wrap around. Jing is not able to stop him.
Huge push coming now.
Flash.
Oh, they stop it. They stop it.
All right, it's just Stacks left. And then there were none. That's going to be at 7-5 here, and it delightfully close. Back and forth here with DRX and Paper X. DRX with just the slightest lead.
That timing there to push out on the Buzz as he was going for that flash saved the round. I think it was Devai who got the kill. That's a huge moment there. Because this looked like, once Foxy gets this kill, they're starting to push corners. Foxy gets a second, and I think, okay, this is done. But this time it's Devai who flanks himself and is able to cut off Buzz before that flash around the corner where his other 2 teammates were waiting. Because that flash comes around, and you got to feel like, it's going to take some immaculate shooting and reactions from Paper X to win that battle against Buzz. But Devai this time kind of solved flat, Stacks do it in the previous round where he's like, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe I should flank from Heaven too.
Really great first half, honestly. DRX is in the lead. That does make me a little bit worried here for Paper X because, whether it's short or it's a very long match, a win is a win. And it does seem like DRX is overall a little bit better at playing catch-up. But I think we saw some much better overall strats and executions here for Paper X. But they're going to have an even stronger second half than they did already here on Split. Or this is going to be a 2-0, and DRX is going to walk out of here once again undefeated.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think they have a better feel for this map. I saw a lot of trickery here in their changes. Like one time it'd be like, all right, we're going to go to B, we're going to put up a smoke, we're going to send a flash through, and then we're going to rotate to A. Or we're going to send a flash through and we're going to rotate through mid. Like they would use the same information at the beginning of the round to set up a different play. So things like that, definitely you could see that Paper X feels more comfortable on this map.
Right. Now, it did seem like when DRX was on, they were very much on. Like every flash was connecting, they were able to swing and take these great shots. But we did see some weird moments back there, especially from Stacks, where he had that weird impulsive flash that, he wasn't even able to get his gun out in time. But, Paper X is making DRX work, I'll say that much. This is already a much closer map. I think Paper X might be able to pull through here with a map 2 win, and maybe bring us to map 3 on Fracture.
Certainly. Yeah, you take a 5-7 stat line on Split. Yeah, you take that. That's definitely winnable. And, who knows? Maybe it's an overtime. I mean, it's Split. This is the map that just seemingly brings overtimes.
Yeah.
Like Santa brings, presents on Christmas, man. Like, this is a great map in terms of how evenly it seems to end up for a lot of teams. So, a flash out the rip. Foxy there does spot Jing behind.
Yeah, fumbled a little bit there. Wasn't able to make any connections. Something so low on HP along with Jing. But Something then takes Foxy9 out. As long as you're still alive, you can still do damage. And that's exactly what Something's going to do.
Very weak players for Paper X, though. Dax finding something there on the backside. So, good push. Now let's see what Paper X has on this retake. A little bit of utility, a little bit of sky utility. A few snake bites.
Yeah. Stack's going to come around here, and he doesn't get either. Forsaken wipes. Just Buzz remaining, and then there's none. And now it's getting closer and closer. It's going to be 7-6. PRX with an incredible defuse here.
another huge pistol round win for Paper
Yeah,
X.
and you know, again, much needed if they're going to come out ahead here. It's going to be off the back of a pistol round win.
Yeah, I think that swing out, you know, wasn't a bad idea. Just went right across Forsaken's crosshairs as he was lining it down. I mean, I like the idea, just the timing in terms of where Stacks ended up lining up. It just, he kind of unintentionally just took the same angle that Mako was at, put his head right in Forsaken's crosshair, and that's all she wrote there for that round. So, yeah, DRX has a tough task certainly now. Just classics. A little bit of utility there from Device. He sets up with his judge to try to harass any maybe fast hits or something like that if DRX just slam through.
And they may just go right by him, though. Everybody's going to slowly maneuver up into a heaven.
Blinded.
Forsaken comes out with the scout, gets the confirm. Oh my God, so good.
Oh!
Damn, RB is sick. That was wild. He's going to come in here once again with a spike plant over in the very back of A. Forsaken! What is happening with Forsaken in the second half of this map on Split? He's killing everybody.
Feeling good and something good for the final one with the judge. Yeah, Forsaken has been really good this second half already. He's got like 5 or 6 kills. Phenomenal.
7-7. Such a strong start here for PRX. And they're doing exactly what we said they needed to do. They need to step it up here in these early rounds. They can't just win the most expensive rounds they have. And if they're going to be able to do this, I think we could end up with a win or maybe even overtime. Who knows?
I think so. It looks that way to me. This certainly smells of overtime or a third map. You know, are they going to be the first ones to take a map off DRX here in VCT Pacific? Time will tell, but a tough task now. DRX guns in hands, but there's a few rifles in PRX's buy as well. So the boombot there.
Something comes out there with the push. It looks like DRX is going to wane away here from B Garage, creeping through Ramen. But there's some possible encounters here with Forsaken, who, by the way, Forsaken's been playing out of his mind in the second half so far.
Yeah.
I think he's gotten like 50% of the kills in the first 2 rounds of the second half. It's crazy.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, it's been really nuts. What is this? That
the dog is strafing.
The dog jiggle.
The dog is jiggle peeking.
It's like it looks like Yoru's like clone that he sends out. You know, like just gets stuck on walls, and you're like, oh man. Oh
right,
no.
Something gets one. Top peeks. Oh, he's going to try to get away. He actually does manage to get out of there. Beautiful play there by Something. Bunny hops away.
Able to snag that Phantom on the way out as well, so that's nice. Seekers come out, but quickly dealt with here by Buzz, so not much information, but Jing doesn't need it. He's just good with it. Foxy on the trade, so Raze v Raze comes up DRX. 3v3 now.
Yeah, trade after trade. It's 3v3, as you said. Paper thin. They're going to be coming up into A.
30 seconds
Devi is going to be ready. Devi actually sees the hat of Raze. Doesn't take a shot, and is going to lurk down here. Beautifully done. Spike now dropped. Devi gets another.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable. Such good defense. Paper Rex pulls ahead with an 8-7 lead. They're just not being stopped.
No, they're better right now. I mean, those shots from Devi, crisp. I mean, that's just insane stuff here with these Bulldogs. We've seen it now with Forsaken and also with Devi. I mean, that reaction right there is insane. So now DRX looks a little bit off balance. I'd like to see maybe a timeout coming through for DRX here pretty soon, maybe. It is all stingers, so this is a low eco round here.
Yeah, this is. I mean, if they win it, it would be incredible, but it's very unlikely. And so this is probably going to go 9-7 here, unless DRX can really do some kind of miracle play. Something perched back here with the operator. Forsaken, I guess we missed it, but Forsaken did end up taking out Foxy9. Buzz gets revenge for him.
Yeah, they tried to blast pack in to take out Forsaken, but he was pretty ready. However, the follow-up was good, so they're able to upgrade a gun at least. Put a Vandal into Buzz's hands. Now it looks like DRX shifting their weight back towards the B side here. Mind Freak in a really important duel because RB had that spike. If RB dies there, well, that's not good either. Aqua going down to Jake.
All right, Buzz takes Mind Freak out. Again, it could still go either way here. It looks like they're going to get an easy plant up onto B. They've sandbagged the rest of Paper Rex out. They're going to have to try to come through that alley. It's going to be something pushing with the operator. He's like the only guy that seems to be able to pull this kind of stuff off. But Buzz comes from the side.
You are divided.
Astro Wall comes down and blocks Jing out. Whatever's on the other side of that is a mystery for now. The spike ticks away.
RB there. Almost able to get one, but now it's the backstab from Stacks again. From Heaven, but only the Stinger.
This could go either way.
Oh, this is so close. A tap of the spike, but no, it's Divide!
Huge play here from Divide. That's going to be the 9th win.
Woo. I mean, still, it's a good ego round for DRX, even though they don't win it. But they needed to, you know, you almost felt like if that round comes through, they might turn this map and win it instead of.
Yeah. I mean, that was a clutch moment there to recover that. But yeah, I mean, talk about, you know, bending time and space to your will here. DRX doing that off of the cheapest, worst guns you can have.
Yeah, I mean, a big part of this is Buzz upgrading to that Vandal, able to find 3 kills. They invest the Cosmic Divide, but Buzz then kind of when they really needed him, not able to stabilize his aim. When Divide steps through, and he's feeling pretty good.
I love it. All right, timeout. DRX needs to figure out, you know, what can they tighten up, what loose ends could be fixed, what hard parts could be sanded down. And I'm not sure if there's any one thing they're really doing wrong. We're seeing some crazy plays here from Forsaken and Divide, by the way.
It's tough right now. You're not really seeing much bend from PRX. They're certainly not breaking. You know, the retakes have been good. You know, if DRX takes space, they react well to it. Like, everything that DRX is trying is being thwarted. So now you got to try something different. Maybe we see some kind of set play, fast hit. It doesn't really look like it, but we'll see exactly what they want to do.
Let's see now.
You know, DRX is known for their executes. This might be time to dial up one of those, you know, tried and true, tested, you know, throw everything, all your utility at the beginning of the round, get a kill, get the plant down, try to pay for it. Okay, well, they get something. That's nice.
Kind of a funny engagement over there. They did try to pop over into B. They ended up with a trade out. Foxy9 is something. That rivalry just continues on with the two guys always taking each other out. And they're going to back away from B. It's a pretty heavy stack, and it's actually Jing with a pretty big lurk. It's not much is going to come of it, unfortunately.
He knows they're not in mid.
Yeah.
That's like the thing here for Paper X is that they can either assume it's going to be a regress towards B or that they're going to go hit A. And you can see that they're kind of splitting 2-2. So I like the way that Paper X read that after the timeout. They were expecting that fast hit out the B main door. Even though they lose something, but they're still able to recover that op. Long range battle here with Divide.
Divide actually eating some bullets there.
Oh no.
Jing comes out, RB fights back, Buzz takes out Divide. A is cracked wide open. We're seeing Mind Freak and Forsaken scramble to get back over here and try to recover.
Spike planted.
Heals from Stacks, and a 2v3 now for Paper X. If they can get this one, certainly feels like the map is theirs.
Okay, the spike keeps on ticking. This is probably the toughest round for PRX yet, if they can actually take it.
Really good grab low.
Mind Freak tries to come down. Double dragon takedown right there. He's firing at the same time. And so it's 8-9. This could not be closer. This has been such an exciting map 2 here on Split. I mean, I think we might actually go to overtime.
I think this is going to overtime.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just way too close. So you can see here that Paper X reads that initial idea, but they lose something for it. And that's a big loss. But I think the money should be okay. For the side of Paper X, they had won quite a few in a row. DRX able to stabilize here now. Keep their economy in a decent spot. Well, there is a Bulldog for Paper X. They can't quite get that operator going again, but enough for Devi's otherwise. And a few ults here. Devi has his. You have Jing with that showstopper. Foxy9 has his showstopper. Buzz has his ult. Dex still sitting on the Seeker. So a lot of tools here for both sides, but DRX, you know, once they decide to pull the trigger, if you can Get that null command there. Here we go. Showstopper through. No targets, though.
Yeah, he's going to have to fire into somewhere, and I don't know if he's going to find anything. He's going to try to come through the alley. Everybody's running. He does chip over here at Forsaken's hit points. Stacks with the plant. Is this going to have to be a pretty serious retake from PRX? We've got Mind Freak up in heaven. Can't find a target just yet. Garage is absolutely clear, which means they know they're really only going to be able to come in from alleyway and heaven.
1 for 1, right on the site, but Buzz's grenade is so well placed. Kills Forsaken in the alley. Now Buzz going to tuck himself up, set up the crossfire here. There is not much that PaperX can do, and they are already wanting to leave. Something trying to see if he can maybe find prize on the way out.
That's it. There's nothing he can do. It's going to be 9-9. I think a wise decision from our team that's famously aggressive. Here they did not overextend. They know this is going to be their toughest match yet, and if they're going to win it, they're going to have to do it with the guns from this lost round.
Yeah, exactly. And the economy's funky here for the side of PaperX. So another timeout, and we're having to dig deep for both teams into the playbook. What's going to be the response now? I thought PaperX played this okay. At the beginning of the round, they recognized the situation with Foxy with the showstopper and backed off of it. They still took damage, but it wasn't critical damage. They didn't lose any players. But then they didn't really have a follow-through set up. I thought maybe they'd try to use Jing showstopper, but with that no command early, they couldn't really get into a comfortable setup, I suppose, to set things through. So kind of curious to see how they want to adjust. Are they going to play a bit more for retake? Or are they going to try to get aggressive again? We've seen something at the beginning of these rounds, wanting to take duels against DRX, and certainly he can find trades, but the value beyond that sometimes seems to be a little bit lacking.
Yeah. DRX seeming to be stronger and stronger the further the second half goes on for. We just don't have that many more rounds left. And remember that DRX is up 1-0. They had a very, very strong performance on Ascent. Split is turning out to be a lot more interesting. So we're finished with our break.
There.
This is a pretty big buy round here, by the way, for PaperX with the guns. I guess, excuse me, actually, I forgot they saved those guns from the previous round. So this is actually, let's see if they can make it work as they go into this next part.
Yeah, the guns are, definitely not quite where they'd want them to be, but the Bulldogs have been great for them this half. So, you know what? Maybe that's just the better gun to have, I suppose, for them as Poison Cloud. Going to not really do much there. Just looking to see. I think DRX is trying to bait a little bit here to see if they can get maybe some utility to come through. Now, certainly have a read, but with the stack PaperX is here, they're going to try to basically do to DRX what DRX did to them last time. It's almost the exact same setup.
It's like the same formation as before. Showstopper! Oh my God! Jink takes Foxy 9 out. A big moment, a big start here for PaperX. They've dropped 2, and now the attacker side, it's going to be very tough to infiltrate any part of the map here. And an almost full rotation back around to B.
I just love this. PaperX is like, yeah, we saw you do it. We can do it too.
Yeah, we know how to do that as well.
It's not hard. Look at how fanned out they are now. They're reading the situation very, very well. Recognizing that DRX had the time to rotate over to B. A little bit of damage done to Mind Freak here, though. I don't think any in return to RB, so
30 seconds left.
Stacks here, gonna try to swing through. Can't win that trade.
Yeah, takes out RB. Oh my God, that was the craziest shot I've ever seen.
Woo! Oh my God. That was nasty.
Well, they got wrecked at A, and now they're getting wrecked at B. And now it's just Mako. This means PRX is going to take the round. It's going to be 10-9, just like the round before. This time the losing team tries to save that weapon into the next round. And I don't think he's going to get found. There's not enough time on the clock for that to happen.
Yeah, but, I mean, again, it's PaperX here coming out of a timeout with a really good read on what DRX is trying to do.
Yeah.
They read this B push perfectly. They set themselves up with a very similar idea to what we saw at DRX on the other side. Stagger the positioning and the utility. Have that showstopper available.
That is insane.
Whew.
How would... I don't know.
I don't even know how they do that.
Yeah, I don't know how that's physically possible to do.
Time to explode.
Crazy. Well, now PaperX is sitting on a ton of ultimates. Still the Viper's Pit for Devi. Forsaken as Seekers now. Something, the Blades in the back pocket. Maybe saving those for...
Whoa,
Oh
caught the
God.
tail end of that. Something takes Foxy out and escapes to safety.
Now he's starting to feel it.
Yeah, he's really turning it up.
There.
That's what they need. They need him to come alive. He's going to try to play this rope position, but the flash there is going to be good to back him off. Good job by DRX. Buzz swinging out, getting Jing, looking for another. He's got two.
He's making it happen. Can he keep it going? The spike's been grabbed over here by RB. It's being couriered up through mid. Looks like Stax is going to have it engage over here with something. Oh, hold on. They go right by each other like two ships in the night. Oh, hold on. Something's coming back. This is going to be a key moment. And Stax takes something out. Right now, Paper Rex starting to fray at the seams a little bit here.
Yeah, it's a great read here by Buzz and Stax. Kind of sensing the aggression, the movement from Paper Rex, and able to find it. Now, got Mind Freak. I was going to say, Mind Freak was trying to lurk as well, and Stax is having none of it. Stax is just reading things so well. Now, Devi gets one, but Buzz, good for the trade. That's a great round there, especially from Buzz and Stax with the way they sense the movement from Paper Rex. Just don't give them any opportunities to find flanks.
Taking a quick look back here. Great start here from something. But really it was Buzz that just started to murder everywhere. And I was, every time I'm watching this, I'm watching something like, how long is this guy going to stay alive? Because he will get kill after kill after kill. And when we saw Stack shut him down, that was, in my opinion, the signal that this round is over.
Yeah, it feels like that. Devi's had some great moments. He is good at clutching, but all right, now something can find an operator with the blades in the back. But RB setting up the challenge.
Whips that shot.
He does take a
He's going to go for another. He's so aggressive. He's going to keep going. All right, he decides to pull back.
But he burns so much utility out of RB there.
Yeah.
So many stars had to be invested just to save his own life, and he even took a chunk of damage, it looked like, through the wall there, did RB, so Stack's able to heal him up, but that was a tough start there. I think RB probably happy he got away with his life after everything is said and done, but still, it's an investment. Now you're, as DRX, kind of pot committed here. Your Poison Cloud and your Toxic Screen are already out. Foxy's just going to clean the Seekers.
Yeah, Foxy pushes in over here to make it a little bit more ambiguous. You take all the Seekers out at once. It's a tougher read. They're still committed up into Mail.
This is great now, because that means Stax's position hasn't been identified for DRX.
All right, they're going to come into B right now. Something lurking down here. Oh!
Wow.
Takes Foxy out. Not enough. Buzz gets the revenge there. And Mako's now going to come in here. It's just Mind Freak left. And now it's their side to take.
Dude,
alone on the other side of the map is Devi, just waiting.
That crosshair placement, man.
That was crazy.
God. It's just perfect. He's just so ready. I mean, it's just it's incredible how well disciplined they are. I just said it, that's my word of the day today. Like, so I feel like I'm that count on Sesame Street. I'm like, discipline.
Two edge shots.
But you use it with the RX because it makes sense. We've seen it so many times now. I mean, you and I in particular, we've been here for the last couple of years doing Valorant, and we've seen this team. They don't fumble much. They hang on to the ball and rarely let go.
They have looked so strong. This is the 11th win, and it could be the 11th hour here for Paper Rex. If they can't come back and get that 13th victory or go to overtime, it's going to be, the same business as usual here with DRX. As close as this map has been, if they win, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, DRX is looking so good. Something, by the way, is played so well with these shots. Like, it's phenomenal.
You can see the mechanical skill that he has. It's through the roof.
And the confidence.
Yep.
To just go out in the open with that operator. That operator that could, if he's killed, that's going to go to the other team.
The money lost.
Yeah,
it's so brutal.
It's crazy. So the ulti's been procced here for something, and he's waiting quietly over here at A. kind of ambiguous setup right now for DRX. I think they're basically waiting for something to push out from one of these positions, but you know, hearing the ulti be used like that, it's unlikely he's going to peek. So this, if you know, DRX doesn't get much from this, it's just going to be lost time until they can eventually get more intel and push onto a spike site.
Stax is kind of trying to sell that there's stuff going on. Now he has to run. Something's hot on his tail. Stax is ready for him though. A flash beyond him. Stax is gonna get two.
Oh my God! Stax with a clutch play. They hunt him into the sewers, but his reaction time is too good.
What? There, we criticized him a little bit earlier. That was a good reaction.
That was incredible. And so now it's going to be a spike site over here on to B. We've got the rest of PaperX coming around.
They make this work.
It's going to be tough.
Guns are not great. Just a Sheriff, a Spectre, and a Phantom. Viper's Pit, though, here for Devi. See if he wants to invest it. Whoa!
Oh, Devi takes Stax out. Got Buzz here with some peeks. Pop flash, and there it is. The tactics are so good from DRX. All it is Devi left over, and then there's none. 12-10. Can PaperX bring this into overtime? Or is DRX just one round away from walking out of this best of 3, winning 2-0?
Yeah, you're not able to come through there with that low buy round. You're trying to catch Stax, trying to put some pressure on him. They have a great read here to PaperX. If Stax is alone, the execution is just lacking. The follow-up behind something just not quite in time, and Stax is able to kind of predict it and read the situation so well to get ahead of that flash.
It's now or never.
Yeah.
Now or never here for PaperX. Can they bring us those 2 wins? Let's not forget, you know, PaperX, when they were up against the ropes, they made the mistake of overextending. They were too aggressive. They were light on that aggression.
Ooh. Something just takes a huge amount of damage. He's going to have to burn through to heal him up back to full. Can do that, but the armor's gone. That's a huge loss on, you know, the player who's been pretty good for some of these opening kills for PaperX.
DRX is taking their time. They know they're so close to that finish line. We see a little bit more creeping up into mid. Mid is not being watched. Instead, it looks like PaperX is going to push down through A to try to get some intel. And mid is going to be the way that the spike's going to be brought in here. Stax takes out one. Stax is then destroyed by Mind Freak.
Not before hitting a headshot. Jing going to shut Buzz down. They're trying to come up the rope with the shorty. They just swarm him. They're only able to get one before Devi gets another, or 2, excuse me.
Mako takes out one. It's not impossible. He has the spike. He's going to come down onto A. He's got to get behind the pillar. Viper's Pit comes up. Can Mako clutch this out?
Who else but Mako? Pressure, but they're not entering the Viper's Pit.
There's a lot of spots he could be lurking at. They're going to try to set it up. He's going to be actually hanging outside. He's spotted. He goes into the cover of the Viper's Pit once more. 46 HP remaining.
That was a bit of a risk. He took a lot of damage for that because he got spotted. Now they're going to try to push together. Is he going to be ready for it?
Mako pokes back out.
One enemy remaining.
He gets
Oh my
one.
God.
He gets one.
Oh
my God! Clutch! That's it. DRX goes 2-0 against PaperX.
I don't know how he does that. Time and time again. Mako is the clutch master for DRX. The best controller we have in the Pacific, no doubt. A lot would say the best in the world right now. And that moments like that show you why. He's so ready for that situation. He's like, well, they're not coming in front of me. I think they might have stuck through the back. Let me spin, shoot. I heard the tap. I know he's right there. Snake bite. He was already weak. Perfection.
And let's not forget, if PaperX wins that, we might be in overtime right now. Yeah. And then maybe PaperX can take it.
Right.
But, you know, Mako, such a clutch moment back there. I got to say, if anybody could do it, it was him. And this was just a great series. I know it was a 2-0. I'm sad we didn't get a map 3, but I'll tell you what, this is one of the funnest matches I've gotten to cast with these 2 teams fighting it out on Split.
You always have fun with PaperX in particular.
Yeah.
They're always a joy to watch. I know Ascent didn't go so great for them, but Split was much, much better. We saw a much deeper playbook, a lot more kind of interesting ideas with the way they work the map and things like that. So I will say that's good. You know, but DRX still steady enough here on Split, even though this map is the one that we have seen, not just this year, frankly, it's been in the past as well, that teams pushed them on.
Yeah.
CNJ last year almost beat them on this map, or maybe did beat them, I can't remember for sure, but I know it was close. But this is still, you know, DRX is still stalwart enough, still steady enough that they can win when pushed on a map that they admit they don't like. And that, yeah, they do struggle a bit on it.
Yeah, you know, it's exciting to see how close that map was, as this is one of the big anticipated fights that we have for this stage. But once again, DRX reminding everybody, as for now, they are still top dog.
Still haven't dropped the map. You know, we're 4 weeks in here at VCT Pacific, and nobody's been able to, you know, do anything about them. They've come close. A few teams have come very close. GE, they don't push them great. DRX here, yeah, pushed them again on one map, but still, the Emperor's clothes remain.
Yeah. I gotta say, Mako, I have chills from that last play.
I know.
It was so clutch. It was so cool to see what he was able to do. And the dominance of DRX continues on. Let's not forget, the way that was lost there at the very end for Paper X was that they overextended onto stacks. We saw it happen a couple times. They came out, and you know, it's one of the things about styles like that is it can function as a double-edged sword. You know, when you pull it off, you look like a genius. When it backfires, you look like you got a little bit too greedy with how to use the round.
It's such a give and take with Paper X, because some teams do struggle against their style that you're talking about, where they're really over aggressive. They do push into your flanks. They want to try to confuse you and befuddle you, but DRX doesn't fall for it. They know them too well. They kind of understand the mentality from just experience. They play them a lot, not just on stage but off stage sometimes as well. Now, Paper X did say that they, you know, publicly, that they quit playing DRX in scrims because they were so sick of losing to them. But, you know, I mean, but you could see why they, you know, both teams respect each other so much. You know, DRX has nothing but positive things to say about Paper X. They say they're a great team. You know, they know they're talented. But, again, the protocols and the mindset that DRX has is just better right now.
Yeah, and, you know, I hope we can see these guys fight and battle it out again sometime in the future here. And I'm glad that Paper X was able to recover after the first map. Ascent was honestly just a lot more disappointing than that really close and exciting map that we had on Split here. But yeah, the two teams that maybe are two strongest teams in the region have had a real great match, and I want to see what Paper X can do down the road to kind of improve their play and hone that a little bit more.
Yeah, I think we're still seeing something being worked into the roster and trying to figure out how he fits into this equation. You know, certainly he is comfortable with the WK Gaming style in terms of their chaotic pushing and things like that. But it doesn't seem to be a fully, you know, complete recipe just yet. Feels like we're missing an ingredient.
Yeah. And I think especially seeing that at the very, very end where they just pushed it a little bit too quick.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you could see that he's got the talent to get those opening kills, to get those opening frags. But the follow-up sometimes wasn't there, or often wasn't there. And on Ascent, he was almost non-existent. I mean, he got shut down, you know, other than a couple rounds on Ascent. So there's some things to work on for Paper X, for sure. But I still think they're a great team. I still think they have a shot, you know, as this goes on, if they can get a little bit more confidence, win some more matches throughout this, run into DRX again in the playoffs. You never know.
It was cool to see the rivalry there as well with Foxy9 and something, and the back and forth, the fact that they were constantly trying to pick each other off at the very start. And it did seem like, even though we saw DRX actually win that at the very end, it did seem like something was starting to get the upper hand over onto Foxy9.
Yeah, on Split, I agree.
Yeah.
It looked a lot more even there, for sure. And that's, you know, something that we want to see from these two superstar duelists, especially Foxy9 as a new player, something as just a new player in our league. So both of these players on very good teams that have a lot to prove, that have a lot that they want to accomplish, not just this season, but throughout this year, you know, getting the Masters, getting the Champions, you know, coming through with bigger and bigger results. And certainly, you know, a fun showing to start. I think we're still kind of raising our eyebrows a little bit with Paper X's something, just to see if he can adapt a little bit.
Well, I mean, he's such a new addition, right? And we all knew that he was, you know, very revered and an extremely strong player, but now we're really getting to see exactly how good he is.
Yeah, exactly. Well, guys, our interview is ready with the winners DRX. It's going to be Buzz down on the stage. Off to you guys.
Thank you, guys. And here we are, Buzz, for the post-match interview. Congratulations, Buzz. Now, last week, something said this was going to be easy, but was it really easy for you? 버즈 선수 오늘 승리 축하드립니다. 사실 지난주에 이제 썸띵 선수가 인터뷰에서 오늘 좀 쉬울 것 같다라고 얘기를 했는데 오늘 경기 치러보니까 어땠나요?
말 실수를 좀 하신 것 같아가지고 저희가 이제 썸띵 선수의 닉네임을 변경시켜드리고 싶어서 썸띵을 이제 나띵으로 만들어드렸습니다 이번.
Well, yeah, I wanted to say something, kind of phrased it wrong, so we wanted to teach him a lesson and maybe change his IGN, so we turned something into nothing today. Well, Split, though, could have been your first map loss. What was going through your mind watching Mako finish up that last round? 근데 스플릿에서 또 자칫하면 이제 무실 세트가 깨질 수도 있었잖아요. 마지막에 마코 선수의 플레이 보면서 어떤 생각이었을까요?
일단은 조금 아슬아슬했었는데 질 것 같다는 압박감은 없었고 이제 마코 형이 이제 클러치 상황에서 되게 뛰어나가가지고 기대하고 있었는데 이제 마지막 가서 조금 질 것 같았는데 그래도 이제 상대가 실수도 하고 극적적으로 이겨가지고 역시 마코다 싶었어요. 그래서 너무 좋았습니다.
Well, yeah, obviously it was a tricky situation, but I didn't really think that there was any pressure on us, even though it was dangerous from time to time. And Mako is just so strong during those clutches. And towards the end, PaperX made a little bit of mistake, and we were able to clutch it out. So I was really glad on how Mako performed. Well, I want to ask you, was Foxy9 extra hyped up for this Something versus Foxy9 matchup? 그러면 이제 폭시9 선수가 또 Something 선수를 만나기 기다리면서 좀 승부욕을 불태웠을지도 궁금해요.
이제 폭시9 선수는 이제 평소랑 다르지 않게 그냥 자신 있게 했어가지고 뭐 딱히 Something 선수를 견제하거나 그랬던 느낌은 나지 않는 것 같아요.
Well, I think Foxy9 was just his usual himself. He was really confident, and I don't think this matchup kind of affected him at all. Well, what about you, Buzz? I mean, you were having a little fun, and you were being extra celebratory at the end of every round when you clutched it out. But a little bit of BMing stuff. That was part of the mind game, right? 그러면 이제 버즈 선수도 오늘 확실히 라운드 끝날 때마다 좀 이렇게 많이 신나 보이는 모습이셨는데 그것도 뭐 심리전의 일부겠죠?
이제 어느 정도의 심리전의 일부기도 한데 일단 피퍼렉스 선수 같은 경우는 이제 같이 경쟁하는 동료이기도 하고 또 사랑하는 친구들이어서 장남 겸 이제 도발 정도? 네, 그 정도였습니다. 나쁜 뜻은 없어요.
Well, it was all with good intention. I mean, it was a little bit of mind game, but at the end of the day, PaperX, we're really good friends, and they're in it together, and we were on good terms. So yeah, it was just for fun. Well, I want to ask you about the change in DRX's style now. You guys are willing to take more risks, and you guys are investing more into duels. So talk to me about these aggressive plays. 그러면 이제 DRX의 스타일이 또 많이 바뀌었다는 그런 평가도 나오고 있는데 조금 더 변수 창출도 많이 하고 교정 퀄리티가 올라간 것 같거든요. 선수들 스스로도 좀 이런 스타일이 마음에 들 것 같아요. 어떤가요?
일단은 이제 한국 리그에서 퍼시픽 리그로 바뀌면서 저희도 이제 대회하면서 배우는 게 많아져가지고 오히려 이제 바뀌었다기보다는 저희 것에서 좀 더 이제 플러스를 한 느낌이라 오히려 업그레이드가 된 느낌이라서 어느 팀을 만나든 잘 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
I mean, we're still learning as the league goes on, but it's not like we completely changed our play style. It's like adding more elements into our plays and upgrading our plays. So yeah, I think in this way, we're making our team stronger and stronger. Well, last question of the day, you were playing on the HP Omen desk for today's matchup, so here's the HP Omen question for you. If you could sum up the team's performance today in one word, what would it be and why? 그러면 HP Omen 퀘스천 드리도록 할게요. 이제 오늘 HP Omen 데스크탑으로 플레이를 했잖아요. 또 그런 김에 질문을 드리는데 팀의 경기력을 한 단어로 요약할 수 있다면 어떤 거고 왜일까요?
Perfect. 이제 저희가 조금 따라잡히는 경우도 있었지만 그럼에도 이제 너무 조급해하지 않고 잘 이제 상대가 따라잡는 것에서 또 이제 잘 달아나서 그래서 오늘은 좀 완벽하게 잘 이겼던 것 같아요. 그래서 퍼펙트로 선정했습니다.
Yeah, obviously perfect, because there were rounds where we weren't supposed to win, but we managed to take those rounds anyways, and we weren't really giving away rounds for free, and I think we did pretty well in perfecting our plays. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with today's performance. Well, that was Buzz, everybody, and after 10 p.m. there will be PaperX and DRX's fan meeting here in the arena, so make sure you don't miss that. And that was Buzz. Thank you as always, and for more on this matchup, I'm gonna toss it over to William.
Thank you very much, Junghyun, and of course, shout out to Buzz for an excellent interview. A little bit of BMing, a little bit of fun, and a lot of confidence as well as DRX takes down PaperX 2-0 in somewhat commanding fashion.
Yeah, this was not what we expected, nor what we wanted, to be honest. I mean, Split did deliver a bit more of what we had kind of anticipated, but unfortunately, at the end, I do walk away from this being a little bit, dissatisfied with the series because it didn't go to 3. It wasn't close in both of these maps. We didn't get into an overtime. DRX just really getting a fantastic read on exactly how PaperX was going to go into pretty much both of these maps. A little bit of stumbles on Split, but for the most part, it seems like they had a very good understanding.
Yeah, it just felt like PRX, I think, were a bit more prepared for this map. It was the one they selected. They started off much stronger. They had leads at multiple times in this one. And you got to talk about Devi as well. The guy really stepped it up in a big way. Alongside of his teammates, even something, stepping it up a little bit compared to his first map of Ascent, his position there. Whereas on the other side, DRX stacks 6 first kills. Really good stuff for the team. Just kind of put the carry pants on this time alongside of Mako.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, we actually forget to talk about stacks a lot because we talk about the likes of Mako and now Foxy9 and things like that. But then, Stacks, we have to remember there's a reason we constantly mention him as such a great player. It's, not just his ceremonies and his interviews and whatnot, but there's a reason he's able to clutch up despite IGLing, right? Despite being the captain of this team. When it's needed most, he'll bring it back for his teammates.
Yeah, we've seen that time and time again, whether it's on a stage here in Korea, now in also Pacific, but also on the international stage. I mean, you think about that Heaven drop down coming through from him and the retake versus the likes of then FPX, now mostly Na'Vi. He's just always good for it, it seems. When he's pressed, when he's put into those conditions, he's oftentimes fantastic. And that's kind of why, back in the day, we thought, oh, Stax is, the most clutch player on this roster. He's always the one that went in the clutch. And they said, no, it's Mako. And then Mako went on to show that, but Stax is still saying, you know what, I got what it takes still. I'm not out of this yet.
Yeah, and now let's talk about Mako, right? Because once again, he's proving his worth here on DRX. I mean, there were several plays that Mako did, so especially that ending, but there's this one as well.
Yeah, this all the way back in round 6, and as you can see from the minimap, you've got something right now on the jet rotating back across over to A lobby. Meanwhile, Mako has gone on this very quiet, delayed lurk through the sewer. He hears the footsteps, he hears them going into the site, and crucially, his 2 players on the side of DRX end up getting taken down. He gets this spot on a 1, and as soon as another one swings out, he decides to strike, and then Mako, again, going to be good for the final kill. It was just a fantastic lurk play. You can tell the PaperX never had a moment's thought that he could potentially be in that position, that somebody could have come from that flank angle, and Mako's patience ends up paying off in dividends yet again.
Yeah, his patience and his preparation as well. You got to understand what goes into being as clutch as someone like Mako, right? To have the ability to say, okay, I know exactly what kind of rotation this team is going to do. I know exactly when I got to poke my head in and catch them in that rotation. And he did it perfectly, waits for the 2 of them to pop out, gets the 2 kills, and it's a big reason why he got a lot of our votes today for this match for the side of DRX as the MVP, just because... Yeah. When PaperX finally stepped up to the plate here on Split on their map, Mako was the guy who started to get really clutch and bring it home for the team.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of fans that were watching once again reminded why so many people hail Mako as one of, if not one of the best players in the world, not just Pacific. He's continued to show up these performances. But let's talk about, once again, I mean, Stacks putting up that incredible score line here on Split. Despite IGLing and then playing this initiator, I mean, he's showing up big, and he's continued to do so in consistent fashion.
Yeah, it's just really good stuff. We see here, this was really the big one for us watching in the green room. He just pokes around there, takes 3 steps, gets double kill, and picks up the 1 on the site. Then here in the vents as well, when they try to get aggressive on him on the eco, he's just able to hold it down in the 1v2 essentially. And Yeah, I think the picture tells a story.
Yeah, it often does. He's very rarely poorly spirited after a series, and as you already mentioned, 6 first kills for him, only 2 first deaths in that second map. I mean, the guy's just right at home. Doesn't matter whether he's playing the KO, the Sky, the Fade. Just another hyper flexible player for the side of DRX, and I think that this is, again, one of the biggest praises we have to sing for them, is that they just have these players, and they say, okay, you know what, we're going to teach you how to play 3-4 different agents, and you're going to become a master at all of them. We're kind of starting to see that development as well with the side of Foxy9. Whether or not he needs to go beyond Jet and Raze, I don't know, because then you're getting into Phoenix, maybe Neon, you could make an argument
Neon,
for.
Yeah.
But, Phoenix, Reyna, those sorts of things are going to be a little less applicable. But, I mean, the way that they're able to manage this, I was going to leave Yoru out of it because it's like, there's no way. DRX, the day that DRX decided, okay, we're going with the Yoru comp. Oh boy, buckle up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we're starting to see that growth, because as time has gone on, we've now seen him play Raze 3 times in Pacific, and each time that he's played it, it's just kind of looked better and better and better.
Yeah, well, once again, DRX reigning supreme. They still haven't dropped a map yet, as the casters mentioned as well. So we still have to wait to see if anyone's going to hold a candle against DRX. Well, that was just our first match of the night. Of course, we still have another one. It's going to be Team Secret going up against RRQ. We'll be presenting that match when we come back from this break.
Actually, I think we have a miscommunication.
You know what? Yep, we did, because we already mentioned the MVP as well, but we got to show his stat lines as well.
Okay.
So let's take a look at the MVP here for this match. Of course, I think all of us giving the votes over to Mako.
Yeah, I mean, not top bragging in either of the maps, but the consistency from him just continues to look absolutely excellent. And I think that Mako continues to really demonstrate why having your controller players be so impactful. I mean, I think both he and Devi, have your controller players be so impactful on the map is so very important. We saw it from Menyet now setting the land kill record. We continue to see incredible performances from Mako and how he's able to dictate the pace of each and every map that he's in.
Yeah, it's really about the pace. I think that's why he got the unanimous votes, right? His performance on Split was kind of just far and beyond better than even a lot of his other teammates who were performing really, really well. So when it becomes that obvious, I think he deserves the unanimous vote, and pretty obvious for us on this desk.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to take anything away from Mako, so don't get mad at me, Mako. Of course, we love to look at your stat lines. They're always so beautiful. Well, that's it for DRX versus PaperX. DRX will take down PaperX 2-0 as they continue to not drop a single map here in VCT Pacific. We're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be match 2 for the night. It's Team Secret versus RRQ.
Raid around this corner, and he has rotate quick. Mako down here lurking, and he gets him. And now we've got something on the move in here. Takes out by. Yeah, but the operator lurking here. Not ready. Oh, yeah. Foxy9, who just taking the jump. RB takes it back out. Gets the revenge. RB keeps it low. 1, 2. Come all the way around from the back. I'm surprised he even got 1 kill now. Oh, my God. Stacks gets through. Around. Jing. Saying it's the second half of this map. 5 buzz, so not much information. Beautifully done. Spike now dropped. Spike gets another. Oh my! Get one, but now it's the back. Out getting Jing, looking for another moment. It ends there. Mako's now going to come in here. It's just finals back out. He gets one. He gets one.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
My dad was really negative about the game. But now my dad, like, he always talk about me to his friend nowadays. That makes me feel like really good also because finally I can show them that it's not like useless that what I did for the past few years. Hello, my name is Saibani Rahmat. I'm from Indonesia. My in-game name is Flipzider. My role in-game is IGL. What I mean from my playstyle aggressive is like, I think there is a space, I would like to take it and then try to use the advantage of the space for my team. My favorite agent to play Killjoy because I don't really need to do anything, just sit at my side and then let my teammate do something.
Flip is a smart guy. He knew what we have to do, he knew what the enemy doing, and then he always told us the right reaction to make.
He's a big brain player and he's so aggressive even though he's calling the shots.
He relies on game sense a lot. He read the game easily. When he read the game easily, he can counter-strat it, the enemies.
He's a really good player in terms of he knows how to read the enemies, so he knows where to get little spaces and little gaps on the map. That's also why he is a good IGL, because he's able to read the other team. He's not scared to take risks. It might look a little bit weird to the viewer sometimes, but there's always something that was the reason why he did it.
Zero now trying to watch spots his head, but it's his head that gets taken off.
One or two members canning and then things will fall. Many enemies are low, but it's 2v3. And Flips, he just waits, right? He clears one by one, he clears the angle, he gets it.
I joined RRQ after they fill everybody inside and then I'm the last guy to join.
Being teammate with him, I'm gonna say like he's the hardest and harshest teammate I've got.
He always correct the mistakes like harshly so that that mistake won't happen again like, in the future.
He's quite harsh on his teammates at times, but that's just because he wants to make sure that everyone knows exactly what to do and that we can perform best possible and we can execute the plan how he had it in mind. Most of the stuff that he has in mind anyway, I agree with. So for me, it's easy to back him up as well. When he says, this is the right call, yeah, it most likely was.
We don't really talk about the mistake in the game, but in practice, I kinda hard to most of my teammates when they do mistake. I will tell them directly or they cannot do this, but in the game, it's just a game. We're not gonna fighting outside the game or we are still friends, we are still best friends. It's just the game that because we're gonna win together or lose together.
They're gonna be able to 10 with a nice shot. We'll go ahead and take down Zep Robin. Shadow does find him on the back end. Push around the
He,
corner.
as a person outside the game, sometimes he's the guy that who's like quiet, but when he goes in our conversation, like he tells a lot of stuff.
It's like the second AJ, I think. He like to troll and make jokes also.
My goals is to able to qualify for Master Tokyo and also champion because champion means everything for me. I really want to go champion. And then I just feel really proud that I can stay here because not everybody from Indonesia can play for RRQ. I just feel really proud. Yeah, we have big responsibility as an Indonesia player to make Indonesia proud. We try our best. Fans from Indonesia, from Philippines just need to know that we never want to lose. And everybody in the team is confident that we can win.
Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing with VCT Pacific 2023. My name is William Cho, joined by Achilleos and Valdez, and we're getting ready for match number 2. It's going to be Team Secret versus RRQ. Let's take a look at the lineups right away so we can start talking about these teams. Let's take a look at Team Secret first.
Team Secret coming in, and I think for a lot of us, based on what we saw earlier on in the year, we didn't know really what to expect. We kind of had a lot of predictions against them, but they have come in here very fiery in VCT Pacific and absolutely have proven themselves as one of the top teams here. So really good stuff. Only hoping to see them continue with their run so far.
Yeah, exactly. We're looking for a bounce back after the last matchup versus Gen G, which is a very difficult one. I mean, there was a lot of confusion and discussion about, who was looking like the second best team in Asia, because obviously you put DRX at the top, PaperX middling performance, losing to Cloud9 over at Lock-In, Secret looking quite good, but Talon as well. How, who slots into that second place position? And at the end of the day, it was like, okay, it's probably Talon. How wrong we were.
Yes.
But then after that, it was like kind of tied between Gen G and Secret. Gen G now have kind of broken themselves away, but Secret still do look like a very top contending team. And they had a bit of an off day, I'll say a little bit. They got pushed and prodded, I think, in ways that they didn't necessarily expect versus Gen G, because we didn't really get the Borkum time. Guy didn't really get to find as much impact as we normally see from him. But coming into this one, it's hard to say that they don't have the upper hand in this.
Yeah, they should, given everything we've seen so far, right? They've shown a little bit more consistency and whatnot, because they're going up against RRQ, who they seem to have the potential, but they haven't quite proven it enough just yet.
Yeah, and I'm not exactly sure what the issue is so far. Obviously, there's a lot of strong teams in this tournament, but it's been pretty solid stuff from them, but not enough to really get them over the line where they're consistently winning maps, where they're consistently getting these clutch moments. So, individually, I think they've been all pretty fine, but not quite up to the standard as some of the other teams so far.
Yeah, I think that we have seen those glimmers. We know that the foundation is there. It's really just about perfecting it, and that has been a very much in development since this team was put together. I mean, talking to the ownership staff, they said, yeah, we're bringing these players together. They're going to have to start coming in English. It's not something that they've been having to do in the past, and then that's going to require some time. It's going to be a major adjustment. But we're starting to see them kind of get past those hurdles and starting to find their footing a little bit more. They have great fragging power. It's not like they come into this and they just can't really go up against anybody. They can't out-aim people. They have that ability. It's more been around the team synergy for me and making sure that set plays, executes, etc. are all done synergistically, and that's where they've been lacking, but it has been getting better.
Yeah, of course, kind of the one similarity we see from both teams is they both lost 0-2 to Gen G, and if anything, that kind of proves the power of Gen G more than anything. But Team Secret, they showed some great games versus Talon and PaperX. Meanwhile, RRQ, struggling, even against Zeta, barely getting that one map, and then they weren't able to actually secure the entire win. They finally get their first win against DFM last week.
Yeah, I mean, at least you can say that. It was a pretty dominant victory in the 2-0, and we did see some of the glimmers that we were talking about from some of these players coming in. This is actually the team that has the highest pistol round win percentage, so...
That's... I still count Global's undefeated pistol rounds over at Lock-In.
At Lock-In, yeah, we got to count that. Yeah.
It was so impressive to walk out of their 6-0 in that regard. So I still give them that. In Pacific, yes, RRQ is
so
right
far,
up there.
yeah, RRQ, despite the losses, they're winning a lot of their pistols. Now, if we had to pick out who we want to highlight from each team, I think first we got to start with Envy on the side of Team Secret, right? One of the rookies coming in, showing a great performance, and then you put him up against, Flipstrider, who's playing similar roles in that initiator, but he's a veteran and he's the IGL.
Exactly. I mean, plenty of experience on the international stage here for the side of Flipstrider. And again, a part of that core in Boom Esports, who was able to take a devastating map away from Optic with an 18-16 overtime on Breeze. That was when the previous, land kill record had been established and whatnot, much by the efforts of Xfero, as he's now known, but Teba told them. So, incredible. But this rookie has shown an immense amount of promise. Envy has, at times, looked like their best player. If you go round over round, you could pick out several where you're just like, man, Envy really went off here, and they would have lost if it wasn't for him.
Yeah, so we'll see if he can keep up that performance again today, especially against the likes of Flipstrider. Now, before we get into the match, we got to take a look at our predictions, and if we can bring them up, I think we're actually all lined up here, right? Yeah, even
Yeah.
Even those watching at home, Quack and Victoria also predicting Team Secret. I know I've predicted RRQ in the past, but again, I think we all agree just the organization, right, the consistency just looks to be in favor of Team Secret.
RRQ looks great against DFM, but this is a totally new opponent. Like, they got to step it up a whole new tier, I think, if they're going to challenge Team Secret tonight.
All right, well, let's see if they're ready for this match. Can RRQ get their second win? And Team Secret, can they get back onto a win streak? Let's find out here in match number 2 for tonight. Continuing week 4 here at VCT Pacific 2023, we're looking at the matchup between Team Secret and RRQ as, you know, Envy just showing some good sportsmanship as they enter alongside 2GE in this matchup.
Firm handshakes on both sides, but I don't think it's going to be quite as amicable once they actually get into the lobby. So this is all some nice early friendly behavior from both sides, maybe some chuckles being had on stage before they try to tear each other's heads off.
Yeah, and we got to remember, obviously, some of these players on RRQ also from the same region of the Philippines alongside Team Secret, so probably a little bit of just friendliness among those players. And ooh, the veterans and the IGLs. Okay, you know, standing united until they get into the match.
I now pronounce you.
That was cute. I like it. I like it.
I want to see two players come out, join hands, and just go skipping down the stage.
Skipping down the aisle there.
Dubstep's like, no, I'm not going to give you my arm.
Okay.
Until I hug you.
I thought he was hiding something behind his back. I thought he was going to pull out like a bouquet of flowers or something for him.
A little proposal going on there. LB Moore, of course, just great performances here for RRQ. He's always been so consistent on a lot of those pistol rounds and ecos. And Borkum, seeing that it's going to be Borkum time today, we'll see if we get to check our watches.
Nice. I bought a new watch.
Oh, it's actually just a new one. Actually just went out shopping here in Seoul.
Yeah, I bought a Rolex as all the esports players do, and I got signed to a team.
Of course, the coach is coming out as well, Coach Warbirds and Ewok. Now, Warbirds, of course, joined you guys on the weekly recap, just talking about Team Secret's performance so far and saying, you know, they're not fazed by the loss. They think they'll very easily bounce back. And you know, Warbirds also added, while he's friends with RRQ, he hates to say it, but he thinks it's going to be an easy 2-0 against RRQ today.
Yeah, I mean, I like that he's being honest, you know. A lot of times coaches will come out and say, oh, you know, these guys are pretty good. It's going to be a 2-1. It's going to be difficult. But no, he's just coming out saying, we're the better team, little stumble, not affected. I think that's kind of the mindset you have to have as a coach as well, because if you don't have confidence, then, you know, who's your team going to look up to?
Yeah. I mean, I think both coaches honestly have like very little heads on their shoulders. We heard from Warbirds, as you said in the recap show, but just having spoken to Ewok and things that he said online, you know, he, as I was kind of saying, is very much aware, leading this product, that he is in charge of the development of this roster, making sure that they get up to speed and get into a comfortable position when it comes down to how they're calming and, you know, setting things up in game. He's very much been at the helm of that, and I think that overall, we can see that upward trajectory for them leading into that first match victory. The question is, does it lead into a second one? Because this would definitely start making people take RRQ a hell of a lot more seriously in the league and internationally if they're able to take down Secret.
Yeah, if they can do it today, I mean, I think it really flips the attention towards RRQ. And I'm glad you mentioned that. I mean, Ewok, after every match, he's also mentioned that, you know, I think we're getting better. I think we're looking better. So the potential is there as we look at the map bans and picks.
I'm going to start off with a Pearl ban and a Lotus ban here. Very curious about what we will actually be playing on in terms of the first map, and looks like it's actually going to be Icebox, which we do not see even less than split so far.
I mean, this is very much a secret favorite, so they decide to go for the Icebox. They've been kind of getting, I guess, similar to DRX, a free ban, and knowing that Lotus is going to be taken out of the equation since RRQ has since shifted away from that, and it's going to be split yet again. So we were talking about it, not seeing too much split, not seeing too much Icebox so far. Today we get rewarded with both these maps.
Yeah, kind of excited to see Icebox, and of course Team Secret. I mean, they started off with a strong performance at lock-in as well on that Icebox, so excited to see it return for them as it goes through, and that means Haven being floated to the very end. If we go to a map 3, we'll be going over to Haven for Team Secret versus RRQ.
Yeah, we talked about some of the momentum, rather, RRQ coming off the 2-0 win and a 2-0 loss, or 0-2 for the opposing side. So maybe, you know, with that momentum, they can come out with a quick win, and maybe we actually do see Haven. Would love, you know, especially because we were robbed of it in our first match. Hopefully we do get a third map here in the second one.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit curious to take away the Fracture just because I think that RRQ widely looked pretty decent on it when they were playing against Gen G, but Haven definitely going to be a lot more comfortable with the 13-4 victory that they were able to get away from DFM. But going into Icebox, I spy a Harbor.
Yep, so it looks like RRQ going for that Harbor Viper comp, and that allows them to slot in that entry and EJ on the Jet as well, whereas Team Secret, they're sticking with the tried and true, no duelist, kind of heavy Sentinel comp here for the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, you got to set up those blockades and literal walls in the face of your opponents on a map like this where there's a lot of narrow corridors, and we haven't seen it too much here in Pacific, but we have seen it a lot overseas in the international events, so excited to see these two teams on.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much the same comp that we saw from them when they took down Team Liquid over in lock-in, so curious to see how it plays again.
All right, well, Team Secret, can they replicate that success again, or will RRQ continue the momentum? We'll find out as we head into Icebox with Tasteless and Paper Thin.
Thank you, guys. We're going to be going into this best of 3. It's my first time casting Team Secret. They've looked so strong. They look so good. They've had a real breakout performance here in VCT Pacific. RRQ, this is a team. They're very strong, but so far they've been outclassed by the teams they've gone up against.
Yeah, they've looked pretty good at times on certain maps. Of course, they look good against DFM, but, you know, I think part of that's just DFM having a very off day as well against them, but that being said, they put them in that position. They still beat them. Now they take on a very, very tough opponent in Team Secret, who has already beat Paper X this year. So this is a team that we know is deep. They can get it done. They've been working a lot on their fundamentals and things like that, and it's really shown through this year. So I'm really excited for this matchup. I think RRQ could get this done, dude. I mean, as good as Team Secret is, RRQ, they've looked flashy at times this year.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, they haven't had the wins that they've wanted coming into this season, but they've actually played very well. They've been able to hang with the best of the best. So, you know, the next question is going to be, you know, can they just level up a little bit more and kind of push it? On the other hand, you've got Team Secret, who's had such a strong performance just right out of the gates coming into this, and they're eager to try to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Secret, you know, thinks they should be coming through this with a 2-0 today like they were talking about on the desk, and, you know, certainly that's the expected result in some ways, but I tell you what, don't count RRQ out. They just steadily have been getting better. But that's been most of our teams here in Pacific. They've been getting better and better as this has gone on, and Team Secret certainly among those. The first one is going to be X-Pharaoh killing Dubstep off screen. There's Envy hitting EJ, so now Team Secret going to try to push the site. 2GE holding behind, could not find the shots, and Borkum's going to take him down.
Yeah, Borkum getting that kill. Envy takes Flip out of the picture. The spike is now going to be planted. They've got a 2-stack trying to come in here and reclaim this. Should be an easy closer here for Team Secret.
Yeah, especially with X-Pharaoh on 20 health. Ooh, he did get the headshot, though. Gonna be tough. And yeah, the run and gun with the frenzy.
Yeah, I like that. Just turn the corner and spray. And so that critical first round it has been won here for Team Secret. And we're going to see if they can try to build that momentum, and we have kind of your ordinary ebb and flow, your ordinary back and forth. Or maybe we could see something from RRQ where they might be able to tie this up 1-1. Because, of course, the easiest round in a Valorant half is the one that you won after the pistol.
Exactly.
Round.
Yeah, generally speaking, that is the truth. So certainly, let's see what RRQ wants to throw at this. It looks like they're just going to try to stack A. Looks like they've got a good read, at least initially. Not too much info given other than the jet again from the side of RRQ. So they're not throwing too much at this. It looks like they're going to wait to try to kind of hit TS as they try to plant. Last year slows things up a little bit. Was Elmi Moore taken down on site. Now Team Secret seems to have pretty firm control of things. You just got the sneaky position from Xpharaoh right next to King. Oh my god, they're getting a bunch!
They fight back, and suddenly it's just Dubstep alone and isolated here. The spike not in hands all the way at the entry point of the A site. He's going to try to creep forward here, but RRQ with a really good turnaround. Unless we have some kind of miracle play from Dubstep, they should be able to close this out and tie this up 1-1.
Not even sure what happened there, Tasteless. All of a sudden, everybody's dead on Secret. They're about to lose another. It's the turnaround here.
Yeah.
A surprising one, but a well-read, well-drawn-up play here from RRQ where they expected Team Secret to try to force A. And, you know, a lot of teams on their better buy rounds will go for B on their attacker side, right? You have the longer sight lines, you can kind of take advantage of the better weaponry, but Team Secret just not ready for this at all. And like I mentioned, Xpharaoh snuck himself in a really tricky position there with that toxic screen. Great job here by RRQ.
We had kind of a funny camera angle when the fight actually went down, so we didn't get to actually catch that much of it on there. But
yeah,
this is an exciting moment now, and Team Secret's strained. As far as weaponry goes, this should be a fairly easy needle to thread here from RRQ going into round 3.
Yeah, flash to back Xpharaoh off, but not too far, as he has his his poison cloud ready there, as you know, setting up for the one-way. See if Team Secret pushes the corner. Likely, Team Secret just wants to wait this out a bit. No significant movement. Spot's going to come through. A little bit of damage done to Xpharaoh.
All right, they've just gone on the cusp of coming into B. Flip has a pretty nice one-way setup. He does spray, doesn't quite connect. Xpharaoh pushes out a little bit further, taking Jesse Vosh out of the picture.
Heal up, squad.
Oh, great lurk there by Dubstep. Catching Elmi Moore completely off guard.
Yeah, this is tough for Secret with, you know, an attempted lurk, trying to do some unique things, but with the weaker buy, proving to be much more difficult than it was for RRQ. A little bit of spam, and it is going to find one. Flips. Good for the kill onto Jeremy. Now just 2 remain for Secret. Okay, that's a kill. All right, a good headshot.
You know, honestly, just rock-solid defense so far here from RRQ. They are now into the site here. The spike is going to get planted. I don't know if they can pick up this plant in time. It is going to go down, and they don't even seem to know where it is. Beautifully done. It ends as quickly as it starts with that plant. The defuse will be done, and RRQ is now going to take the lead. After losing that first round, they've won the next 2.
Yeah, they missed that plant spot a little bit.
It was kind of funny.
Kind of walked right past it, but that's okay. They were still able to stabilize pretty quickly there and get the win. And now, plenty of money in the bank here for RRQ. Secret gonna have to invest. Not seeing anybody go for like the half armor buys that we've been seeing in some of the other regions, at least in this matchup. So full armors, except for Elmi Moore. There it is.
Yeah,
I was like watching him.
Not
like,
so fast, Paper.
Hopefully he doesn't forget.
It looks like this is going to be an attack sprung over here onto the A site. There is a pretty decent stack over here. They're actually ready to take a fight right in the center of A. Oh my god, EJ whips around, gets that kill, takes another out as well.
That was insane. He snuck right underneath Team Secret. They had no idea. He had pushed all the way underneath Nest. Got a kill, dash out, got another. That is disaster for Team Secret.
So they're being a little bit cautious, trying to come forward right now. As you can see, they're going to be a little bit more scouting right now from RRQ. The Viper wall goes back up. EJ now lurking way in the back of A. It looks like they're going to let Team Secret maybe burn through a little bit more utility without actually getting much information, and then basically come in here for a clean retake.
Yeah, they're happy to do that. You know, a slow orb, the wall. Now already broken, didn't last long. A flash through. Jeremy trying to play close, but still gets fully blinded. Has to back out. Tried to get ahead of that flash, but couldn't.
Got Xpharaoh here lurking in the back, trying to come through. Borkum drops Flip.
Player standing.
Yeah, so far RRQ looking too good, and I got to say, you know, we went into this saying, you know, maybe RRQ can play well, but Team Secret should be the favorite. Well, we could have been more wrong to start things off. Honestly, RRQ is playing extremely well.
Yeah, no doubt. And the interesting thing here for RRQ is, you know, they haven't played Icebox in Pacific yet, so we're not exactly sure what it's going to look like. So Team Secret trying to get their feet underneath them here against their opponent. And so far, they haven't. Let's see if they can adjust, see if they can come up with something. It will be a weaker buy on this round for Team Secret. It's like Sheriff's, a Stinger, and even one Spectre able to be squeezed through for Borkum, who's got the Viper's Pit. So, you know, for Secret here, they might just try to get through towards B here, get that Viper's Pit down, and then try to let the close-range weaponry do the singing for them. But EJ's just so fast today. He has gotten 2 already. They flash, and they're down for more. Switching over to the Classic. And Dubstep ran out of bullets.
All right, they're going to be on the hunt now. Only Jesse Bosch remains. Oh, no, and he's now been pinged. Stunned. He's going to try to find some cover. You could take out just a few of them on the way. It'd be worth it. Spike, by the way, completely in a location there's no way that Jesse Bosch can do it. So the best he can hope for is to try to get as many kills as possible.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to try to go for something, but there isn't anything left to be done. Again, a weaker buy for Team Secret results in a win for RRQ, so it's certainly not the result you want for Team Secret in that round, but it's aggressive play here from RRQ, just kind of sensing these pushes from Team Secret. They seem to have done their homework. They seem to be reading the angles that Team Secret wants to attack from. We've seen it a couple times on A and now through Tube there, where Team Secret try to overstack Tube to see if they can maybe, you know, take that area and get through. Thwarted completely by RRQ.
Yeah, we've got another forward position here from RRQ again. They really seem to be inside Team Secret's head here. We've got EJ lurking on top of the crate. And it looks like he will be, detected there, spotted by the drone. He'll have to pull away, but not too far back, just one level down on the crates.
Oh, a good shock dart kill for Jesse Bash. And that's a huge start. EJ tried to go for a push and gets swatted away. Now Team Secret seems to be responding to this early aggression a bit better.
All right, immediately Borkum takes Flip out. And this is one that Team Secret seems to be fighting through pretty nicely. Don't forget that Xpharaoh's on the other side of the map here.
Right here.
So for now, it's going to be Elmamore trying to get something done, and he's taken out immediately by Jesse Bash.
Yeah, and now, you know, Team Secret should have this round pretty well in hand. I mean, Xpharo has full max buy, so he can save and toss the gun over to somebody else, but it isn't exactly necessary. He can try to go for the hero play here, see if he can do some more damage to the economy of Team Secret, but that turret gives a spot, immediately prompts the Poison Cloud in response, and now a battle here. Dubstep has to know he's back here, pumps the brakes, and is going to wait, see if Xpharo is going to push through. Xpharo, though, I think is going to sneak just away from Dubstep sightline.
Yeah, he would ideally like to get to the other side here of those stairs. I guess he wants to camp it out here. Either side, you can wait it out there and then try to get an exit frag as they're going to be leaving. And it looks like he should have one at least set up. Alley-oop for him. Oh, hold on. All right, look, our graphic covers it up. I'm not sure what's going to happen there. Okay, so there we go. The second win here for Team Secret. Let's not forget that sometimes we have one team start to win when there's not that many tools at your disposal. The further along you get into that half, then the more utility you have, the ultimates kick in, and maybe we're going to see Team Secret start to recover as we get to that stage of the game.
Yeah, it's a great point, because now Team Secret has all their ultimates. They are ready to set up for some big executes, I would think. Let's see if they can get it done. The lockdown, not a lot of great answers here, other than, you know, normally you'd try to counter lockdown, but that's not available for Elmamore. So see what RRQ wants to do. There is going to be the spot here from Jesse Bash and trying to follow up with the Hunter's Fury. Looks like he's not going to find anything out of it, though.
You should run.
It looks like they're going to go set the lockdown up over here. It seems like EJ is going to try to squeeze into the corner. No, he's going to actually back out and wait it out. And this is going to allow Team Secret to start their push forward here. They've managed to get over. It looks like we're going to have the spike planted up inside this area at the top, and it's going to be up to RRQ to try to get the retake.
Yeah, the Reckoning now from the Harbor. Makes things difficult for Borkum, and he gets taken down by Elmimore. Still, Jeremy waiting up on pipes, spraying through, knowing that they're down there, but they're EJ up on top as well. Elmimore gets another. This is falling apart.
Oh my
Team
God.
Secret.
And in the blink of an eye.
They're done.
RRQ is playing out of their minds. This defuse, easy peasy. This is going to be their 5th win. It's now going to be 5-2 as Team Secret is in a lot of trouble.
A lot. This is concerning here. Team Secret just had no answers for anything that RRQ brought. You get the lockdown, you get the free plant, and the post plants are just completely dismantled. They're read like a book. I mean, you get the spot there because of the reckoning utility, and Xpharaoh and everybody pushing space, and I love that Xpharaoh just gets in the back lines here. Completely.
They are hype. I love it.
Yeah, they should be.
I got to say, you know, with as strong as Team Secret was looking earlier on, RRQ is really surprising us. I mean, if you look at the predictions for the casters, we've almost always predicted that RRQ would lose. We're viewing them right now as maybe the weakest team. Now, I would love to be proven wrong with that, and it seems like it's already happening. Team Secret is in hot water. They need to go back, open up the dashboard, turn the dials around, try to figure out what's going to work here. Because a 5-2 lead, it's not the biggest lead in the world, but if this starts to spiral out of control, it's going to be a nightmarish second half, and it's one that I don't know that Team Secret can truly recover from.
Yeah, no, certainly. This is, you know, on your attacker side on Icebox, you definitely like to get a little bit more done, so timeout for Secret, and if they can right the ship, maybe try to push and pull the map a little bit. It's been pretty predictable from Team Secret. They're just trying to kind of brute force their way through RRQ, just saying that, you know, we're better, and, you know, we're just going to, you know, make some pretty basic attacks, set up for some post plants to try to make you break them. And RRQ's been good for the job. There's been no problems for them, really. A few rounds, of course, went Secret's way, but you know, it's the pistol and another. That's it for Team Secret.
Okay, they're going to be pushing in. It's going to be Viper's Pit set up over here. The question is, can Team Secret try to fight back and actually take control of this? We have Xpharaoh here lurking just up above. Can't find a target just yet. The ice wall getting shot down.
Well, there's not a lot that Team Secret is giving. Finally, they try to go for the plant and it gets stopped. Borkum, though, going to bring that Viper's Pit down with the kill onto Xpharaoh. Team Secret can get a little bit more done here, and yes, they can. Jesse Bash gets one before he gets taken down. 3v1 now for Dubstep, and not going to happen.
Yeah, wow. A vicious round there from RRQ, and an expensive loss here for Team Secret. They've tried on the A site so many times, but this one is going to be another failure.
Yeah, 6 rounds, so a guaranteed at least even half now for RRQ. And it's a tough one here for Team Secret. You know, with that Viper's Pit, yes, they're able to clear it out, get a few kills. But the RRQ viewing party, very excited. There's some fans here who are very loud as well for RRQ.
Yeah. We got some fans in the audience here as well in Korea. Pretty hyped to see RRQ playing as well as they are.
Oh, certainly. This is a dream start right now for RRQ. Everything going their way. They're making great reads. They've clearly done their homework on Team Secret. So now Team Secret needs to get a little bit tricky. A long dart there is going to get cleared, landing up on the crane. And now, though, RRQ expecting a push off of the back of this has EJ, that operator. Drone, though, is going to force him back. He's going to need it cleared by 2G. See what Team Secret wants to do. Now they're going to rotate off of this. I like this.
It's a lot of uncertainty over that B side push. They don't feel like it's right. They're not electing to go into mid. It does appear like they're going to try to inch into A once more. It seems like all roads end up at A so many times over here for the attacker side for Team Secret. Can this one be a different round?
Yeah, exactly. This one, though, they start B and then go A, so this is definitely a little bit of a different look for them. Now, Invi taking the top of King. Gonna move on over to Nest. So this should be the plant now. A snake bite to try to delay. Still, though, gonna be committed. Still have the res for Jeremy as well as they fall into the back. Lockdown now coming in for the side of RRQ, and that's gonna force Team Secret all the way back. They don't have any response to this.
All right, we see EJ gonna perch up here onto the high ground. A shot from the distance, shut down. Jeremy gonna go with the res on the Bash. it seems like so far so good here for Team Secret. They're making it work.
Yeah, good shooting.
Oh, hold on.
Oh.
2GE's going to go with the defuse.
Oh.
They do stop him in the last possible second.
Oh,
whoa.
That was close.
I thought he had it.
I did too there for a second. Fortunately, Secret able to get their bearings about them in time to stop that. 6-3 now. Whew. I like what Team Secret does here, though. Just show even a slightly different look. It's nothing super complicated, of course. It's go to B, send a little bit of info. Okay, you don't like what your response is to the owl drone. You know, with that player poking out from in front of the box. You're like, okay, well, they might have the sniper might be behind yellow, behind the big box, and you know, let's not go for that. We don't want to mess with this operator necessarily. We don't want to give up a kill for free. Let's rotate over the other way. And I saw that Borkum was really deep towards mid, covering that angle just in case there was another lurk from RRQ. So Team Secret now starting to get a better read.
So once again, they're going to come into B. It's been a pretty lax position here. Just Xpharaoh up in the front. And he's going to loop around yellow here. Maybe try to get a poke in from the side. We are starting to see movement from the rest of RRQ. We're starting to realize this does appear to be a commitment. Although, hold on, Team Secret staying quiet. They're going to try to burst out right now.
Yeah, they hit Xpharaoh there with the utility. And now they're going to shut him and 2GE out. So this is their site. Wall is up. You see Elmimore just around the corner. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to stop the plan.
They're going to try to come in now for the retake. You can see, haven't quite moved in just yet. Flip waits quietly around here. Jesse Bash pops out and then goes back into hiding.
One enemy remaining.
Whoa, that was sick.
Oh my God, he's going to get three.
Oh my God.
That is sick.
Jesse unleashed back there. Beautifully done. The fourth win here for Team Secret. It's getting close now. RRQ, they've had an extremely strong start. We've only got 2 more rounds in the first half. And look, I mean, if they could tie this up to 6-6, I think it's going to be a pretty interesting second half here. But RRQ has not been able to kind of maintain that snowballing dominance. It does seem like, as we see here, the further we get into the half, the more opportunities can present themselves as you have more ultimates, you've got more utility.
Yep.
And so the catch-up game continues on as a timeout is called here for RRQ.
Yeah, man, and I mean, somebody call Walter White because Jesse's cooking right now, man.
I like that. Well done, Paper Thin.
I was saving that one.
That was well done.
That hit me, and I was like, oh, I've got a Breaking Bad joke.
Yes. This entire event just led up to that moment. That's why we're doing this, so you could make that
was
joke.
It. I'm out. I'll see you later. Like, taking the headset off. Good luck, everybody.
Hype fans over here in the audience.
They have been loud.
Indonesian love over here, man. They are so excited to see how well RRQ is playing. Team Secret feeling the pressure and so far performing very well as well. We now go into round 11.
Dude, this has been a great series. I'm already really excited with the way that RRQ kind of had a good read on the Team Secret. Has been challenging them on the map. Now let's see what the change is going to be. Now it looks like to me the biggest change that I'm noticing is that Elmimore is putting his utility a little bit deeper towards B, expecting this B hit. They're going to clear the dart right away.
Yeah, well, you can always watch where the spike is to kind of guess where they're more likely to go for, and we do see agents gathering up and collecting over here into B, so there's going to be a little bit of a gauntlet to try to get through before you can take cover behind yellow over there.
Right here.
Certainly very aware of this. Of course, with the ult orb being grabbed. Not much in the way down. Oh, they read it! Oh
Dude.
My God! That shock dart is 200 IQ. That's crazy!
Was some wrinkle brain play. Some big wrinkle brain play there. That was so smart.
Oh my God!
Everybody's brain getting more wrinkles watching that.
That was, yeah, everybody just feels smarter now.
That was just such a good read.
That just improved the human race as a whole.
And now they're going to come in a little bit deeper. I love that Team Secret's not over-committing. They're very cautious here. A lot of times we see teams just completely implode if they go into B too fast.
Yep, and they're taking their time. Now, there is a nano swarm there still. They didn't clear all the utility. And Elmimore is finding 2 great headshots with that Vandal. So even though a lot of that utility got cleared, there was still one piece there. did a little extra damage. And Team Secret falling apart at the seams.
And now it's just Jesse Vash and then no one else. 7-4 as we go into the final round of the first half. Can Team Secret catch up and bring this 5-7? The only thing closer than that is literally tied at 6-6. Or is RRQ going to step ahead even further?
Yeah, certainly. It looks like they can. I mean, the way that, even though Team Secret reads that adjustment pretty well from the side of RRQ, they're just executing better. Their shots are crisper right now for the most part. They're reacting really well to stuff. You know, the way that Elmi Moore is playing that heaven position, or that upper nest position, or heaven position, whatever you want to call it, is just so effective. Using the verticality of the map really, really well as RRQ. Team Secret now try to double stack onto pipe. Gonna have to push through some utility, but...
Well, they've iced out EJ here. He's stuck behind the Viper wall, so they can't get any operator shots. Envy takes EJ out right after that. Jeremy gonna go ahead and plant some wall bangs attempted. Shots are not yet connecting.
And that ult from Envy so valuable. Now Borkum has his Viper's Pit. He's gonna plop it down right in the back there. So a lot of room to maneuver, and Envy's good for another.
Yeah, Envy's so quick with those reaction times here. The spike is ticking away as RRQ is scrambling to try to come in here and get this thing defused. Killjoy ulti is going to be triggered right now. Envy with another kill. Is Envy going to get like an ace?
Enemy remaining.
Oh my god, he might! He's on for it!
No.
Oh!
So that's going to be it. It is now 7-5. Team Secret playing the catch-up game oh so nicely. We now go into the second half of map 1 here on Icebox. RRQ with just the slightest lead.
Yeah, so it's nice like that Team Secret's able to bounce back, but that start was concerning. That means RRQ is prepped really well, I think, for Team Secret. And now going into the other half, you got to worry about it. Another thing to note about Team Secret, Tasteless, is they haven't won any of their map picks so far. They're 0-3.
Isn't that weird? I never know what to do with that.
I know.
See stuff like that. Well, this has been a delightfully close series so far. Can RRQ perform that well as we go into the second half?
I think so. They look great to me. They really are playing very good. You know, that time around, Team Secret a little bit, their head, that last round, head on their shoulders a little bit better. They push for that lockdown right away to clear it so it doesn't cause any real problems.
These Indonesian fans are great.
They're wonderful. They
are so much fun. Yeah, I love it. I'm getting hyped.
Me too. I can hear them through my headphones, no problem.
Yeah, and we can hear almost nothing but ourselves in the game with how loud everything is in the stage. But yeah, that's how loud the Indonesian fans are. It's super cool. We're getting a shot right now of the two coaches here. Coach Ewok hungry to try to get his first victory. But let me tell you something, Team Secret is making them work. RRQ is in the lead, but it is not easy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like, this is a map that Team Secret really likes. They're one of the few teams, I'd say, in the Pacific who will lean into Icebox if it's left open, but they haven't brought that newer Harbor comp that we're seeing here with RRQ, and a lot of other teams have been playing. They're sticking to that older style with the Sage instead, so it kind of mostly works for them, but now I think on the defender side, they actually potentially are at a little bit of a disadvantage with that extra layer of control that the Harbor offers for RRQ here with those high tides and those cascades. But we have seen teams that can push past that utility and still do well.
That also important. First round in the second half is going to start. It is neck and neck right now. This is my favorite part of Valorant, is when they knife the wall. That's peak Valorant right there.
Knife the force field.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Gun not even in hand. EJ isn't punished for it. Elma Moore gets that first kill there, and it looks like it's beginning to compound here as he gets another one, taking out Jesse Vash.
That was Elmi Moore bailing out EJ because he was caught with his pants down, knife in hand.
This is a funny setup they got. They basically just went right around him.
They're gonna flawless him.
Yeah, they literally got in there. Didn't even have to plant. They just came in all the way from behind and chased him down. It was one of the weirdest rounds I've ever seen. So much confidence there from RRQ. They didn't even go for the plant right away.
No, they were like, we're gonna try to cut through mid and then figure it out.
Yeah.
And you know, Team Secret actually has a pretty good read on it. They just can't hit their shots, and RRQ does in that middle area. There was not. I mean, the high tide just kind of narrowed the fight down, but both teams knew they were there. It's just a better reaction from Elmimore. He's right there to cover for EJ, who had his knife out, because they weren't expecting Team Secret to be there. You don't have your knife out, you know, when you're expecting an opponent to be somewhere. So a good read from Secret, but the execution is lacking.
Yeah, we had a 4-stack over on A, but then we saw them begin to branch out and move into B. Again, it's going to be a very weak round here for Team Secret. If they could pull anything off, it would be incredible. We now have the bubble set up, and the plant will go down. Ball's in your court, Team Secret. Got to get that defused.
It's going to be hard. The gun advantage is just huge. EJ with the Phantom. Oh, okay. Well, no, he's still kicking. Oh, God. See you in the next. Just fast and furious.
Very short round. EJ just is murdering.
He looks really
He even dashed, tried to dash away and got stuck on a wall and then still kept killing him. And so now we go to the third round in the second half. But first, a quick recap for you guys here. Let's see if we can catch that shot from EJ. Yeah, there it is.
Good enough. I mean, it's that Phantom putting it to good use. So 16 and 8, I think is the kill score right now. 16 and 7 for Elmimore. So some big frags coming out. You know, a lot of times you see Xpharaoh and Flipstrider kind of be the guys for RRQ, but now you've got Elmimore and EJ really stepping up, which is really encouraging to see. I mean, Elmimore, I think a lot of people had higher expectations for him coming into this year. He's kind of a known player to be very, very good. Struggled a little bit out the gate, but so far today looks fantastic. Team Secret, this round is feeling like a must-win.
Flash from afar over there. So we've got the Viper wall set up here, obfuscating what is going on the other side. Quietly, though, in a very deceptive play, RRQ is actually sneaking up into A. They're going to get right underneath it. Borkum with a quick shutdown, and it's going to be Xpharaoh. Oh my God, he whiffs it, and Borkum gets a double kill. Spike marooned at A as RRQ needs to retake.
Yeah, EJ was trying to be tricky over on B with a wide flank past yellow, but didn't really find much out of it, especially with that spike down. Now things get very, very dicey for RRQ, because that gives Team Secret the time they need to set up their defenses to really make sure they lock this down. Flips, tries to flash and pop out.
Oh, another whip shot. Team Secret just has the better gunplay, and it's going to be 9-6 here. The game of catch-up from Team Secret continues on. I'm very surprised at that whip shot that Borkum takes out both.
Yeah, that was, it felt like he might have thought he could get the run and gun, but he wasn't able to really quite get that spray under control. Maybe just kind of overcorrected with the movement there, didn't get the counter strafe to lock the spray down. I'm not sure, but still, that's a great round for Secret. A little bit of a mistake from RRQ, but at the end of the day, I think RRQ is still feeling very comfortable, still playing very, very well overall.
Yeah, just 3 more round wins and Team Secret can catch up, but it doesn't seem like Team Secret's ever able to streak that. RRQ is steadily staying ahead.
Yeah, dude, it has been really impressive from RRQ so far. Cascade to lead the way here at B. No movement from Envy. He's just content to hold an angle here. Dub is going to be the one to play contact. Probably Envy then going to swing off of that.
Yeah.
But here comes the high tide. That cuts off Dubstep's vision.
Flip's going to come through. It's going to come down to who can win this duel over here. And it's Envy once again. He never seems to lose a fight. He never seems to lose a 1v1. He backs up, flips to the other side to avoid the flash. And they just haven't really made any headway here onto B. Ironclad defense here from Team Secret.
Yeah, EJ there trying to get on top of Tube, seeing if maybe he could get away with cheeky position. Not going to work. Elmimore, though, gets spotted there. So he's going to continue to push space. Jesse wasn't ready, though.
Wow. Elmimore's playing out of his mind.
That should have been red. The turret identified him, Tasteless.
Right, beautiful shot here from Dubstep. Things are getting so close right now. Another great lurk. We've got the spike planted. Now it's going to be up to Borkum. Can Borkum clutch this? Is it Borkum time?
Certainly, Team Secret needs Borkum time.
We need Borkum time now.
Yeah, check those watches.
Check your watches. Nope.
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 No
Not
Borkum time.
Borkum time.
It's past Borkum o'clock.
Yeah, that's.
Hey, loosen up. It's
Um,
only life or death.
All right, RRQ.
They're looking good.
Continuing that momentum. That was a great round from them back there. Again, though, Envy's so good with these duels.
Yeah, even with Dubstep getting cut off there by that high tide, he's still able to find one. That's really impressive. That's a tough spot to be in for Envy. But still, Dubstep doing a good job on the backside of everything, but it's that point of contact at B that falls apart. Kind of puts too much pressure on Team Secret. They're not able to recover from. This is tough, man. Team Secret needs to find some juice, and they need to find it now.
Blocking sight.
All right, EJ now up on top. Can't find a target. Tries to do some spamming. Does get one. Borkum gone. As this is a trade for trade.
Jesse, though, with that Guardian, able to find two, so some hope here.
Enemy remaining.
Well, I might have spoke so too soon.
I think we're almost to the end of this paper thin.
Planted.
I mean, it's just Envy right now with the Sheriff. Obviously, this round, it's more forgivable to lose than the next one where they'll be buying heavy, but this is some domination.
Able to see him over the top, but 2G.
That's that.
Sees the head. Yeah, Team Secret, man. I mean, of course, the weaker guns. You know, a couple big kills from Jesse with that Guardian. This one has to come through for Team Secret.
It's interesting. RRQ seems to, maybe they've just acclimated now to the stage and to Korea. They seem to be playing extremely well. They're very calm and very composed.
And speaking English in their comms now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a lot that they've had to adapt to. I think that's a really good point.
Yeah, yeah. You know, some teams, I mean, Team Secret was, you know, we knew them in this league as having, you know, some of the best performances right out of the gate, but it does seem like, you know, RRQ is now very comfortable and playing, frankly, very well.
Yeah, certainly. Help me more.
My ultimate is
Has
ready.
his ult. Dubstep, though, also with an ult. Gonna get an opening kill. Pushing out through mid. RRQ continues to lean towards this B side. Still, though, with one of your layers of smokes down, now you're just on the Viper, or excuse me, the Harbor, to try to get this done.
All right, they're going to back up. I think this is going to be another moment they're going to abandon B. They're going to have Flip come through here, see what he can find. Dubstep is going to wrap all the way around the back.
I think Flip just trying to sell this a little bit longer, buy a little bit more time for this rotation there with that push out, and it seems to be successful. So far, nobody from Team Secret is moving a muscle towards the A site just yet.
Ooh,
now
that's just out of that.
I don't think that caught anybody on RRQ.
And so it's going to be on A. There's not a lot of time left. So when they get onto the site, they need to take control of it very quickly, or just, you know, pray that they don't get interrupted during the spike plant. EJ is going to pop up on the box.
Here.
Moving through the clouds here. Jeremy just waiting. Nobody's going to come around this corner just yet. Hunter's Fury is going to come, and that could interrupt the spike planting, and it looks like it is. Only 10 more seconds. It is planted in time.
Yeah, the fragment, the snake bite, just a bit late. 2GE from above gets Envy. This is looking dire for Team Secret. The lockdown as well. Invested from Elmimore. Team Secret has to wait it out, but Dubstep has one. It's a 3v2.
Right, we're just looking right now. It looks like he's going to back up, and another kill here for 2GE. Borkum's the only one. Yep, and that's going to be it, and a wasted ulti there. Wow.
Just RRQ all over the flanks. Not letting Team Secret get any space, get much. 2GE in particular here. Absolutely nuts. EJ just, see, that's the problem with this high tide is,
yeah, it makes a little triangle underneath it. You can shoot right through.
Yeah, it creates a sort of a one-way there. And you got to be careful. I see that a lot where teams don't sometimes respect it. They pay the price.
That Viper's pit just looked like it was foam from soda or something that just spilled over. It never got to be anything at all. It's like I shook up my root beer and put it down, and it fizzled over. And so we have a timeout called E out.
E out.
Me
out?
Oh, okay.
Oh. VCT Pacific.
Yeah. What could that mean?
What does it mean?
Posse? VTC Posse?
Get out there.
So, guys, we have a very exciting game that looks like it's about to end. It's going to be RRQ probably winning here. And if it's not that, then it's the craziest game of the entire tournament because it means that Team Secret brought us to overtime.
Certainly. And the other problem that Team Secret faces is their money. It's garbage. You're able to squeeze 2 rifles in there. Otherwise, it's Bulldog, 2 Spectres, half armors. It's not looking great. You're only 1 away from Jeremy's res as well, so a lot of tools here. Envy's ult, Dubstep's ult. A lot of tools for Team Secret to utilize, but they have to get there. And it seems like RRQ just doesn't give them many options to really use those ults impactfully. I mean, every time Team Secret's like used ults, it seems like it's handled and thought about by RRQ very well.
Yeah, they're ready for whatever the ult is, and they have counterplay that's there. All right, Flip, gonna grab this first orb. RRQ wants to end this quickly and concisely. Triple stack over here on B. Nobody's really shown themselves. We have a very conservative Team Secret here. And they're gonna, at least for the first layer, they're gonna push in. Not spotting that stage. And the Seekers are gonna make this a lot easier, but they are actually caught on that wall. That was funny.
Trying to get through, finally do. Envy has a kill. They get a spot, but it's kind of a bait. Oh, Xfero is on the off angle.
Yeah, Flip's gonna back up now. And Team Secret hasn't fully pulled around here. They don't see that the spike has been planted yet. They're basically gonna wait and bide their time.
Oh, this backstab from Elmy Moore. Oh my God, he's done it!
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
The humiliation.
They just out-tondoed Tondo Gaming.
Oh my God. A good interrupt. Not bad by Borkum. Borkum
Borkum
fights back. Oh my God. Xfero with a great play here. It's just dubstep left. And that is going to be it. Yeah. Spike planted.
Oh, the time.
Oh, I was actually so confused. I'm like, why are we not going to the players
the time
right now?
adjuster. It was
so
weird.
funny. I was like, what? All right,
was so weird.
Sorry, guys. I got thrown off by that, too.
Oh, it was weird.
Scanning ahead.
Very strange there at the end. Just everything was a mess here. Everybody trying to scramble to win this. The knife as well coming through, kind of putting some emotional damage here, but the time had just run out.
It's okay. It's okay.
And then you can see it. It's okay. It was, he had to find that kill, and he was just a bit too late.
Yeah. And so now we go into the next round. Team Secret narrowly survives that last one. Is this going to be the opportunity for them to try to snowball this and keep this going?
But Team Secret's money is still atrocious. They even have a worse buy this time than they did last time. They still got their big ults. Xfero, though, able to use his Viper's Pit.
Yep. It is going to be a very, very difficult retake here for Team Secret. All right, so the Killjoy ulti comes down. And are they going to be able to run out? They are going to go ahead and back up out of this position. EJ is caught.
Bait.
The defuse is halfway done. Are they just going to hold it? They're going to hold it. They get it.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that was a lot of utility that they burned through, by the way. That's crazy.
Yes. I mean, that was a pretty heavy investment there for RRQ that did not pan out, and now their money starting to look a little shaky. So now Team Secret, look.
I think the Team Secret's going to win the next game. This is actually one of those crazy butterfly effect games where it's like there was one thing that happened, and that then caused a sequence of events where we might be in overtime paper thin.
No, I think we might be, dude.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I have a lot more confidence. I mean, still a Bulldog has to be pulled through for Team Secret, but, the knives are out here for EJ trying to get up and over. Is going to spot the head of Jesse Bash, but can't quite find that kill.
Yeah, one knife left. Not going to get much value out of that ultimate this time. So they're going to be coming back over here to B. Borkum and Envy are ready. Probably two of the best players in duels like this. Their position is exposed, so we're going to see Envy rotate back around to a wider angle. EJ doesn't see anything just yet.
Well, they're going to be able to get close to the site. That flash, though, is really good, but Jeremy's response is better. Finds 2, and now RRQ just down to 3 as they try to back out of this.
Oh, 2G needs to be careful. He's only got 10 HP left.
Well, Idvi knows where they are. He pings it out. Just wants a little bit of help. Doesn't want to sacrifice anything. You know, the money has been so bad for so long for Team Secret. Yeah, Borkum, job there. All right. This should be just about over.
Yeah, this is the end right here. And that's going to be the 9th win. Dude, 3 more wins and it's OT.
Dude, I mean, can you believe it? I mean, RRQ there, you know, sets up for the knife play, and who knows? It's been kind of a talked about thing in Pacific because we've had an inordinate amount of knives that, you know, they go for it. The teams purposely go for it because they want the psychological damage. They want to say, we've got so much better than you.
They want to humiliate.
Yes.
Yeah, and from there they want your morale to take such a blow. RRQ, by the way, they're going to go ahead and go to a timeout. And, I mean, it's got to be a tense moment, right? There's nothing more terrifying than knowing you could have won. You basically did win, except for they ran out of time in that 1 round. And we're seeing Team Secret claw their way back from death.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's concerning a little bit. You know, as a coach, you would never want to see your team quite do something like that. You'd rather they just go for the win in a way, but hey, you got to let the players play in some ways also. You got to kind of let them have fun, and certainly these fans are having a lot of fun.
Yeah.
These guys are nuts, dude. They are so loud.
It's so awesome. And if you guys want to come down to our venue, it's great. We're just by Digital Media City Station, and yeah, come down, make an evening out of it. It's you know,
it's a great area.
You're going to visit Korea. Esports is part of the culture. Come down and check out an event like this one.
Yeah, you know, you come down here. It's, you know, a 10-15-minute walk from the train station.
Yeah.
You know, when we're done, you go down to Hongdae or something and get some good food, get some drinks.
Absolutely, get some barbecue.
That's right.
Okay, so now we go into round 22. Team Secret trying to make this Hail Mary play, win after win after win after win. They are defending again, and we're waiting to see if RRQ can somehow infiltrate the A site and take this. Ow, ow, ow.
Good nano swarm.
Yeah, really nice nano swarm there. EJ backs up. Shots are spammed out. They're not connecting to the other side. They do have a plant ready over here on A. EJ gets that first drop onto Borkum, but he's going to be rezzed and back in this fight. Team Secret knows if they lose here, it's over, and game 1 is lost.
Team Secret doesn't have much utility to use, a little bit of KO utility, and that's about it. What a shot.
Elmamore gets that kill. Hold on, hold on. They're defusing, it's halfway.
The guns are blasted for TS. They're doing it.
Oh my God. It's gonna be at 12-10. Costly round there for RRQ. I think they can do it. I think this goes to overtime.
It's certainly looking good, Tasteless.
They're streaky, win after win after win after win.
This is insane, and the money's going to be garbage again for RRQ.
Yeah.
Made a good push here from EJ to get that opening pick, but like you said, the res immediately available for Team Secret. And then, again, it's just gunplay here for Team Secret, but look at the way they're pushing together. Look at the way they're working together. That's what they need to do. And you can see it's business now.
Yeah,
it's business
they've
time.
got laser-like focus. When you look over there, they are being so precise. We're going to now go into what looks like an action-packed round here. A push over onto B, but a quiet maneuver over here onto A. They're trying to make B loud so they can slip the spike right into A. This is not an easy technique to pull off. But they have pulled at least the Viper and maybe even the Sova back over to the B site.
Yeah, RRQ would really like to get this plant down for X-Pharaoh, get him an extra alt orb closer to his Viper's pit. You have 2 huge ults for the next round. I think if I was them, I would like to save that lockdown. Seeker's not as important, but certainly that lockdown you want for the next round. Just see if you can, you know, prevent the overtime is really kind of the name of the game here. Heal has to come through, but now starting to make their way towards A. Couple interesting nano swarms here, right around King. One on the left, one on the right for Dubstep. Turret as well to try to set up to pop those nanos, potentially off of contact. See what this looks like here. Yeah, he is going to do that. But they're going to avoid it. Just squeeze right between the two of them and try to go for the top plant.
Yeah, they don't quite plant just yet. Xfero's going to get it down now.
You should run. I've got your
And we're going to have that Killjoy ulti planted down here. Again, RRQ just needs one more to get out. EJ gets that kill onto Jesse. Tell me more takes Dubstep down as well. Team Secret, can they get this defuse? Only 3 left versus 5.
Huge. Oh, Borkum with a big kill. That EJ being down. Flipsider just going to wait here, back him off. But Borkum reads it through the smoke. Oh my God.
And Borkum is single-handedly evened this out. Now down to 2 versus 2.
They got
much time left in this fight. They got to stick it. They got to stick it.
One enemy.
There's no time. Oh, the snake fight is perfect. There's no time. Xfero's done it.
Attackers win.
A nail biter, Tasteless.
My heart is pounding. I can't believe it. That was so close. But let me tell you something. Team Secret, they made them work for it.
Yes.
Team Secret was very scary back there. And, yeah, I mean, I got to say, by the way, the fans are dancing in the audience. We're seeing the RRQ guys, you know, they're happy. It's a good day for Indonesia.
They are absolutely just kind of sending the energy down to RRQ. Certainly a great start here for RRQ. You can see they're clutching their chest. They're like, I think they might be like, yeah, we know we went for the knife. We know we might have dropped around there.
Well, you know,
sorry, coach.
If you go for the knife, then it's like, oh no, we went to overtime and we lost. Wah, wah, wah.
That's like what happens in ranked games. You know,
yeah, that's what happens in our games.
Yeah, exactly. Guys, bait for me. I'm going to knife.
Yeah.
Well, still, though, I mean, the scary thing for me for Team Secret right now is still get to win their map picks. 0-4 on their picks. That's concerning. Because this is a team that I have very highly ranked coming into today. I had 3rd or 4th in our league, depending on them or Paper X, basically. But now I'm starting to worry about Team Secret. It looks like the kind of fundamentals that they had that looked so good are starting to fall apart. They're starting to be read. They're starting to be predicted by these other teams.
Yeah. There's the knife play. In a round where it looked like we actually got confused, we thought it was over, and then I just went to the next round. We're like, oh, they ran out of time. But from there, Team Secret really delivered round after round after round. You know, it's so hard to win too many rounds in a row because eventually you're going to get an ultimate. Eventually you're going to get, you know, some nice guns. And that was that. RRQ wins their first. The question now is, can they win their second and go 2-0, or is Team Secret going to tie this up 1-1 and bring us to map 3?
That's what we're all kind of curious about. I mean, the script for Team Secret has been that they do end up winning those next 2 maps.
Yeah.
So that certainly could happen here. Everybody knows they're good enough. We've seen it already that they can go toe-to-toe with some of the best. I mean, again, beating Paper Rex, even, you know, I think we've seen now that with something, Paper Rex is still pretty good, but I don't know if he necessarily gave them a huge boost. A boost, I would think, but you know, Team Secret beat them pre-something. A lot of people are like, oh, well, you know, maybe like with something Team Secret loses. I'm not so sure in that match because Team Secret had been playing really well, but today so far the start was too slow. They need to pick it up.
All right, we're going to go to a commercial break. We come back. Game number 2 in this best of 3. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back. Borkum getting that to claim this. Should be an easy close.
But he's dead on Secret. They're about to lose another.
Oh my
God. Do the singing 2 already. They flash and they're down for more. Switching over to the classic. Another. This is falling apart. And Jesse Bash gets 1 before he gets 3v1 now from Dubstep. And not going to go with the defuse.
Take it quietly around here. Jesse Bash pops out back into hiding. Whoa, that was sick.
Oh my God, he's going to get 3 damage.
Yeah, now it's just Jesse Bash. Killjoy ulti is going to be triggered right now. Envy with another kill. Is Envy going to get like an ace?
Oh my God, he might. The gun advantage. Oh, okay. Well, no, he's still kicking.
Up into A. They're going to get right in this duel over here. And it's Envy getting so close right now.
2, so some hope here.
He's going to back up. Or comes the only one. Yep, and then
money. It's over.
Yeah, this is the end right here.
Valorant Champions Tour 2023 Pacific continues to deliver as RRQ takes the first map in this best of 3 against Team Secret. Not quite what any of us expected.
No, not at all. I mean,
quite literally, yeah.
We didn't get to see. We haven't gotten to see Icebox too often. It comes in here. It's okay, Secret. Yeah, sure. You drop this one versus Talon, but we're thinking back to those times before when it has been a very strong one. You were able to take down Liquid over at Lock-In. But fortunately for them, RRQ absolutely did their homework here.
Yeah, I think some homework and potentially some practice, because especially a couple of the guys on the roster, EJ and Elmimore, just stepping up to the plate and absolutely just bopping them on the head. They had a couple of individual performances that were kind of out of this world, and it's kind of, you know, how they were able to get some wins in the past against DFM. So if they continue like this and they actually are able to challenge a team like Team Secret, who, to be honest, I mean, they were okay, but there wasn't too much to look back on and say, oh, they were, you know, really putting up a great performance. They started to come back at the end, but, you know, just a little bit too little too late, as RRQ were just about to win the map. So,
yeah,
I don't know. RRQ just looked like the much better team here in map 1.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we talked about the consistency either team has shown up till now, and we all kind of favor Team Secret, but RRQ, they come out swinging, and quite literally, right? I mean, this whole win is kind of off the back of the early parts here on Icebox.
No, it really was. I mean, we saw the start from the side of Secret. They pick up the pistol, and it's like, okay, nice, clean beginning. But then as we roll over into round number 2, all of a sudden, you see the tides turn. Classics, a ghost in hand widely here for the side of RRQ. They drop one. That's Elmimore gone. Somebody that you very much want alive in your pistol rounds, given what we've seen from him. But then we have this massive swarm into the back site from both TS and RRQ, and they're able to just get on top of them. These classics coming in at close range, having those right-click bursts, help shut them down. Then you look forward to Team Secret's next buy round. They get rifles in their hand, and EJ pulls this. Can't even get punished on the exit. Just decides to turn around, takes out Dubstep for his troubles. Then we fast forward. It's a bit further along, and they're able to just flush back in here, kill these remaining players from Secret, and win this round out. Full blind over onto Jeremy, just overturning a little bit, trying to flick away from that flash. And then they end up just getting picked off kind of one after the other. You get this flank around the backside coming through again from Xpero. We saw him do this multiple times. And he gets in behind, manages to find Jesse Bash, and from there they clean up the rest of them. And that's just 2 economy breaks in the very first 4 rounds of the game here for Secret. So it was really rough from the outset.
Yeah, and we looked at the stats before the match started. Of course, RRQ not only doing well in the pistols, but also a lot of their eco rounds, and they're showing it once again how they're able to turn that against their opponents and continue the momentum. Now, there were a couple times that Team Secret started to show life, even in the first half, where they were starting to strike back against RRQ.
Yeah, but again, you know, it kind of felt like pulling teeth, right? And we're going to see a round here, round 9, where, okay, Team Secret down 2-6, and they're able to eventually win this round, but it was not easy, okay? It was incredibly difficult. They get the kill on the guy who's defusing the spike at the very last second. You see RRQ able to swarm in here with the defensive Killjoy ultimate. They're able to stack up onto the spike, and Team Secret kind of scrambling. Even Elmimore is getting in their face down here. They're trying to stack up and block for the diffuser, and just barely are Team Secret able to stop this diffuse from going down and win the round. But man, it was so difficult. I mean, that's not really what you want your winning rounds as you're coming back into into the map to look like. So
Yeah.
they got it, but it was rough.
Yeah, and even in that highlight, we actually saw the reason that was so close was Elmimore covering for the diffuser, right? And able to reach that half. And let's talk about Elmimore and EJ. Both of these players kind of hard carrying RRQ to victory here on Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking already a bit about Elmimore and how good he is when it comes down to pistols. We saw him on, you know, Cypher on like Fracture and whatnot, popping heads with the Sheriff in his hand. He had a whale of a time, but EJ was the one that kind of surprised us the most because, again, he was taking aggressive positioning. We saw it there with that round 4 clip when he just charges forward over towards A main. But this time, he was backed up. He had people, he had utility oftentimes behind him, so he was able to get away with these more aggressive angles and was also just nailing his shots. So this was a really strong performance from him to show on the Jet. And Elmimore continues to kind of show, hey, you need to start working me into your conversations when you talk about really solid Sentinel play here in Pacific. Because the guy has been hovering. He's been on our minds. We, you know, again, Sheriffs, that's what I think of Elmimore at the moment. But now, regular rounds, full buys and everything, and just typical site holding, he's definitely getting himself to the forefront of my brain.
Yeah, and with this, RRQ already kind of having everyone pay more attention to them. Now, the match isn't over yet, though. Right now, we do have to go over to Split, which is their pick.
Yes, this is theirs, and I mean, crucially, Paper Thin kind of alluding to it without fully saying it. Secret have not won on their map pick yet.
Yes.
It is not something that they've been able to do. They have lost all 4 of their map picks so far here in Pacific, but they have been able to run back series. And the critical thing is, does that happen now? Going into Split, RRQ seemingly, workshopping this. They themselves have also been a team that have struggled when it comes down to their own map picks. I'm looking at you, Lotus. But they were obviously able to turn that around a little bit with their series versus DFM. So I'm curious, how prepared is their Split going to be, and what are they going to bring out? Because we have seen a couple different looks, not just in Pacific, but globally as far as how different teams are approaching Split. So I'm curious what the RRQ-specific flavor is for this.
Yeah, we definitely have to look at the flavor. I also want to see some of the veterans in the lineup, like Jesse Vash, like even Dubstep, kind of come in here and try to get your team back on the right path, because, you got kind of destroyed in round 2, maybe a little bit too aggressive in the back of the site. And then round 4, EJ is just running all over you. Those are only the ones we highlighted as well, not to mention the multiple 3Ks and even 4Ks coming out from EJ. So that's really going to get in your brain, where you just weren't able to take down RRQ. A lot of other teams have been successful at that. You were the favorites coming into this one, so you're coming into your map pick. You really got to lock it down and say, okay, guys, we need to stabilize ourselves mentally and be ready to actually play our game, because I feel like they didn't really do that in map 1.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring that up, because obviously on the side of Team Secret, now this is a map where they have a good memory, right? They were able to beat Paper X, even got that knife kill from Jesse Vash as well on that map. So hopefully the veterans can kind of regroup here for the squad, because individually, I mean, Envy had some highlights. Borkum time seemed like it was coming alive, right? Even Jesse Vash had a couple good rounds, but the individual heroics isn't going to be enough here.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, even while we did have those glimpses, it wasn't without fault in other rounds. I mean, we saw Borkum try to get a retake on that ace site on Icebox, drops the pit, immediately swings the corner, and they just spray into him. They kill him. So as soon as that ult comes up, it's gone, the round's over, and it's a hefty investment, a weapon lost as well as an ultimate. So it's, even though he's topping the charts, some of the decision-making and the timings are still a little bit off, so we're not quite there to Borkum time. But, I mean, you have to hope as a Secret fan that it does arrive coming into this next map, because it's never comfortable. You don't always want to be a team that has to get, pushed into a corner and then fight your way back out of it to get a reverse sweep if you're going to rack up wins. You need to be able to come out the gate swinging, find these wins up front, be able to close things with a 2-0.
Yeah, and actually, it's interesting that you bring that up, because that's a fault that DRX has had on international tournaments, right? Where they always lose the first map and they climb back, and people have said that's why you can't get to the very end.
First loud.
Yeah. So something that you have to work on. I mean, we've seen this time and time again. So Team Secret, now that's kind of a long-term piece of homework, though. Obviously they already lost the first map today. Now, Valdez, you were mentioning, maybe the veterans can help bring the team together a bit more. Do you think this is more about, Team Secret, they looked a bit faulty in map 1. If they just play their game, they'll be okay? Or has RRQ truly looked a bit more upgraded today?
I think it's a little bit cliche, but it was definitely both, right? Like, Elmi Moore and EJ really stepping up to the plate, everybody just playing great teamwork around them. Like, as a team, it wasn't just them, like, getting the headshots and the crazy, like, 3Ks, 4Ks. It was, like, everybody playing on the same page, and I think Team Secret, they got off to the really wrong foot, right? That can be, I don't want to say they were tilted, but it was kind of tilting, right? You go in, you lose round 2, you're like, okay, we started off really well, and then you get kind of clapped in round 4, and you're like, oh, God, like, what's going on with us today, So I think that may have gotten in their heads a little bit. I would love to see them not do that again.
I mean, honestly, I think the most, the most thing that, reinvigorated them in that Icebox was actually having one of their players get knifed. They said, no, that's our thing. You can't do that. And it, pissed them off, and they wanted to just rally back off of that, and they were able to string 4 more rounds together. But yeah, I mean, they need something. They need to have a bigger fire burning under their rears as they go into the second map. Because, again, I mean, what does the global narrative look like, and this overall standings narrative look like if RRQ come away from this with a 2-0?
Yeah. I mean, because all of us...
Everything's in flux.
Exactly. All of us were saying, okay, Team Secret, they truly, truly look good. Maybe they are kind of a lock for the top 3 spots here in Pacific to potentially go to Masters Tokyo. And suddenly, we're having RRQ fight against them, which RRQ was one of the teams that a lot of people thought, okay, they might not even get a match win. It's just, buying time for them to grow and improve. And clearly, Coach Ewok doing a great job with the squad here. We'll see if they can keep that up for another 2-0 win. I mean, that would put RRQ on a 2-match win streak here in the round-robin stage of Pacific.
I think the biggest advantage here for the side, I mean, we've kind of been talking about them, is just 3 veterans compared to just 2 for the side of Team Secret. So getting pushed, looking to bounce back. We'll have to see how they fare, but hey, look at that. It's a new face to the Pacific stage. And that is now going to be stepping out as 2GE says goodbye.
Yeah, Emin finally coming in to play for the squad of RRQ. Now, this is a player that a lot of people thought, had such great potential, and we were constantly seeing 2GE for a lot of these comps that RRQ has played so far, but now he's back for Split.
Yeah, I mean, from the outset over at Lock-In, we saw him playing both maps, actually. He wasn't the one getting rotated out. We saw him play both Reyna as well as KO, and he was the one who gave us Reyna as the final agent that we were missing from the puzzle. But as we can see, he's going to be stepping through and playing something a little bit different.
Yeah, I was wondering if, maybe he was going to bring out the Reyna on Split, but doesn't seem to be the case this time around, whereas on the opposite side, you do have the Raze and the Jet here for Team Secret.
Yeah, so Team Secret going for the double duelist where they can have a little bit more firepower. Dubstep returning to his main agent of Jet. Now on the side of RRQ, they're going to go with the double flashes with Sky and Breach. See if they can make this a 2-0 against Team Secret. We're getting ready for a split as map 2 here between Team Secret and RRQ. We'll head into the game with Tasteless and Paper Thin.
Excellent work at the desk, guys. I'm so excited to now go into this map, too. RRQ has performed very well, but there's something about Team Secret. Every time we watch them play, they are fighters. And I think we could very well be going into a map 3.
Yeah, I mean, if the history of this short time we've had in Pacific is any indicator, absolutely. Absolutely, we're going to map 3. I mean, that's the way Team Secret seems to do business, is for the most part, they lose their map pick and then they win the other 2. So, split a map that, the desk was talking about looked really good for Team Secret. Kind of interesting to see Emin in here for the side of RRQ. Kind of coming in on the Sky, a little bit unexpected. He hasn't played yet so far, so let's see what he's got cooked up. But yeah, Team Secret, especially Dubstep on the Jet, on Split, looked insane.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. We've got Cyphers on both sides. Coming into this, Team Secret and RRQ. Team Secret here on the defending side, RRQ with the spike trying to plant. In the first map, we saw that RRQ was able to build up a lot of momentum at the very start of the Icebox match, and basically that carried them to a win. Team Secret was doing a good job of playing catch-up, but RRQ was too close to the finish line. Let's watch how the first couple rounds pan out here. As we go into map number 2 with RRQ already up with a 1-0 lead.
All right, right out the gate, RRQ is getting aggressive with the blast packs, able to get up the ramp.
Yeah, very vacant center here. They're going to be going right through vents up towards A Heaven. It's a triple stack down here if they do, in fact, try to plant down here.
Are they going to cut all the way back towards B? Nope. Nope, they're going into A. Dubstep gets 1. After Envy gets knocked out, can't find any more Congestive Ash, so just Dubstep left on the back of the site. Still, the double stack there, too much for him to deal with.
Yeah, it's going to be about the retake. This is a plant behind Pillar, triple stack back there. Borkum looks for a shot, can't find anything. They're not going to try to poke their heads out now. They basically want to probably stack hard in the back and force an engage where they're just going to have more gunpowder.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's certainly the idea here. Now they just all turn, and like you said, they want to concentrate firepower, and it's going good. Flips has Jeremy, and he's got another. So a great start here for RRQ on their attacker side.
That pistol round is oh so important. They did take that little bit shoddy defense there from Team Secret to try to hold A. I think there was some overextending. It seemed like if they stayed where they were, they'd be in a little bit of a better position, and now we go to round 2. And let's see what happens. Let's not forget that RRQ really started to turn the whole series around in their round 2. If they've already got this much of a good start, can they continue to try to flatten Team Secret?
Certainly. This is a good start for them. Team Secret gave up a ton of space in this round. They gave up mid, they gave up A Heaven, and then they're left in really tricky spots to fight from. So now EJ, with the gravity well as well. Able to find a good one. Oh,
damn.
Elmy
Moore just with a great shot there to start things off. And an already thinned out Team Secret is going to have to try to recover the B site. Right now, it is just Borkum. Oh my gosh, yeah, no matter how you cut it, Borkum's going to get diced up there. Dropping the player count now down to 2 here for Team Secret.
Spike planted.
Emin having some impact here. Emin, short for Emmanuel, is his full name.
Right.
Not the most creative
I like it.
ID, but it's good. Yeah, it's good.
And so, you know, this is going to be an impossible retake realistically here. I mean, we have just one Sheriff here for Dubstep. They might try to go for an exit frag or something like that. The question, of course, is going to be where exactly does RRQ try to exit from? Now, they might be able to draw him out, and then Jesse can get the actual kill here. So far, Dubstep with some decent shots, but he gets dropped, and the final kill has been put on the board. A flawless victory as RRQ hungry now to try to get that third round.
Yeah, it's huge there. For a lot of reasons on your attacker side, you have a great pistol. The follow-up is flawless. That means you're keeping all these guns, including a rifle. Elmimore having
that was a sick shot.
It's just so nasty there with that Sheriff. So much impact.
Oh my god.
I love the comms.
Oh my.
Oh my god.
That's what we were saying.
Yeah.
Can they hear us?
They should be casters.
Yeah, right?
Okay, so round 3. And this looks like it's going to be a spicy one. They're moving right up towards mid. And they go right past Boombot. It's a bit of a trade, though. Now 3-3 here. As Envy takes out 2, and Iman takes him out in return. The B site is cracked open. Borkum's here, but he doesn't seem to be able to control the site. But do they know that he's actually here? Hold on a second.
They might suspect, but he's been playing Ring Around the Rosie. Finally, he gets reinforcements. Yeah. Dubstep good for one on the backside. Oh, flips! Flips, though, they pull off Borkum! Oh, Borkum. 4-2.
That was so close. Clutch moment, but Borkum basically stayed, incognito there.
But there's so much damage done to Team Secret's economy that round.
Yeah, that's the thing is they won, but they lost it a lot in that win, right? And so they're going to have to buy heavy this next round or try to eco it.
That's heroics from Borkum. Maybe Borkum time? Maybe.
Maybe.
But, yeah, I mean, at least Dubstep has his ult. Otherwise, you have a Spectre and a couple rifles, so Team Secret's going to invest in this. This is a very important round. Potentially already a key turning point in this match.
Okay, we've got a very slow push here. We have Jeremy in a very forward spot, and it just backfires. Oh my god, they've lost control of mid. Hold on, I was going to say that Jet needs to get back. Dubstep escapes to safety, but they've lost control of the map, and no matter how good you are with Cypher, I mean, can you really control A? Which, by the way, appears to be where they're going to try to come into. They're just lurking in through sewers.
It's been Jesse's job, right? Controlling A. He's in that corner where we saw him get the knife against Paper Rex. Team Secret there. Trying to cut in, and EJ just reads it, dude.
Oh my god, EJ pops right up over here towards heaven. This is going to be a rough round here, and it does seem like history is repeating itself here, Paper Thin. It's RRQ with a very strong showing. Team Secret not bad, but the question maybe later on as this goes on, can they play the game of catch-up? And also, with the peaks, every time RRQ is winning.
Yeah. No, they look just better right now. They're faster, they're stronger.
Bigger, better, faster, stronger.
Yeah, exactly. They are just
more skins on their guns. Everything.
They've got the crowd. They've got the crowd support.
The crowd's cheering for them out here.
The Indonesian casters.
Yes.
Yeah. They came out today to watch and support their team.
Yeah, we have several fans of the team in the audience here. And so this is going to be a quiet ending. The spike will detonate. The third win will be put on the board. It's going to be about round 5 here for Team Secret as they try to look to recover map number 2.
Able to carry 2 guns over. I think they'll be able to see what they want to do with their economy here. If they're going to shuffle around and try to eke out a little bit more. Looks like already there was a rifle block. We'll see after the replay, but yeah, you're right, Tasteless. I mean, a lot of it's just winning gun trades right now. And look at this. They're just ready for this push. I mean, of course, it's a little bit easier when Jesse slow walks through that smoke.
Yeah.
Gives him a little extra time to react.
All right. Counting the pebbles inside the little thing there.
So if you get it right, you win tickets to the Winter Festival.
That's right. And there's going to be an actual push out here on the defender side. And Elvin Moore is just around. He's being pretty patient, honestly.
He got spotted, though. Oh my God.
Oh, what is going on? Hats off to that. Can't believe that. Anyways, B's where they're going to be, even though everybody died over here at A. This is going to be the 4th RRQ win.
Looks like it, my friend.
What is happening? You know who the real losers are here? Are all the casters who predicted. That's
that
right,
would be
we all
all of
predicted
us.
Team Secret.
I mean, the way I look at it is the good news is like if you care about, you know, our rankings and our prediction stats, you know, we all lose equally.
Yeah,
So like nobody like gains or loses any ground there.
That's true.
We all look like morons together.
Yeah, well, that's good. As long as it's a collective, I'm fine with that. So I'm totally okay with that. The spike ticks away. We're not going to see any engages here. Team Secret is turtling down here near the attacker spawn. Hold on a second. Oh, no. They're not going to see each other. I thought for a second EJ was going to wrap around it at the bottom. 4-1. Things are starting to get really bad for Team Secret.
Yeah. No, this is really concerning. I mean, the economy continues to be a very concerning aspect of this for Team Secret. You know, now they have to dig into the garbage bin for some guns, for some stingers and other things. It's not ideal. I wouldn't mind seeing somebody try to maybe sneak a shorty in here. Maybe try to find some value with that, but
yeah, looks like Jesse might do that.
there it is. Okay, good.
There. Satchel out.
All right, let's do this. They're going to be going right in EJ, looking for action. Just ignores that side. Nobody's lurking back there to punish. They begin to clear up into A. Right.
But it's identified.
Yeah, once you hear that shot, you go, okay, I'm not going to go around that corner.
Never mind. I wouldn't mind seeing somebody from Secret try to sneak themselves up in that top left corner where we saw Foxy and Jing hide when they had their showstoppers. That was unchecked from RRQ there. So they might be able to hide a little bit up there. I don't know. But anyway, right now, Team Secret shifting towards the B side. They seem to have a pretty good read on this Tasteless. They're fully prepared for this hit.
Well, they need it. This is going to be a heavy stack on B. If there was a round that they could do it in for Team Secret, this would be it. And they're going to run right in.
Well, that flash got nothing. Jeremy got a kill. This is going really good. Oh my God, Emin.
Emin is crazy. Xpharaoh takes out Envy. Jesse's just waiting. Doesn't see anything. Xpharaoh's right around the corner. Oh. No. Oh my God. 5-1. You know, with Team Secret playing so well in the first few weeks coming out here, it was so cool. It was one of my favorite narratives of the entire tournament. But now seeing RRQ kind of get in the zone, now that they're out here and play so well, is really exciting.
I agree. This is really, really good for RRQ. I thought this was going to be a really tough hit for them. Jeremy got the opening kill. Some of the utility didn't really land maybe the way you'd expect it to or want it to for RRQ, but they're still reacting. You know, they're still not giving easy kills over to Team Secret. They're kind of expecting some of these tricky positions that Jesse Bash was trying to take with that shorty. They didn't give up much. And, you know, Team Secret now finally able to get the operator to dubstep, but the money behind it is significantly low. So let's see Team Secret can find any value, but this push up through Mail could find some value. Jeremy got a peek, and he's just shot right down. His body fell off the ledge.
Okay, dubstep's looking. If he finds, oh my God! Team Secret is really falling apart here, Paper Thin. I mean, it's kind of crazy.
This is really concerning.
Elmi Moore is doing so well. Oh! All right. Well, can always count on Envy. He's so solid. But this is going to be a plan on to B. I don't think Borkum has much recourse here. Whoa. Yeah, that's hard when there's that many players out like that.
Now Envy probably should be saving, honestly. I'm a bit surprised he's going to go for this.
Spike planted.
This is tough, man. A 1v3.
This is bold.
He's got Seekers.
This would be the greatest play of the evening if he pulls this off.
This is an impossible corner.
Yeah, not in a million years. I don't know why he did that.
I thought he should save there.
I agree.
I think there needs to be a timeout right now.
Yeah, I would definitely call a timeout to that. Like, do not do that again.
Let me contact this, okay?
This is Secret seems to be just coming apart at the seams. I mean, again, another slow start to a map. Yeah, they bounced back on Icebox, but that didn't carry over here into Split. You know, it's a very strong attacker side for RRQ. If Team Secret could stop the bleeding now, there's hope, but it has to start pretty much now. And again, their economy was not going to be great because they bought the operator. They fully invested in that previous round, and they were down to like 800 creds was the most I saw anybody had.
You know, I think you can speak even from your own experience, Paper Thin, but I know in my own experience when I'm playing a competitive match and I'm losing to a team or a player that I think I'm supposed to beat, that's one of the worst feelings. And I think the tilt is starting to kick in. I think that Team Secret may be a little tilted here.
Yeah, it happens. When you're really confident that you shouldn't be losing,
and then you come in and it's not the game you planned for.
That ego kind of messes with your mental, you know?
The shock to your system of like, wait a minute, I thought we were supposed to win this.
Yes.
We're down one game, and this game's going even worse than the one before.
Right. It's brutal. It really takes a toll on you. It's hard to find ways to recover from that. You know, you got to kind of have a coldness about you that you can hit the reset button and just be like, okay, well, today's not my day so far, but that can turn around in an instant. That's kind of the attitude that you should try to have. It's really hard to do that, though, especially in the heat of the moment.
Absolutely. Round by round we go. This is going to be a difficult one for Team Secret, a likely 7th win on the board for RRQ. They're having to really budget what they could spend. It looks like they're going to try to come into A here. It's an even spread on the defender side here for Team Secret, who's really letting the clock run. They have a big quad stack in the back to see if anybody will wrap around towards the attacker spawn side here and they can maybe get their first pick. But it's not happening yet.
Yeah, I like that you pointed that out because one of the things I've been noticing with RRQ is that they're kind of all over the map, right? They're pushing extremities. You know, Elmi Moore with that Cypher. You know, constantly harassing people at A on the edges of Team Secret's line and catching them off guard quite often. So Team Secret here fanning out to try to kind of prevent that, to try to look for that early pick and rotation that RRQ is going for, seeing if they can counter it initially and then go from there. RRQ, though, looking like they might stack up for this A hit. Dubstep right around the corner. They're going to try to get right into him with a showstopper. Oh, he didn't get the kill?
What?
Oh, now they did. Okay.
That was weird.
Close enough.
Yeah, close enough. And so the plant begins over here onto the A side as Team Secret will do everything in their power to try to retake. But if RRQ just takes these wide angles, it's going to be very tough with the guns that are being used right now for Team Secret to win any fights. EJ already takes Envy out.
Flips barely took any damage from that on Jesse Vass's
6
frenzy.
damage.
Yeah, didn't hurt much. Oh,
that was sick. Great shot there by EJ.
They're going to try to double peek here. See if they can get a kill. Turn. You got to turn. There you go. And they do. And they take him down. So another flawless for RRQ. All right, well, I mean, certainly the timeout is for this round now for Team Secret. This round right here is a must-win.
This is the most important round coming up here for Team Secret.
They have to win this, Staceless, or I don't see how they come back. Or, you know, unless Dr. Strange has got one of those 1 in a 14 million or whatever it is that he's taking a trip through.
Yeah, boy.
Okay. RRQ looking so good. We've got Dubstep with the operator peering down into A, an instant flash, and it blinds it out. Oh my God.
It's so good.
Brutal.
It's so good. It completely cut off all of Team Secret.
No, they just iced him out of their own sight.
Unbelievable.
And dude, they're planning at B. Yep. I didn't even notice this. This is crazy. They're going to go to B.
It's so good! Oh, Jeremy, though. Hope for Team Secret.
They're still trying to come into A. They think they're all back there. And now they realize not the case.
Wah-wah.
Really crazy strats here from RRQ.
Oh, the read there.
Okay, bit of a trade. Xfero backs up. Oh my God! What?
Oh!
Xfero! This is insane!
He's crazy!
Oh my God!
There's no way.
It looked like the supercomputer was playing. What is going on? Is this what artificial intelligence can do?
This is how chess champions lose, man.
This is crazy. Jesse has to run. It's going to be the 8th win here for RRQ.
That's absolutely nuts from Xfero. I'm speechless. Team Secret, they had the neural theft.
Dude.
And they still get bodied out here. It's a great play from Jeremy. Phenomenal. But they're spraying through the smoke. They get punished for that. I don't know how he hit that shot on the
insane. What?
That is a wild flick. Huh. I mean, they're dialed in.
Yeah.
They are absolutely just.
They are in their element right now. This is incredible. All right, they're coming in again. It is Dubstep with the operator once more, but this time Dubstep was peering into B. What? What?
They just know.
They just know.
They just know.
They sensed it.
Oh, okay. Well, Jeremy. Oh, okay. 2 for 2.
Down A.
Not bad for Team Secret, honestly.
Dubstep hasn't come back around just yet.
I know
They could
exactly
plan. Oh, hold on a second. They've got Envy over here. Envy's now going to wrap around Pillar, but he has been pinged. Oh, nasty shot.
Oh my God!
God! What?
Disgusting.
Oh my word!
Hold me tasteless.
That? No. What?
That was.
Don't buy the rifle. Stick with that
Yeah,
gun.
that
What are you doing?
better.
Don't touch any other gun but that. That's your only gun you're allowed to use now.
That was nasty. I mean, Jeremy.
Don't even change the skin on the gun. I think that might have something to do with it. I'm getting superstitious now.
It's the ion chip. It is built different. That's true.
What?
That's just ridiculous. Nasty stuff.
God.
I mean, they needed that. They needed that Thrifty. That's able to kind of make up for not winning the previous round.
Yeah, no, it really does.
But still, the best you can hope for here is an 8-4. Hey, this is tough for Team Secret. They need to dig super, super deep. I mean, deeper than they probably had to dig in a really long time to get themselves out of this hole. Certainly, Team Secret looks really good at lock-in. I thought they were just really clean. They were playing off of each other well, but on a map like Split here for RRQ, they got to see them play it against Paper X, and now you see them reading the positions like we saw Jesse Vash up in that smoke get killed early on in the previous round. So, to me, that says again that RRQ has really done their homework. We saw it on Icebox in the beginning. We're seeing it here again now.
They haven't picked the spike up yet. Xfero's just. Oh, is he gonna peek?
You can't die here.
What? Whoa, big failure there by Dubstep, not getting that pick. Blip.
They're all over the map.
Oh my
everywhere.
God, everybody's playing so well on RRQ, it's insane.
That flash didn't catch Jeremy, it doesn't matter. Still Flips is there to cover it.
Split is a haunted house right now. It's like one of those scary movies where people can disappear one by one. As RRQ just picks them off slowly.
Yeah.
Nobody saw how they were shot back there. I want to point this out.
Yeah, it's like you look away for 1 second, you turn back, and they're gone.
Yeah.
It's like Clue. Like when you're standing next to that bookshelf, and it just like you pull the wrong book. And
it was Colonel Mustard with the operator. All right. We might not have much more left. I mean, it's round 12, 9-2. Not the best weapons or utility here for Team Secret. Nobody in that position right now. It's actually Borkum just to the right of the shot. We see the silhouette there on screen.
Okay, good start here for Jesse. But Elmi Moore, he's often that guy who's out on his own. And so for Secret, they have to be aware of that, and they are. So for them, it's nobody really moves too much. They keep their defenses pretty much in place. A little bit of a rotation from Jesse Vash to change positions towards the site. Although he might be rotating back now, but still, you got the info, you got the cameras, you got the tripwires. For Jesse here to give you some info on this push. And there's not. Oh, they fully rotated over to B though. They all kind of out-thugged themselves. Now they know.
Oh, yeah, wrong time to not have your gun out. And Flip takes him out. Jesse's already out of the picture as we see RRQ spill onto A. Oh, great shot there. Only 2 Team Secret players left. It's Envy and Borkum. Can they make a miracle happen?
Emin has been really good here on Split on this guy. He's had some huge kills. See if he can get a little bit more done. 2 left for Secret.
Oh, blinded. He still gets the kill. Round win. 2-10. As RRQ is so close to closing this out. We've got the fans in the audience chanting and singing. I love it.
They're having a blast. I am too. I mean, RRQ's playing some incredible. Valorant,
they're looking unstoppable right now.
I am just tickle pink. This is so fun to watch.
This is just. All right.
They're having fun. I mean.
Oh, halftime.
How can you not?
I was like, of course the team would pause here.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
This is a timeout, right?
Yeah.
Team Secret needs one. Hey, it's tough, man.
Halftime, more like no time for Team Secret. Am I right? Am I doing it right, paper thin?
You are. You are, my friend. Yeah, man. I'm concerned for Team Secret in that they look so good to start this year, and this match is, you know, every team has bad days. And that's a given. You talk to any player, they'll tell you some days you just don't have it.
Yeah.
You can work, you can grind, you can practice, you can do all the right things. But some days you just wake up on the wrong side of the bed, or the other team just reads you really well. The other coaches prepare for you really well, and I think that's, to me, with what I've seen, I think that's the bigger piece of this puzzle. I think RRQ just came in much better prepared today. And they also got to play 2 maps that Secret doesn't have any information on them.
Right.
So I think there's an advantage there for RRQ in that sense. But the shooting's been insanely good today.
Well, it's like they're firing on all cylinders. You know, sometimes we have a Valorant match and it's like there's like 1 or 2 players that are just doing so well, or they've got like a site they can always take, or they have a couple ways they're using the utility that's really remarkable. This is just like everybody is an S-level player right now in RRQ.
Yeah.
They are riding the momentum. They are riding that wave as we go into the second half here. And look, man, I think if Team Secret cannot win this pistol round, they literally cannot come back.
I think you're right.
They need to build off of that momentum. And I think even if Team Secret wins, it's going to have to be in overtime.
This has to be just the nuttiest attacker side probably they've ever had in their live fun split. Right here, right now, if you're going to do this. So a tall order, to be sure. Let's see what they have dialed up. Also, I want to give Emin a huge shout-out. He's playing great on this guy for his debut. That flash at the end, even though he died, had set up his teammates to get those last 2 kills. Doing a lot of good things on that Sky for RRQ. So huge props to him to be able to step into the stage and play like this. Oh boy, flips.
Hold on, they're in mid.
Yeah. Oh, well, okay. They get through sewers, and Team Secret not fooled by that. They're expecting it.
Crazy deep lurk here.
Okay.
All right, well, this is almost over here.
Unless Flips has the craziest ace.
Hey, look, we said Team Secret needs to win the pistol round in the second half to even get close to this. And they did it flawlessly.
It's a huge start. Huge. Now they should be able to get another one under their belts. You know, for RRQ, the name of the game here should be just easy does it. Save up for that rifle round. Make sure you've got everything you need for that. And, you know, maybe see if you get a pick or 2. Try to play some close quarters. Maybe sneak a shorty in. Elmi Moore has been really good with those sheriffs, so why not? I mean, if you could find a kill or 2 with that,
keep them ground.
That's huge value for them.
All right, round 2. This time, Team Secret looking to come in to possibly take A. Ooh, there it is, that sheriff play. They get one, they drop the spike. Of course, it is retrieved immediately as the Cypher escapes back into hiding into A. And B is actually very wide open. There's going to be a intel imbalance right now. They've got a lurk over here in the mid.
Emin snuck in right underneath the box.
It's 4 versus 4. I mean, if they can just keep trading out, it's possible they can do it.
Doesn't give away too much info. But Emin's in prime position here. Although they did ping it out. I think I saw the ping from Secret. I think they knew. So they should be potentially aware of this flank. Flips, just playing contact. Yep, thinking about the utility. There it is.
Okay, so they go ahead and pass that out. Flip coming through here. Jeremy is clutching here in the second half, playing so well.
Good escape there from EJ to get right up that rope. Gonna take any damage from the paint shells. Yeah, you can see Team Secret aware of the flank here off the back of the previous guiding light. And now, ooh, Elmy Moore though. Oh, he had the Sheriff, but couldn't find another shot.
A really good shot there from Elmy Moore. EJ's the last one left, as this should be popped 4-10. As Team Secret is beginning to make that dream of coming back a reality.
EJ just gonna die to Spike if possible. And live to, well, not live, but not get over another Alt Orb. So, not bad here from Team Secret to start, but the work that needs to be done is tremendous.
Yeah.
Herculean.
It's a real mountain they're going to have to climb here. And let's not forget that usually the third round in the second half or in the first half, this is where the team that's losing is going to have a gun advantage.
Yeah, exactly.
And when your opposing team has 10 wins, they don't need that many more to get to that number 13.
You can't afford any mistakes. That's pretty much it. From here on out for Team Secret, it needs to be near flawless. This round you can afford to give over. After that, absolutely no room for error. So, one rifle for Jesse Bash. It's going to be the big gun that Team Secret's going to be bringing into this round, but they're given a bit of space here. Kind of a unique setup from Elmy Moore, tucked in the back corner, but they're trying to come through. Yo, they're ready for it. EJ almost gets a second, but Iman is good for another.
Yeah, pretty big shutdown there. E-Man still on the lookout. Mid can't be traversed up just yet. E-Man actually back up a little bit.
Let's see what he can do. Now Team Secret has to rethink this. Kind of tried to get a little bit cheeky through vents and didn't go so good.
Let's not forget that Envy and Jeremy, two of the players that have been alive this whole time, have been playing out of their minds in the second half, clutching every single engagement they've had so far.
Yeah. They've been insane. It just feels like...
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, that's huge. Flips has to run. Uses a lot of utility, the gravity well to try to trap him, but look at Elmy Moore. He hasn't moved the muscle this entire round.
Such a good lurk. Just flip left. It's 11-4. The end is in sight for RRQ. Winning that pivotal third round in the second half.
And it certainly feels like that's about all the room that Team Secret has left to give. No more mistakes.
Yeah, that's really it. That was so scary, too. We saw Flip pull away from that angle for a second. It was at the exact moment that team started to come in.
It's things like that. These pros, RRQ in particular today, seems to be hyper aware of a lot of that. They have rarely been caught off guard. It seems like they are fully prepared for a lot of what Team Secret is bringing to the table now. So big time mid push here for Secret, but the flash is good and they get one and they're just going to peace out. There's another, never mind, make it 3.
It's all happening too fast right now. Just Jeremy and Jesse Bash remaining in a 2 versus 5 when things are looking so dire. A flash comes out, they know that they're going to be in that area over here. Flip pulls away, only for a second, then peer back in, eats some shots and escapes down into B.
It's a bait and switch, man. I thought RRQ was just going to back off there. Instead, they re-aggressed after they got that first kill and were able to find 2 more. I mean, that's just brutal. There's little that Team Secret can do now. They might even just, I don't know.
It's such a tough spot. Do you save and then try to go to overtime? I mean,
You have no money. I mean, they have very little money. They have some money, but you know, enough they could squeeze together
30 seconds
a
left.
few kind of half armor rifle buys. If they were to die here. Now, if they just save, which I think is maybe going to be the plan, 20 seconds. If they're going to pull the trigger, it has to be right now. It doesn't look like they are. So this is it. He's going to grab the free orb.
Yeah, he's like, you know what?
You know what? He knows
I'll
they
take
can't
that.
afford, because if that's bait, right? Like if he has somebody watching for him and they try to punish him taking that and they drop another gun, it's devastating. So he knows that orb is free, dude. That's
huge, man.
Yeah.
All right, good luck, Team Secret. It's either going to be the greatest comeback we've seen, or RRQ is a round or two away from walking out of this best of 3, winning 2-0.
This is so incredible from RRQ today. I can't praise them enough for how well they played. This is a completely different team than what we what we saw at the beginning of the season, what we thought at the beginning of the season. Proving everyone wrong today. You'll love to see it.
Yeah. All right, a quick escape back down into B. It's all going to be about trying to come over into the A site now.
Oh,
so they wait.
For Team Secret, they got a kill, so.
I've got your trail.
All right, Seeker's going to come out. They drop one.
Ooh.
Blinded.
Oh, not good enough. Jeremy takes him out as well. This could be another round here for Team Secret. Again, it's not impossible, just hard to imagine a full comeback from this team.
Certainly. This round looks to be in hand, and the problem is that RRQ's been able to bank up enough money that the follow-up shouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean, they want to see if they can get any kills at all here. Exit frags are ideal.
Yeah, the more damage
Team
you
Secret
do.
spending, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Because if Team Secret is going to come back, it's going to have to be so many wins that they can have a financial cushion to cover themselves.
One enemy remaining.
Not bad. Just X-Pharaoh over here. Not going to find anything. We're going to go to round 18 in a second. This spike is going to blow up, and not a thing in the world that RRQ, excuse me, can do to stop it.
Yep. So X-Pharaoh safe in that corner, so not too much to worry about there. Okay, so maybe the beginning of something for Team Secret.
Yeah, let's do this Team Secret.
Sure. And now you got the showstopper, Jeremy. So you had some big kills in that round. Did a great job there on the entry.
Jeremy's been playing so well.
Yes, he has been playing very good.
One enemy remaining.
He has been a bright spot for sure. And it's tough, you know, with Dubstep in particular, having such a monstrous performance last time. This time only 3 kills. Him and Jesse both only 3 kills.
They found my wife.
That is shocking, to say the least, with how well both of them have been playing so far this year.
It's wild. Okay, over in Sewers is Team Secret. It seems like they want to come into A. A very retracted setup over here at the A site as well. No one lurking down in the bottom. Although it does look like Flip is going to eventually wrap around to peer down the long end of the A entry point.
Got a little bit of damage done, but this ult from Jeremy can get one. It does. Elmimore steps out, kind of trying to go for the one and done there, seeing if he can catch people coming out of that ramp, but not able to find any kills. So here you go, a 4v5 with a long lurk from Borkum.
Spike planted.
Jeremy's been playing so well. Looks like we're going to have a stun in here.
That fault line.
Beautiful defense here from Team Secret. And it's going to be just EJ coming through the back over here.
Well, okay. Now they have to save. And the Borkum flank doesn't end up mattering too much there.
So this should be the 6th win then here for Team Secret.
Yeah.
They just need 6 more after this and we're in overtime.
Yeah, it's a good stun from Flips there, but they couldn't really capitalize off of it, I'm sure, the way they would have liked. Good hold.
This time it's going to be a save round here for RRQ. As Team Secret is starting to do it, but again, one mistake, one bad round, and it's over. And there's no going back from that.
Yep. That's all it takes. Especially on, the defender side here. And RRQ is just, you know what? We've got some time. We've got some timeouts. Let's use them. Try to figure out how we can end this sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think they need to just figure out what they have to do to tighten this up and close this out. Because let's also remember, if Team Secret starts to win enough, then they really can afford to buy heavy utility every time. Because the only way the game's going to go on is if they're basically playing flawlessly, which means they're going to get into a range of the game where the rounds are going to be easier than what they're fighting up to try to get into right now. And so I think Ewok says, stop the match. Let's figure out how to end this right now. We need to end this in this round. It doesn't mean we can't win if we don't win here, but better to end it now instead of later.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, because if Team Secrets, wins another round or two, then they'll never have to worry about their economy the rest of the time.
Exactly.
It just won't even be a thought to them. Whereas, potentially RRQ, depending on how they spend their money, is going to be on like a seesaw, back and forth, up and down, up and down. So,
right.
Yeah, certainly I think this is a good time. And pretty sure RRQ has one more timeout because I don't think they took one in that first half.
Yeah, I don't believe they did.
So this should be interesting to see. Still kind of a similar setup in terms of some positioning here for RRQ. You've still got Flips and Elmimore over on the A side. The other three over towards B and mid. Looks like they're playing a little bit further back. So the utility here has been changed from kind of, especially for the Cypher, from the point of A, at the entry points of A, to the site itself. They're playing back. And
dude, big pick there. Dubstep already taken out. Xfero escapes back into B.
And there's the op in Xfero's hands.
That's right.
Trying to get to that, but he already had done his job. And now he shifts over to watch mid.
Yeah, it's a good move to just randomize the position of the operator. You misstep and you drop another player. Suddenly it just becomes too hard to get into any position on the map.
Oh, gonna get spotted by that Trailblazer though, and they stick around for it. What a shot.
All right, Jesse Bash does come in there and get the kill, and Borkum lets this get tied up 3-3, but then EJ takes him out, and EJ's dropped. This could go either way. A great lurk over here.
He limboed it. They have no idea. They have no idea he's this close, Tasteless.
One enemy remaining.
Hold on, he knows it's right there. He knows Envy's very low. He can't reload. He doesn't want to give up this position. He does drop down.
The neural theft.
All right, he's solo. 100, a full HP, half armor. He's flashed. He doesn't pull away. It's going to be Envy with the wrap. Oh, my God.
Oh, he's got to check this corner, does he?
Oh! Envy keeps the ball rolling as they've got that 7th win. The catch-up continues on.
Oh, so close. Just a brilliant play from Elmimore here to duck the tripwire. Great shots from Xfero, but then they were able to get the utility in to dislodge him. There was no backup in time from Emin. So as much as Emin has been playing well, I thought that time he was a little bit slow to react with a guiding light of his own to save Xfero potentially. So little things like that make or break rounds.
Such an intense round there. Really clutch stuff there. And now we go into another budget round here for RRQ, and this is what we were talking about. Momentum is on Team Secret's side.
This is wild, man. I mean, who would have thought, 10-2 attacker side for RRQ, and Team Secret it feels like they might run it back. I mean, again, they're catching steam later in these maps. This is dangerous. They saw him, okay.
Crazy moment there. Jeremy's going to come through here with a nade. Boombot around the other side. He's taken out there by Flip. Flip finally ended by Borkum. It's just a 2 versus 2 right now. Borkum a little bit wounded.
Oh, EJ.
He's the last man standing. He has to do it. He has to do it, or RRQ walks away victorious. 33 HP, no armor. The spike quietly going through sewers towards the A site.
As his Cosmic Divide, he's going to use it to try to bait towards B, but it doesn't look like that RRQ is... Oh, nope, they turned around. I thought for a moment they weren't going to fall for it, but they did. They have to check. They use the Trailblazer. They don't see anything. Now they certainly know it's A.
This is doable. This will be very difficult, but this is doable. He'll have to have a really good lurk. Oh, no! That is a wrap. RRQ wins 13-7, 2-0 over Team Secret.
A huge upset here for RRQ. Team Secret left scratching their heads for sure, and you can see how happy they are. X-Pharaoh there giving a big hug to their coach Ewok, and there are smiles all around. Certainly, RRQ now flipping the script. We have to start questioning, how good are they really? Because today was, I mean, yes, there were some runbacks from Team Secret, but RRQ was firmly in control of both of these maps from the start.
Yeah, I mean, they played way better in every sense. Team Secret has proven that they are, they're fighters.
Yeah.
They don't go down easy. But RRQ in both maps just coming out with a much better score and then just riding that out in the end.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, it's just too much for Team Secret to overcome. The desk was talking about it, and we all saw it, that you can't have these slow starts. It's killed a lot of teams. Zeta was one of them that it was hurting them early on in the year, and now it's hurting Team Secret. So I think, for RRQ now, you can start thinking about playoffs. That's 2 wins. They can start considering it.
Yeah, we had regarded RRQ as maybe the weakest team here, and we could not have been more wrong. They've come out looking so strong. Literally all the casters were wrong on their predictions. Not a one of us thought that RRQ could win here. I thought if they would win, maybe it'd be like 2-1, it'd be really close. Not the case.
I thought the same thing. I thought if RRQ was going to come through with it, it would be a nail biter, but it was the opposite. It was destruction.
Yeah. And so there you have it, 2-0, as we slowly watch this event unfold and find out where these teams land and who's actually on top. Today is RRQ's day. They have won 2-0 over Team Secret. Team Secret, of course, coming into this event looking so strong.
I really thought Team Secret could get to Masters Tokyo with how well they were playing at the beginning of this year. I thought they could be that one of those 3 teams from Pacific that was going to get there. But now I'm not so sure. Now, that being said, for Secret, if you want to look at this for a positive light, you could say, well, they've got veterans on this team who have experienced loss, who've been there before. They know how to bounce back. But that being said, this was certainly not a team that you're expecting to lose to. And for RRQ, now everybody's going to be looking at them with greater interest, no doubt about it.
It's so cool to see them play so well. Will and I got the chance to actually meet RRQ before they were competing, and a really charismatic team. A lot of great sense of humor, really fun, really ambitious, really focused on improving. And we were saying a little bit earlier, we didn't know how they were going to perform. Some of these other regions we've seen so much more of. But the way they played today and how they performed against Team Secret, they're showing a lot of promise, and I could not be happier for them.
Yeah, me too. I thought this was phenomenal from them. I mean, this was the best they've looked, hands down. Everything looked clean. A lot of their decisions were good. Yeah, later in both of the maps, there were some stumbles here and there, but so what? I mean, they played well enough in the beginning that they're allowed to kind of take their foot off the gas a little bit. They're allowed to kind of play back and sort of not try to go for crazy flanks or anything like this, to play a little bit more standard, safe Valorant, to kind of hide things a little bit, to kind of hide some potential ideas and strats they might be wanting to implement in the future, things like that. Because, again, this is the first time we saw them on these 2 maps. So, there's still, I guarantee you, a much deeper playbook available for them on both these maps.
Oh, sure. And let's also keep in mind that this was a very important match for them because, some of these matches we look at like DRX, if they lose, it's okay because it's DRX, right? We expect DRX to perform well. This is, again, a tournament about survival. A match like this one, it was so important that they actually did win, and they pulled it off. And that's going to show them a lot of promise in the weeks to come.
For both teams. I mean, this was an important match for both teams, and RRQ now certainly has to be eyeing a playoff run. Now, 1 or 2 more wins, and they're definitely in. So they just need to kind of keep playing like we saw today, and no doubt about it, they're going to get through. I mean, they've kind of already dealt with DFM, who I think now we're going to be looking at as maybe our weakest team in the region. Sure, they've got that win under their belt. They're going to have to beat some really challenging opponents coming
Right.
up. But I tell you what, now I have confidence that they can do it.
Yeah, I got to agree. We're actually going to go to an interview now with our MVP and see how he's feeling, and we'll be going to that right now.
Well, thank you very much, guys. I'm standing here with EJ. Now, congratulations, EJ. You really popped off today. You were on fire, man. But for RRQ as well, that was 2 wins in a row after the first initial 2 losses. What do you think changed?
First of all, we changed the how we play when in stage. Yeah, we are more confident, and yeah, we got a lot of being comfortable already in stage. So yeah, I think that made us play and win those 2 after. So yeah, I think the being here on stage is very nervous, and after that we fixed that, and that gave us 2 wins already.
Well, I mean, the energy you guys were showing throughout the game, it really looks like you guys are confident on the stage. But I gotta talk to you about that knife kill on Icebox, though. That almost cost you the map. So were you scared at all? And what were the team comps like after that round?
For that, I think, they always do Tondo Gaming, and we want to bring back to them also. So yeah, I think that knife was just just for the Tondo Gaming, and yeah, we didn't I think if we lose, then it's okay. Yeah, but yeah, I think after that knife, everyone was nervous, I think.
Nervous? Okay. How relieved were you then when you closed it out? What was the team's reaction?
I think after getting the kills, for me, I was a bit so hyped because I got the 4K, and for the team as well, I think we got a little bit hyped also because it's our win against the top team. The Team Secret is really a good team, so yeah.
I mean, you're on a killing spree on both 2 maps, but I want to talk about Emin on Split, right? It was his first VCT game this year, so talk to me about the reasoning behind putting him back on the team on Split.
Wait, I don't.
Because it was 2GE.
Oh
yeah,
yeah. Because Eman is our best Sky main, and he like to play Sky. So I think playing him in the Sky, I think it gives us firepower as well.
Yes.
So yeah, I think it's really a good change.
Yeah, firepower. We saw a lot of that from you today. Well, you just played a game on HP Omen desktop. So here's a HP Omen question for the day for you. If you could sum up the team's performance in 1 word, what would it be and why?
For me, I think it's overpower.
Overpower. Okay, overpower. Lastly, anything you want to say to the casters that predicted Team Secret win?
I think it's okay. Just keep predicting on the other team, and we're gonna surprise you.
All right. Well, wasn't that a surprise, William? Woo! How do you like that?
I just gotta say, EJ, I predict you guys 3 weeks in a row, and I go to the other team once, where literally all of us, not just here, but on the Korean cast as well, everyone predicted Team Secret, and you know what? We're happy to be proven wrong. We always say that, right?
Yes.
A great upset. It's exciting to watch, and also because it was off the back of RRQ just preparing so well for today.
I like surprises. You know, I'm all about it. Yes, go ahead, shame us more. Throw our predictions down there. They're incorrect. It doesn't matter. This was an incredible result. I mean, in a 2-0 fashion as well.
Yes.
From the side of RRQ. We were talking about it backstage when that run back looked like maybe it was going to happen on Split. Like, oh boy, if this ends up going to OT, or if Secret, we're able to win on Split, is that going to be too much for RRQ to recover from? Will they have the fortitude and the endurance to be able to make it through that? Doesn't matter. The end of the game anyway. So a 13-7 win. I mean, look at this, 9 out of 9 post-plant wins from the side of RRQ. It's just immaculate from them for the most part. Here on Split, and you can see why they have leaned into selecting this map.
I think there's something to be said about what EJ was saying in the interview as well, about how they've kind of changed the way they think about playing on stage. Everybody, when they come to a big tournament like this, a round robin, whatever, it takes some time to adjust, to get used to the stage, and they have obviously changed their way. They pick up 2 2-0s in a row. First one was against DFM. We were like, oh, okay, what does it mean? Now I think we're getting a better sense of where this team's actual power level is at, especially when, you know, it's not just EJ once again stepping up, even Flipscheider once coming in here for round 2, having a great map, and this thing's looking overall much better for RRQ.
I mean, look how compact the score lines are here. This is very much a team effort from the side of RRQ. Everyone's separated by no more than 4 kills on either side. Xfero in his own right, I mean, just building up that KD. Didn't die too many times, what, 4, 5 deaths in total at the end there. So just clean rounds there. Just knowing when they needed to back down, knowing when they could aggress. This was just very solid play overall from the side of RRQ, and Secret, strangely enough, were the ones that were scrambling and couldn't really get a grasp on this map.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seemed to be a good mix of RRQ preparing so well and also having great individual performances. Meanwhile, Team Secret just not having enough time to kind of gather themselves and get back into the game here against RRQ. Now, we talked a little bit about EJ, obviously heard from him. You mentioned Xfero, but then Elmimor once again, I mean, popping off with some really, really great highlights. He was always getting like double kills here and there just on his own.
Yeah, I mean, again, from the outsets of the pistols, but some of these lurks. Dubstep, he set up the cyber cages here, blocking vision, and he just gets tucked away, and oh, look who it is! Moments before disaster. Yep, Elmimor just he nails the headshot, takes out the operator, that hefty investment from Secret, now left stranded on the floor to collect dust. And he was just pulling things off, like he was pulling this off time and time again.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, just single-handedly, the lurks being so impactful.
I mean, even the lurk near the end of the game, granted, he didn't end up winning the 1v1.
Sure.
But he manages, and this just shows the micro mistakes that were happening here from the side of Secret, is Dubstep goes ahead, throws a trap wire to cut off A stairs, or B stairs, and he sets it too high.
Yeah.
So Elmimor's just like, well,
and
I'll
the fact
just
that
crab walk under this.
He identifies it right away, of course, playing side for himself. He's like, okay, I can definitely crawl under this. He goes for the attempt. He clears it right away, and he's able to get around. Of course, eventually he's not able to clear the entire site, but he's able to identify these mistakes against Team Secret and use them. Now, we should also mention, it wasn't just Heroics that was getting RRQ wins. I mean, they had some good reads and great team play as well.
Yeah, I mean, there was a round in particular that we do want to point out. If you guys look at the mini-map, this Cosmic Divide, it's a total fake that's coming in here. The spike is on the left side of the map. It's going towards B. And of course, you know, Cosmic Divide, you got 3 people pushing into A. A lot of utility even used. 2 guys are on the A site. Team Secret, they're totally fooled. So it's a free entry into B. And not only that, they're able to back it up with some firepower afterwards.
I mean, Elmimor goes for the intercept, and then suddenly Xfero is here. Actually micros in to go ahead and try to set up a star, and then he just comes away with 3 kills. And even though they start this round off with that 2x over on the A site, it just all falls apart because they're entrenched in these positions now, and they're catching the rotations off guard. Everybody from Secret is filtering through that defending spawn, and they all get picked apart one by one until Dubstep's the only man standing. He's like, well, we have no money. I have to just hightail it out of here. I have to hold on to this weapon. And I love the way that they decide to sell this fake, because oftentimes you're going to see 1 or 2 people going for a fake. You throw up the Cosmic Divide maybe from the opposite side of the map, and then you send a Raze in to make some more noise, draw that attention over towards A. They sent 3 people to sell this fake, and trusted in 2 people to go ahead and get the plant down and be able to defend the spike from there. So it was just really well thought out, really well executed, and I mean, Secret, they just latched onto that bait and got reeled in.
Yeah, I mean, we even look at the kind of ability economic damage, right? 2 ults were invested to try to overtake this Cosmic Divide from the side of Team Secret, so everything's so well calculated from RRQ. Now, I know, towards the end of Split, EJ, starting to get quite a few more kills, and he climbs up the scoreboard in-game as the in-game MVP, but I think for us on Split, once again, it was just Elmimor kind of just handling one area of the map so well on his own. He's got to be the man of the round here, man of the map here. And so, all the fans saying, tell me more about Elmimor.
Through the annals of history, we shall echo his message and his story. Elmimor very much making a solid name for himself time and time again. With every showing, with every match that he plays, we have more reasons to continue to converse about him, about being one of the more solid Sentinel players that we have. Even with a team that doesn't have the strongest record, sure, 2-2, still respectable. But still not dominating performances, not, 3 wins here so far from the side of RRQ. His name definitely has to start being in the conversation, because whether it's this Cypher or this Killjoy, he looks excellent on both.
Yeah, just really fantastic play. Like some of the shots he was sitting here on split in particular, and some of the setups that he had were really just incredible. Not to mention that his first map of Icebox was also really fantastic, right? He was like the main guy, the top fragger, and he was essentially carrying the team. So, I mean, if he keeps on playing like this, I think the sky's the limit for them.
Yeah, and of course, now we'll take a look at the MVP for the entire match. I mean, even, you know, when we were picking out the player to watch on both maps, we were always kind of debating between Almimor and EJ. Curious to see how the votes turn out in this best of 3. Of course,
Get those stats back up here.
And it's Almimor right back on the screen. And you just look at the stats. You know, they might not be the highest we've ever seen, but they're so consistent and reliable.
I mean, one of the biggest things for me with the Cypher was just, as you kind of were mentioning, the amount of control that he had. And that felt like something that Secret never had on split was map control, and it's something that's so very essential when you have these quick access points to be able to rotate through vents, get to mid, and back and forth between these sites. Almimor was able to just dominate whatever area basically he was sitting in for the most part. A couple flubs, losing out on the 1v1 versus NV near the end. Obviously that one hurt. Felt like he should have been able to end the game right then and there. But across the map, this Icebox, the guy was just exuding presence no matter where he was in the map.
Yeah, and you pointed it out coming off of EJ's interview, but it seems like just the confidence gain on the side of RRQ has been a big boost for them in continuing this win streak, tying it now into a 2-win streak. So let's take a look at how the standings now shake up as we go into the rest of week 4. Of course, RRQ now, solidifying themselves in the middle of the pack.
Middle of the pack, not bad. You
Three-way
consider
tie
that, yeah, I mean, these, they're right next to a couple of teams that we were saying, like, okay, who's going to challenge DRX at the top? Well, it could be Paper X, maybe it's Team Secret. Well, RRQ's right next to them right there in the middle. And, I mean, that's why you never know, right? You can have a slow start and really turn it up. Sometimes you have a fast start. And unfortunately, what happened to Team Secret now is that now they're, they're taking a couple of tough losses, and you have to wonder, were they playing at their top level? I don't think so, especially watching map number 2. I feel like they could play a lot better, so hopefully they can kind of regroup themselves for the next matchup.
Yeah, I mean, basically outside of DRX and Gen G to an extent, it just feels like we have completely missed the mark when it comes down to power rankings coming into Pacific after lock-in. Those performances clearly not meaning too much, aside from showing that DRX continues to be a super powered team. And a force in international competition. Aside from that, everything else is very much up in the air. And who's to say, I'm curious to see what the rest of the standings are going to look like by the end of this week, because we have even more heavy implication matchups coming up here tomorrow as well as on Monday with, it's the Battle of the Nations.
Yep,
You've got
it's just national
Korea
derbies
v Korea, Japan v Japan.
Yeah, T1 versus Gen G. Not only is it Korea versus Korea, obviously for the organizations themselves, a huge rivalry that's been going on for quite some time now. And then Zeta versus DFM as well, right? Both in terms of Valorant and just in general. These are two huge orgs in both countries that are now battling not just for their record here in VCT Pacific, but for their pride, quite frankly, leaving tomorrow's matches.
I'm wondering, going into tomorrow's matches, like, in my mind, there seems to be a clear favorite and a clear underdog, but can we even say that anymore? I don't know. Like, is T1 just going to pull it up and Gen G maybe have a little bit of a struggle? Is DFM now going to bounce back from some of their rough losses?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's kind of hard to say.
That's my biggest question is surrounding DFM and how they are going to look, because I don't think that they look like their previous 2 iterations, their first 2 matchups when they did go up against RRQ. RRQ still deserved that win. They played incredibly well, but the DFM definitely looked out of sorts, but weren't seeing value being found by Suggest where normally he was able to find it. So I'm curious to see how they look, but the biggest implication that I see here is that if DFM win, that could be the first pull on a thread that stops Zeta from potentially going over to Tokyo.
Regardless of DFM's own results, right?
Exactly.
They could end up inadvertently playing spoiler to Zeta, who's trying their darndest.
If that's the one win they get and don't make playoffs, but Zeta end up getting a worse seed in the playoffs or barely avoid making it into the playoffs, and it's all because of that team.
Could happen.
Oh, boy, things could get crazy.
Yeah, well, tomorrow, again, it continues to be some important matches here in VCT Pacific as we have the Korean and then the Japanese derby between those 4 teams. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. My name was William, hosting the desk here today alongside Achilles and Valdez, and VCT Pacific will return tomorrow at the same time. We'll see you then. Good afternoon, Valorant fans all around the world. We are going live with Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. We are almost ready to head over to the stage. The players are waiting backstage to enter. So let's head right over to the stage for VCT Pacific 2023.
In a very poor prediction. obliterate.
For DRX, not about to decide to get the clean up.
It's not. We got the jet coming in immediately into Boathouse. Bunkai. All right. It looks like this is going to be the round here for Paper Rex. They finally got that first win. Got RB scrambling over here to plant the spike. Mako gets one.
Punch 1v coming through, gets the first. Can he find the second? He's got it!
Unreal! And now we've got something on the move in here. Takes out two.
We're on RB with a buck.
Yeah, but that's going to be it. A short round. Can Mako clutch this out? He gets one. God. He gets one.
Oh my God!
My God! DRX goes 2-0 against Paper Rex.
Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing with VCT Pacific 2023. All right, well, let's see if they're ready for this match. Can RRQ get their second win? And Team Secret, can they get back onto a win streak? Let's find out here in match number 2 for tonight. Right next to King. Oh my God, they're getting a punch!
They fight back.
Dead on Secret. They're about to lose another in the turnaround here.
Yeah. Jeremy gonna go with the res on the bash. Oh, hold on. UGE's gonna go with the defuse. They do stop him in the last possible second.
And they're taking their time. Now there is a nano swarm there. Still, they didn't.
Jesse bash, and then no one else. 7-4 as we go into the final round of
Flash to pop out.
Oh, another whip shot. Team Secret just has the better gunplay. And it's gonna be 9-6 here. Jeremy's gonna come through here with a nade. Bookbot around the other side. He's taken out there by Flip. This is doable. This will be very difficult, but this is doable. No! RRQ wins 13-7, 2-0 over Team Secret.